Tonight, the world outside feels far away. The streets are quieter now, the windows darker, and somewhere, beneath the sound of distant rain and the slow passing of midnight, the old stories begin again. Stories about impossible faces appearing where no faces should exist, about forgotten manuscripts filled with symbols no one has ever understood, about women who vanished into legend so completely that people still whisper their names centuries later. Strange drums in the darkness, quiet tea rooms, cursed paintings, streets where people claimed they walked briefly into another time entirely. Some of these mysteries survived through police reports and witness accounts. Others survived only in rumour, folklore, and frightened conversations spoken softly after dark. But all of them left something behind, and tonight we gather them together. I am your host for this evening, the calm criminal. Settle in. Let's get started. There are places that wait for you only once. A bend in the road, a lamp in the fog, a woman behind a counter who already knows how you take your tea, and if she asks whether you would like a second cup, the old warning says you must not answer too quickly. The first known mention of the Devil's Kettle tea room appears, not in a grand newspaper headline, but in the sort of small, half-forgotten local notice that tends to survive only because someone later had the sense to keep it. It was copied into the private commonplace book of Reverend Arthur Bellamy, curate of St. Hilda's in a village north of Pickering, in the winter of 1923. Bellamy was not a sensational man. His handwriting, where it survives in parish extracts, is neat, thin, and patient. The hand of someone accustomed to recording baptisms, funerals, wet weather, poor attendance, and small human troubles without embellishment. Yet in the margin beside one entry, he wrote something that feels entirely unlike the rest of his book. Again the matter of the black kettle. Mrs. Vane says the clock had no hands. I do not know what to make of this. That sentence, quiet as it is, seems to be the first clear point where the story steps out of rumour and becomes something more organised, something with names, dates, and people who could not quite make themselves forget what they had seen. The woman Bellamy named was Mrs. Elspeth Vane, a widow of 51 who lived near Levisham and took in mending after her husband died in the railway works. On the evening of Thursday, the 18th of October 1923, she was walking back from visiting her sister in Goathland when a dense moor fog came down earlier than expected. This was not unusual in itself. The North York moors can change their mind with a cruelty that feels personal. A clear path can become a grey wall in minutes, and sound begins to behave strangely, as if distance has softened and stretched. Mrs. Vane later told Reverend Bellamy that she had been following what she believed was the lane towards Salter's Gate, when she saw a yellow light burning low through the fog, not bright like a lantern carried in the hand, but square and steady, as though it came from a window. She found, by her account, a small stone building, standing where she did not remember any building being. It sat slightly back from the road, though she could not explain later which road, and it had a slate roof dark with rain, a single smoking chimney, and a painted sign that swung without creaking above the door. The sign showed a black kettle suspended over red coals, and beneath it, in white letters, were the words, The Devil's Kettle. Mrs. Vane was certain about that name. She repeated it 3 times when Bellamy questioned her, and he marked the words in quotation marks as though reluctant to touch them. She said she disliked the name at once, but she was cold. The fog was thick, and through the window she could see a fire burning, and a woman moving behind a counter. Inside, the room was warmer than seemed natural. Mrs. Vane described a narrow front room with dark wooden settles, a counter polished almost black, shelves of mismatched china, and wallpaper patterned with faded roses that looked brown by the firelight. She said there were 3 tables, though she was given the one nearest the hearth. A grandfather clock stood in the far corner, but when she looked at its face she noticed it had no hands. Not stopped hands, not broken hands, but none at all. The round clock face was painted with numbers and nothing else, and yet the pendulum beneath it continued to swing slowly, heavily, as if marking time for something that had no use for hours. The woman who served her was described as elderly, but not frail. She wore a dark dress buttoned high at the throat, a white apron, and her grey hair pinned close beneath a cap. Her face, Mrs. Vane said, was kind enough until one looked too long. That phrase appears in Bellamy's notebook exactly like that, and it is one of the details that made later readers uneasy. The woman did not ask Mrs. Vane's name, did not ask where she had come from, and did not seem surprised to see a soaked widow appear out of the fog near dark. She simply said, "You'll want tea," and brought a brown pot, a cup with a blue crack through the glaze, a small plate with 2 slices of seed cake, and a sugar basin containing lumps so hard Mrs. Vane thought they looked old. The tea, she said, smelled of smoke and violets. It was not unpleasant, but it was not ordinary. It had the faint bitterness of overbrewed leaves underneath something flowery and cold, and after a few sips she became aware of a sound upstairs. Not footsteps exactly, more like the soft drag of fabric along boards, followed by the faintest creak, then silence. She asked whether anyone else was in the house. The woman behind the counter said, "Only those that were here before you." Mrs. Vane thought that was an odd answer, but she had no wish to appear rude. She finished the cup quickly and stood to pay. That is when the woman offered her the 2nd cup. Mrs. Vane later said the offer was made gently, almost tenderly, but there was something in it that frightened her far more than a shout would have done. "No charge for the 2nd, the woman said. "Most take it." Mrs. Vane declined. The woman's expression did not change, but the room seemed to dim, not as if the fire had gone down, but as if the air itself had thickened. Mrs. Vane placed coins on the counter, though she could not remember how many, and stepped back into the fog with the woman still watching her from beside the clock with no hands. She expected to find the road. Instead, she found open moor. There was no track beneath her boots, no wall, no gate, and no lamp behind her. When she turned, the tea room was gone. Not hidden by fog, not faintly visible, but gone in the full and simple sense. She walked for what felt like 20 minutes before she heard a cart on the road, and was found by a farmer named Josiah Ellaby, who later confirmed that Mrs. Vane was trembling, muddy to the hem, and walking in the wrong direction from where she believed she had been. Ellaby told Reverend Bellamy that there had never been a tea room there in his lifetime, nor in his father's, and he was 64 years old. By itself, Mrs. Vane's story might have remained one more moorland oddity, the sort of thing people repeat beside a fire and then dismiss in daylight. But 4 months later, another account surfaced, and this one was harder to fold away because it involved a man who lost almost 3 days. His name was Harold Septimus Greaves, a commercial traveller from Leeds who sold haberdashery supplies to village shops. Needles, ribbons, black thread, hooks, buttons, hat pins, cotton tape, small items of no importance until one needs them urgently. Greaves was 37, unmarried, methodical, and according to his sister Millicent, not a man given to fancies unless there was money in them. On Monday, 11th of February 1924, he left Malton in a borrowed Austin motor car, intending to call on 2 shopkeepers near Pickering before returning home that evening. He did not return. His sister contacted police the next morning, and by Wednesday, concern had turned into a proper search. Greaves was found late on Thursday afternoon walking along the road near Thornton le Dale, his coat buttoned wrongly, his hat missing, and his sample case still in his hand. The case was perfectly dry. His boots, however, were soaked through and marked with black peat almost to the ankles. He was taken first to the constable's house, then to the inn, where he insisted with rising agitation that he had not been missing at all. He had merely stopped for tea. The account Greaves gave to Police Constable Edwin Mariner is one of the central pieces of the Devil's Kettle story, because it repeats Mrs. Vane's details too closely to be comfortable. Greaves said the fog came down shortly after 4 o'clock, thick enough that he feared driving into a ditch. He saw a lit window and a sign with a black kettle. He remembered thinking it a vulgar name for a respectable tea room, but he was grateful for shelter. Inside he found a fire, dark wood, rose wallpaper, a woman in a white apron, and a clock in the corner that was ticking though it had no hands. Greaves was more observant than Mrs. Vane, perhaps because he made his living noticing stock, shelves, invoices, and the habits of shopkeepers. He described the counter as being scarred by burn marks in 3 parallel lines. He noticed that the cups hanging from the hooks were all from different sets, some chipped, some fine, some old enough to have hand-painted sprigs around the rim. He noticed a row of tea tins behind the woman, but their labels were not commercial labels. They were handwritten in black ink. One said Hyson, one said Bohea, one said Gunpowder, and one, placed slightly apart from the others, said Second. That detail, more than any other, followed the case for years. Greaves ordered tea and seed cake. He said the tea was dark, almost reddish, with a scent he compared to hot pennies and bruised flowers. He drank 1 cup, then another without thinking, because the woman poured it before asking, and because he felt, in his own words, it would be discourteous to leave it standing. After the 2nd cup, the fire seemed louder. The pendulum in the clock slowed until each swing took so long he found himself waiting for the next one with growing dread. He heard music upstairs, a thin tune played on a piano either very far away or very badly tuned. Then he noticed there were people at the other tables. He had not seen them come in. At the table nearest the window sat a young woman in a black travelling dress, her gloves folded beside her cup, her face turned toward the fogged glass. At the middle table sat an elderly man with white whiskers, reading a newspaper whose pages made no sound when he turned them. Near the stairs sat a boy of perhaps 14 in a school cap, sitting very straight, with both hands wrapped around his cup, as if he had been cold for a long time. Greaves said none of them spoke. None of them looked at him except the boy, who lifted his eyes once and mouthed something Greaves could not hear. Greaves believed the word was "don't." He tried to stand then, but found he could not remember where he had meant to go after tea. This frightened him deeply. He knew his name. He knew his sister's name. He knew he sold ribbons and buttons and thread. But the shape of the day had come loose. He could not remember the road, the shops, the car, or whether he had already paid. The woman behind the counter asked if he would like another pot. Greaves said no. She asked again, and this time the 3 silent customers turned their faces toward him. Here the constable's notes become difficult to read, not because the writing is unclear, but because Greaves's own account seems to fracture. He said the room lengthened. He said the stairs were suddenly farther away than before. He said the wallpaper roses opened and shut like mouths. He said the boy at the table began to cry without making a sound. Then the woman behind the counter leaned close enough for him to smell lavender and coal smoke on her clothes, and said, "You came in out of your time. You may go back if you have not sweetened the cup." Greaves had put no sugar in his tea. That, he believed, saved him. The next thing he remembered was standing in the road with the sample case in his hand while a motor lorry sounded its horn at him. It was Thursday, not Monday. His car was later discovered abandoned in a lane several miles away, with no damage, no sign of theft, and the petrol tank nearly full. The driver's seat was dry, though rain had fallen heavily during the days Greaves was missing. On the passenger seat was a paper napkin, folded once, bearing a brown ring from the base of a teacup. Police Constable Mariner reportedly kept that napkin in an envelope for years, though it has never been found. The Greaves case spread quietly at first. His sister wanted no publicity, and the police had no appetite for printing a tale about a vanishing tea room in a county already rich with ghosts, drowned bells, black dogs, and roads that seemed older than the maps. But stories do not need permission to travel. By spring, the phrase "the Black Kettle" had begun to appear in letters between families living along the moor roads, and one small mention, believed to have run in a local paper in March 1924, warned motorists against stopping at unlicensed refreshment rooms after dark. It did not name the Devil's Kettle directly. It did not need to. The third witness gave the story its most enduring rule. Her name was Beatrice Wycliffe, though she was usually called B, and in May 1925 she was 22 years old, a student teacher from York travelling with her cousin, Leonard Pritchard, who had recently bought a bicycle and considered himself modern because of it. They had come north for a walking holiday, carrying sandwiches, sketchbooks, a cheap camera, and the confidence of young people who believe landscape exists primarily to be admired. On Saturday, 16th May, they set out from Gothland in clear weather and intended to reach Gromont by late afternoon. They never arrived there. Instead, at about 9 that evening, They appeared at a farmhouse near Egton Bridge, exhausted and quarrelling, with no clear idea how they had come so far off their intended path. Beatrice wrote down her account before anyone else could tidy it for her. That matters. Her letter to her older sister Clara, dated May 19th, 1925, gives the Devil's Kettle its most intimate and unnerving description. She said she and Leonard had been caught in a sudden rain and took shelter beneath trees until they saw a building where no building sensibly ought to have been. She described the black kettle sign, the warm window, and the woman who opened the door before they knocked. She remembered the woman saying, "2 of you. That is rarer. Not to come in, not you're wet, but 2 of you." Inside, Beatrice noticed the same things. The roses on the wallpaper, the counter, the heat, the clock without hands. But she added something no previous witness had mentioned. Along the mantelpiece above the fire were small framed photographs. Not family photographs in matching frames, but odd portraits of people taken at different times. A woman in a bonnet, a soldier with one hand tucked into his tunic, 2 little girls in identical white dresses, a fisherman with weathered cheeks, a man in a bowler hat, and a blurred figure standing beside what looked like a motor car. Beatrice wrote that several of the faces seemed damaged, not by age, but by movement at the moment the picture was taken, as though they had turned away too late. Leonard joked about the place at first. He asked whether the name on the sign was meant to frighten Methodists, and the woman behind the counter smiled without showing her teeth. They were served tea in cups thin enough to glow against the firelight. Leonard took sugar. Beatrice did not. This detail would become important, and Beatrice herself understood that by the time she wrote the letter. The sugar, she said, was kept in a silver bowl shaped like a shell, and when Leonard dropped 2 lumps into his cup, they did not dissolve. They sank, struck the bottom, and sat there white and whole, while the tea darkened around them. After the first cup, Leonard became cheerful. After the second, he became quiet. Beatrice remembered feeling suddenly afraid of her cousin, not because he threatened her, but because he appeared to have forgotten she was there. He stared toward the staircase. His face slackened. When she asked what was wrong, he said, "She's calling the others down." Beatrice heard nothing at first. Then she heard the piano music Greaves had described, faint and uneven, followed by the soft tread of many feet above them. The woman in the apron came from behind the counter and touched Leonard on the shoulder. Beatrice wrote that her hand was not old. The face was old, the hair was grey, but the hand on Leonard's shoulder was smooth and pale, like a girl's hand kept too long in cold water. Beatrice stood up and said they had to leave. The woman told her the rain had worsened. Beatrice replied that they would manage. The woman then turned to Leonard and asked whether he would like to stay until morning. Leonard said yes. That was when Beatrice slapped him. It is a wonderfully human detail, and perhaps the reason her account feels so stubbornly alive. She did not recite a prayer. She did not faint. She did not ask the apparition to identify itself. She slapped Leonard hard across the face, took him by the wrist, and pulled him toward the door, while he protested that they had not paid. As they passed the mantelpiece, Beatrice saw one photograph that had not been there when they entered. It showed a woman in a wet hat and dark coat, sitting beside the fire with a cup in her hand. Beatrice did not know Mrs. Elspeth Vane by sight, but when she later described the picture to Reverend Bellamy, he reportedly closed his notebook and would not speak for several minutes. At the door, the hostess caught Beatrice's sleeve and said, "He took the second." Beatrice replied, "Then keeps the cup," and dragged Leonard into the rain. They emerged into full daylight. Not evening, not night, not the storm they had left, but a cold, pale morning. The sky was light, birds were calling, their clothes were soaked, and Leonard was shivering so violently he could hardly stand. The tea room was behind them, visible for perhaps 10 seconds according to Beatrice. And in those 10 seconds she noticed that all the windows were dark from the inside. Then the fog lifted across it like a curtain, and when it thinned again, the building was gone. Leonard Pritchard never fully recovered. This is not the dramatic part of the story, but it may be the saddest. He lived until 1962, worked as a clerk, married late, and by ordinary measures had a life. Yet Beatrice insisted he was never quite the same after the tea room. He refused sugar in tea for the rest of his life. He disliked clocks with pendulums. He would sometimes stop mid-sentence and look toward a staircase, even in houses he knew well, as if he had heard someone descending. In one family gathering, years later, when someone asked what had frightened him most, Leonard reportedly said, "It was not that they were dead, it was that they were waiting politely." That sentence became one of the most quoted lines in the Devil's Kettle tradition. Though it is rarely understood, it suggests a place not of violence, not exactly, but of invitation, a trap with manners, a room where no one forces you to remain, because the ritual itself does the work. The first cup warms you, the second cup loosens you, sugar seals the agreement, and the clock, with no hands, keeps time only for those who have stepped outside their own. By the late 1920s, the tea room had entered the private map of the moors. It was not marked on paper, but people knew where not to be after dark, which lanes not to trust in fog, and what sort of light should be ignored no matter how cold one had become. Farmers spoke of it reluctantly. Drivers joked about it in daylight and avoided the subject after dusk. Mothers told children not to wander towards strange windows, and among older people there was a phrase, half warning and half blessing, offered whenever someone set out across the moor in weather. 1 cup only. But the strangest account had not yet occurred. That would come in 1931, with a missing nurse, a torn theatre programme, and a photograph taken outside a building that should not have existed long enough to be photographed. The 1931 disappearance of nurse Edith Renshaw transformed the Devil's Kettle from a regional oddity into something darker and more deliberate, because for the first time the story seemed to leave behind physical evidence, not proof in the clean scientific sense that policemen and journalists prefer, but objects, things that could be held, a photograph, a program stained brown at the edges, a witness who vanished after insisting she had found the place twice. Edith Renshaw was 29 years old, employed at St. Catherine's Hospital in Scarborough, and by every surviving description, she was considered sensible to the point of severity. She came from a Methodist family in Helmsley, wore dark coats even in mild weather, kept her wages in envelopes labelled by month, and once corrected a doctor publicly for misplacing morphine records. One colleague later described her as the sort of woman who noticed when a painting had been moved half an inch, which made what happened to her deeply uncomfortable for those who knew her, because she was precisely the kind of person expected to resist fantasy. On Sunday, November 8th, 1931, Edith boarded the afternoon train to Whitby to visit a former school friend named Miriam Blackwood, who had recently become engaged. The two women spent the evening at a small musical performance held in the upstairs hall of the Duke of York Inn. Several attendees later remembered Edith clearly because she argued with one of the musicians about whether the final song was Scottish or Irish in origin. She left shortly after 10 o'clock, intending to stay overnight at Miriam's home outside Slights. She never arrived. At first, there was little alarm. Rain had come in hard from the coast, and roads were nearly blind with mist by midnight. But by the following afternoon, Miriam contacted police after learning Edith had never returned to the hospital either. A search began along the roads between Whitby and Slights, then widened toward the moor tracks, when a bicycle rider claimed to have seen a woman matching Edith's description walking west beneath a lamp around 11 o'clock that night. 3 days later, searchers found Edith's overnight bag beside a low stone wall near Wheeldale Moor. The bag was dry. That detail disturbed people immediately. The weather had been dreadful. Peat water sat in black pools across the heather, and search parties returned soaked to the knees. Yet Edith's leather bag appeared untouched by rain. Inside were spare stockings, a prayer book, a small purse containing coins, and a theatre programme from the Whitby performance folded neatly in half. The programme carried a brown circular stain near the centre page, exactly the size of a teacup base. Police believed the bag had been placed there after the storm ended. Then came the photograph. It was discovered by Detective Sergeant Lionel Harker while examining Edith's belongings at the Whitby station office. Tucked inside the programme was a small black and white photograph with a scalloped border, the sort sold cheaply at seaside chemists. The image showed a stone building partially obscured by fog. Above the doorway hung a dark sign shaped unmistakably like a kettle. On the reverse side, in Edith's handwriting, were 6 words. Found it again. Not there before. Harker reportedly became convinced the note was part of some romantic misunderstanding or private joke, but others disagreed. Reverend Bellamy, now older, and increasingly troubled by the accumulating stories, was shown the photograph privately by a constable he knew from parish work. Bellamy later wrote only one sentence about it in his notebook. Same roofline as Vane described. God forgive us. The photograph itself disappeared sometime during the Second World War after being transferred among county records. But description survived, and several details repeated consistently. The building appeared too narrow for its apparent interior. One upstairs window seemed brighter than the others, despite no visible lamp. And most unsettling of all, there appeared to be figures standing behind the lower windows, looking outward toward the camera. No faces could be made out clearly, only pale shapes. The search for Edith Renshaw continued for 12 days. During that time, another witness emerged, and unlike the earlier accounts, this one came from someone already familiar with the Devil's Kettle legend before encountering it personally. His name was Thomas Ainsley Croft, a local schoolmaster from Pickering who collected regional folklore in notebooks he called his Moor Histories. Croft had spent years interviewing shepherds, railway workers, widows, and farm labourers about strange occurrences on the moors, not because he considered himself an occultist, but because he believed industrial England was erasing older beliefs faster than they could be preserved. He had heard the Devil's Kettle stories many times before 1931, and generally treated them as variations of older, roadside phantom legends. But after Edith vanished, he contacted police voluntarily and admitted something he had not previously told anyone. He believed he had entered the tea room himself in 1928. Croft's account was lengthy, specific, and deeply unnerving, because he understood enough folklore to recognize the patterns while they were happening. According to his statement, he had been walking alone near Fenbog one October evening after interviewing an elderly woman about corpse roads, the ancient paths once used to carry the dead toward consecrated burial grounds. Fog thickened unexpectedly, and Croft became disoriented. He then saw what he first assumed was a shepherd's cottage lit through the mist. Instead, he found the tea room. Croft noticed details no previous witness had mentioned. He claimed the stone walls looked older, up close than from a distance, as though sections had been built centuries apart. Some stones were smooth and dark from weathering, while others appeared almost fresh, pale, and sharply edged. He also noticed strange gaps in the mortar containing tiny objects pressed into the cracks. At first, he thought they were pebbles. Looking closer, he believed they were teeth. Human teeth. Inside, Croft described the same warmth, the same wallpaper, the same clock without hands. But he also became aware of another smell beneath the tea and coal smoke. Wet earth. Not garden soil, grave soil. He later said the room smelled like a churchyard after heavy rain. The woman serving tea appeared younger to him than in earlier accounts. Not young exactly, but less ancient. Her hair was darker, her posture straighter. Croft wondered later whether different people perceived her differently, or whether the hostess herself changed over time. He ordered tea while pretending calm, but almost immediately became aware that the room was wrong, in ways difficult to explain directly. The fire gave heat without sound. Shadows shifted independently of movement. Steam rising from cups drifted downward instead of upward, before flattening across tables like breath against glass. Croft also observed that no mirrors existed anywhere inside the building. That mattered to him because old Yorkshire folklore sometimes treated mirrors as protections against wandering spirits or deceptive places. He later wrote privately that he became convinced the tea room avoided reflections deliberately. While seated, Croft noticed a framed map hanging near the staircase. It showed the surrounding moors, but not as modern roads appeared. The paths were older. Villages carried obsolete spellings. Several places marked on the map no longer existed at all. One lane was labelled simply Lost Way. Then came the detail that frightened Croft enough to leave immediately. On a shelf near the counter sat a row of cups already filled with tea, not prepared, waiting. Each cup rested beside a folded slip of paper bearing a handwritten name. Croft recognized one of them, Edith Foss. Edith Foss had been a girl from Lockton who disappeared in 1914 while walking home from a harvest dance. Her body was never found. Croft later claimed there were perhaps 20 prepared cups on that shelf. Some names he knew, some he did not. When the hostess noticed him staring, she reportedly said, "We prepare in advance now. The weather has become less reliable." Croft left immediately without finishing his tea. As he reached the door, he heard someone descending the staircase above him. He turned and caught sight of a woman halfway down. It was Edith Foss, not aged, not ghostly, wet. Her dress hung dark with water. Her hair clung against her face. Her skin appeared pale blue-white beneath the lamplight, and though her eyes fixed directly upon him, she did not seem surprised to see him there. Croft later wrote that the horrifying thing was not her appearance, but her expression. She looked exhausted, not angry, not violent, merely exhausted beyond language. The hostess touched Edith Foss lightly on the shoulder and said, "You are dripping on the carpet again." Croft fled into the fog. Years later he would insist the room behind him remained visible much longer than expected, its windows glowing through the mist, while shapes crossed slowly behind the curtains upstairs. When police asked why he had never reported the experience earlier, Croft answered honestly, "Because I feared if I spoke of it plainly, the place would notice me again." That line spread quietly among investigators and journalists connected to the case. It introduced an idea more frightening than a haunted building, the possibility that the Devil's Kettle was not passive, that it selected people, remembered them, waited. The Edith Renshaw case grew stranger on November 21st when a railway porter named Wilfred Dane came forward after seeing newspaper coverage. Dane claimed he had encountered Edith 2 nights after her disappearance, standing alone on platform 2 at Whitby station shortly before dawn. He recognized her from hospital visits involving his wife's illness. Dane said Edith appeared calm but distracted, as though listening to someone nearby. He approached her and asked whether she needed assistance. She replied with a sentence that became infamous locally. "I've remembered where the road goes." Before Dane could question her further, a freight train thundered past between them. When it cleared, Edith was gone. There was nowhere she could realistically have disappeared to in those few seconds. No nearby exits, no stairwell, no open carriage doors. Dane became so distressed recounting the event that police briefly suspected intoxication, but station records confirmed he had been working that shift, and another porter admitted hearing Dane shouting a woman's name before sunrise that morning. 3 weeks later, part of Edith's coat was discovered snagged on wire fencing near a disused lane west of Gothland. The fabric carried a lingering smell described by one constable as tea leaves burned in a fireplace. No blood was present. No footprints survived. Then Reverend Bélmez died. His death itself was ordinary enough. Heart failure during sleep in January 1932. But while sorting his belongings, his niece Margaret Bélmez found a sealed envelope inside the curate's writing desk labelled simply, "Do not burn these." Inside were 23 handwritten pages concerning the Devil's Kettle. Most were copied witness statements and private reflections, but one page stood apart from the others because it described Bélmez's own encounter. According to the undated account, Bélmez had gone searching for the tea room personally after Edith Renshaw vanished. He believed at the time that the stories represented either criminal activity or a collective delusion feeding upon local fear. Bélmez walked the moors at dusk for several evenings without success. Then, one night, he saw the lamp. He described the building appearing slowly through fog, as if developed inside photographic chemicals. First the light, then the outline of the roof, then the sign. Bélmez admitted he nearly turned back immediately upon seeing the black kettle symbol, because he felt an unreasonable certainty that the place had been expecting him. Inside he found the usual room and the usual hostess. But Bélmez noticed something none of the previous witnesses had mentioned. There was no dust anywhere, not on shelves, not on the bottles, not on the clock, not even upon the artificial flowers resting beside the photographs on the mantel. The room appeared untouched by neglect, despite no evidence it existed continuously in the ordinary world. Bélmez accepted tea, but refused to drink it. The hostess asked why. Bélmez replied, "Because I know what hospitality means among the dead." The woman smiled then, apparently for the first time in any surviving account, and Bélmez wrote that her teeth were small and terribly numerous. The two spoke for nearly 15 minutes. Bélmez attempted to ask who she was and what the place truly represented. The answers disturbed him deeply because they were coherent enough to feel intentional, yet elusive enough to resist certainty. When Bélmez asked whether the people upstairs were dead, the hostess answered, "Some arrived dead, most did not." When he asked whether the tea room moved, she said, "No, roads move." And when he finally asked what happened to those who stayed too long, the woman reportedly glanced toward the staircase before replying, "They forget which weather belongs to them." Bélmez left without drinking. As he reached the door, the hostess called after him one final time. "You should not have come alone, Reverend. We prefer witnesses." Bélmez never returned to the moors after sunset again, but the final page inside the envelope frightened Margaret Bélmez so badly she refused to keep it in the house overnight. It was not a written account at all. It was a pressed flower, a small violet, perfectly preserved between the pages despite being decades old, and attached to it with yellowing thread was a narrow receipt written in faded brown ink. 1 pot, 2 cups, paid in full. After Reverend Bélmez's death, the Devil's Kettle ceased to behave like a local legend and began to resemble something far older and far more deliberate, because by the mid-1930s the accounts no longer came only from isolated travellers stumbling through fog. Entire groups began reporting the place together, and though the details varied slightly from witness to witness, the core remained horrifyingly intact. The black kettle sign, the clock without hands, the woman behind the counter, the smell of flowers and smoke, and the unbearable pressure to accept another cup. What frightened investigators most was not the strangeness itself. Yorkshire has always possessed stories. Every valley has its phantom carriage. Every ruined abbey has a monk without eyes. Every old road eventually acquires a death omen or a hanging tree. No, what disturbed people about the Devil's Kettle was consistency. Witnesses who had never met described the same room, the same wallpaper, the same staircase, the same phrases, even small details repeated across decades with unnatural precision, as though people were not inventing stories, but entering the same place. In February 1934, a solicitor from York named Bernard Kettle attempted to prove the entire matter fraudulent. Kettle was educated, severe, and widely disliked for correcting people publicly. He considered the Devil's Kettle an embarrassment to the county, and announced over dinner at the Black Swan that he intended to expose whatever criminal enterprise lay behind it. According to his clerk, Walter Hume, Kettle believed smugglers or thieves were using superstition to frighten travellers away from hidden routes across the moors. He spent weeks collecting statements, mapping sightings, and comparing weather records. The final sighting before his disappearance came from a shepherd boy named Matthew Sedley, who claimed he saw Kellett's motor car parked beside an empty stretch of road near Blakey Ridge on the evening of the 17th of February, with light shining where there was no house. Kellett vanished completely. His car was discovered 2 days later with the engine cold and the driver's door standing open. Inside the vehicle, police found his hat, gloves, notebook, and a half-eaten meat pie wrapped in newspaper. Nothing appeared stolen. There were no signs of struggle, but resting carefully on the passenger seat was a porcelain teacup filled almost to the brim with cold, black tea. The tea was still warm beneath the surface. Several officers later insisted this detail was omitted from the official report because it sounded impossible. February temperatures had dropped below freezing overnight. Frost covered the windows of the motor car, and yet Constable Edgar Moulton reportedly burned his fingers slightly when he lifted the cup. No source of heat existed inside the vehicle. The tea itself emitted the now familiar floral smell associated with previous encounters. Moulton later refused tea entirely for the remainder of his life, drinking only coffee or beer even during family gatherings. Kellett's body was never found, but 3 months later, a fisherman near Robin Hood's Bay pulled something from the water tangled in his nets. It was Kellett's pocket watch. The watch had stopped at 3:17. There was no water damage inside it. More troubling still, the inside lid contained a scratch that had not been there previously. 4 words carved roughly into the silver. She poured another one. The story spread beyond Yorkshire after that. Newspapers softened the details into quaint ghost lore, but privately the accounts became darker. Certain police officers began comparing notes quietly between districts. Vicars warned parishioners against wandering during moor fogs. Drivers travelling alone after dark sometimes carried flasks specifically, so they would not feel tempted to stop for refreshment anywhere unfamiliar. Among railway workers, a superstition developed that if one smelled of violets unexpectedly inside a station after midnight, one should leave immediately and avoid all unlit roads. Then came the winter of 1936. People later called it the Black Frost. Snow fell heavily across the moors for nearly 2 weeks, and several roads became impassable. Livestock froze in fields. Entire stretches of countryside disappeared beneath white drifts and hard ice. During that period, a group of 6 men from the North Riding Road Service vanished while attempting to clear a blocked lane near Rosedale Head. Their snowplough was later found abandoned beside a drift with the engine still running weakly. All 6 men were gone. Search parties found footprints leading away from the plough across untouched snow. The tracks continued for nearly half a mile in single file, before ending abruptly in open ground. Not turning back, not scattering, ending. As if the men had simply ceased existing mid-step. The official explanation blamed weather disorientation, but one detail survived in whispered conversations among the searchers. A constable named Hugh Barrow reportedly discovered a set of additional tracks crossing the men's path. Smaller footprints, neat, precise. The footprints approached from the fog, intersected the workers' trail once, then continued onward alone toward the moor. Barrow later described them as a woman's Sunday shoes. Years afterward, his daughter claimed he woke screaming from sleep throughout the rest of his life, shouting the same sentence: "Don't let her serve them." Around this time, another object surfaced, connected to the Devil's Kettle, and unlike Bélmez's papers or Croft's notes, this one entered public circulation briefly before disappearing. It was a photograph published accidentally in the summer edition of Yorkshire Rambler magazine in 1937. The image supposedly showed 3 hikers standing beside an old boundary stone during foggy weather. Most readers noticed nothing unusual at first. Then letters began arriving at the magazine office, pointing out something in the background. A building. partially obscured by mist behind the hikers, stood a narrow stone tea room with a dark hanging sign visible near the doorway. Enlargements later revealed the sign appeared shaped like a kettle. The magazine dismissed concerns initially until one reader identified the hikers. 2 of the 3 had died before the photograph was published. One in 1931, one in 1934. The negative vanished before further examination could occur. By the late 1930s, the Devil's Kettle developed rules, the way old, dangerous places always do. People claimed certain behaviors increased the likelihood of encountering it. Traveling alone, speaking its name aloud during fog, carrying flowers, walking corpse roads after sunset, taking sugar in tea. But one warning appeared more often than any other: never look upstairs. That rule emerged after the experience of Eleanor Whitcomb in October 1938. Whitcomb was a pianist from Harrogate travelling to perform at a private gathering near Whitby. Her motor car broke down near midnight, forcing her to continue on foot through worsening fog. She later claimed the tea room appeared, almost gratefully, as though relieved to have found her. Inside she encountered the hostess, the fire, and several silent customers seated around the room. Unlike earlier witnesses, Whitcomb recognized one of them immediately. It was her brother Daniel. Daniel Whitcomb had died of influenza in 1919 at the age of 17. Eleanor insisted she knew it was him, not merely by appearance, but by habit. He held his cup exactly the way he always had, fingers curled oddly around the handle because of a childhood break that had healed badly. She stared at him for several moments before he slowly raised his eyes toward her. Then he shook his head once, not greeting her, warning her. Eleanor later said she might have escaped immediately had the music not begun upstairs. A piano, soft, uneven, familiar. It was a song their mother used to play. Against every instinct, Eleanor looked toward the staircase. She saw perhaps 15 people standing along the upper landing in darkness, not moving, not speaking, watching. Some appeared wet, others looked burned or pale or dressed in outdated clothing from entirely different decades. Eleanor recognized none of them except her brother, who suddenly stood beside the staircase below them despite having remained seated moments earlier. Daniel whispered one sentence: "She keeps the lonely ones." Then all the figures upstairs smiled at once. Eleanor fled so violently she broke 2 fingers, forcing open the door. She later admitted she could still hear the piano continuing calmly behind her while she ran across the moor in freezing rain. Her account became one of the last major pre-war sightings. The Second World War changed the rhythm of England entirely. Blackouts swallowed roads at night. Fuel restrictions reduced travel. Entire villages emptied as men departed overseas. Yet strangely, the Devil's Kettle stories did not disappear during the war years. If anything, they became more sorrowful. Servicemen travelling home on leave occasionally reported seeing warm lights in impossible places. One Royal Air Force mechanic claimed he stopped at a tea room during heavy fog in 1942 and found his dead fiancée sitting silently beside the fire, wearing the same coat she had been buried in. Another soldier reportedly deserted briefly, after insisting he had spent an evening drinking tea with his younger brother, only to learn the brother had died weeks earlier in North Africa. The tea room increasingly behaved less like a haunting and more like a crossroads, a place where grief itself gathered. In 1944, military police interviewed a lorry driver named Stanley Mercer after he abandoned his vehicle overnight near Pickering. Mercer appeared deeply shaken and repeatedly asked officers whether the woman with the kettle had followed him. He claimed he entered the tea room while transporting radio equipment south during dense fog. Inside, he found dozens of people seated quietly around the walls, drinking tea in complete silence. Mercer initially believed the room hosted some sort of wake, until he recognized several faces from obituary photographs printed recently in newspapers. One man had died during a factory explosion in Leeds, another in a house fire near Durham. A woman near the staircase had supposedly drowned 2 months earlier. Mercer also noticed every customer possessed something in common. They all appeared tired beyond measure, not monstrous, not ghostly, tired. The hostess offered Mercer tea immediately. He accepted one cup but refused the second. At that point, the room reportedly became hostile in subtle ways. The fire dimmed. The customers stopped drinking. The clock pendulum slowed. Mercer heard chairs creaking behind him, though nobody visibly moved. Finally, the hostess leaned close and said softly, "You have someone waiting for you elsewhere." Mercer interpreted this as a threat and fled. His lorry was discovered parked safely on the roadside at dawn, with the engine still running and every dashboard clock stopped at exactly 3:17. That number began appearing repeatedly after the war. Watches stopped there. Clocks froze there. Witnesses woke from nightmares at 3:17 precisely. No one ever discovered why. In 1951, the BBC briefly considered producing a regional radio segment about Yorkshire ghost folklore, featuring the Devil's Kettle. Researcher Alan Crease spent several weeks interviewing surviving witnesses and collecting archived statements. He never completed the program. According to colleagues, Crease became increasingly agitated during the investigation and insisted certain interview transcripts contained sentences he had not written himself. One typist reportedly found an additional paragraph inserted into a witness statement overnight reading, "We keep the table ready." The text vanished later when checked again. Crease withdrew from the project entirely after visiting the moors personally in November. He returned pale and exhausted, carrying mud on his coat despite clear weather in London. When pressed for explanation, he reportedly answered only, "There are roads there that don't wish to remain roads." He resigned from the BBC 6 months later. By the 1960s, the old witnesses were dying. Mrs. Vane was gone, Bellamy was gone, Croft was gone. Leonard Pritchard died in his sleep, clutching an untouched cup of tea according to family accounts, though nobody can verify the detail anymore because stories surrounding the Devil's Kettle began feeding upon themselves by then. The line between memory and folklore had started to dissolve, but one final account remains perhaps the most disturbing because it suggests the tea room never truly disappeared. In August 1974, 2 university students from Manchester named Colin Mercer and Diane Vale became lost while hiking near the moors during sudden evening fog. Their testimony survives in taped interviews recorded by paranormal researcher Judith Allerton. Both students separately described finding a lit tea room beside the road despite no building appearing on their maps. Both described the same wallpaper, the same hostess, the same clock without hands. But Diane Vale noticed something else. Photographs. Dozens of them now covered the walls. Not Victorian portraits anymore. Modern photographs. Black and white snapshots. Holiday pictures. Passport photographs. School portraits. Some appeared decades old. Some looked recent. One photograph showed a nurse standing beside a fogged window holding a teacup. Judith Allerton later became convinced this was Edith Renshaw. Another showed 6 road workers seated around a long table beneath hanging lamps. Another appeared to show Bernard Kellett staring towards the camera with an expression of exhausted horror. And near the staircase, Diane saw a photograph still blank at the centre, as though unfinished. 2 blurred figures had begun appearing slowly within it. A man and a woman. Colin and Diane fled before the second cup arrived. Years later, during the taped interview, Judith asked Diane what frightened her most inside the tea room. Diane paused for nearly 20 seconds before answering. It wasn't that the people looked dead, it was that they looked settled. Like they'd finally stopped searching for something. Then she added one final detail that rarely appears in printed versions of the story, because people tend to dismiss it as too theatrical, too neatly horrifying to be true. As Colin and Diane ran into the fog, they heard the hostess call after them very clearly through the night air. "Next time," she said gently, "you'll stay for cake. There are places in Hawaii where people stop talking once the sun goes down. They do not become frightened in the dramatic sense. They simply become quieter. Conversations shorten, doors close earlier than expected. Trails that feel harmless during daylight suddenly become places nobody wants to walk alone. In certain valleys, especially those surrounded by steep ridges and old forest, there is a belief that night does not belong entirely to the living. The stories are not always about ghosts in the traditional sense. They are about sound. More specifically, they are about drums. Slow, rhythmic drumming heard in places where no ceremony should be taking place, no gathering should exist, and no person should reasonably be standing. Across multiple islands, separated by distance and generations, people have described hearing the same thing. A deep percussion echoing through darkness, a rhythm that seems deliberate, a sound that appears to move without revealing its source. The strangest part is not that people claim to hear it. The strangest part is what sometimes happens after they do. Many Hawaiian ghost stories became popular through tourism, retellings, or simplified folklore. But stories involving drums feel different because they are rarely told as entertainment. They are often shared quietly, usually by people who grew up hearing warnings rather than legends. In older Hawaiian belief, sound itself carried meaning. Chanting, drums, and ceremonial rhythm were not casual elements of life. They marked power, status, ritual, transition, and communication with forces beyond the ordinary world. Ancient Hawaiian pahu drums were not decorative instruments. They were sacred objects, traditionally carved from coconut trunks or breadfruit wood, covered with shark skin or fish skin stretched tightly over one end. Pahu drums carried significance beyond music. Certain drums were used during hula ceremonies, connected to gods and ancestors. Others marked warfare, processions, or rituals reserved for chiefs. The sound of a pahu was never random. Hearing one in the wrong place was not considered harmless. Before Western contact, Hawaii operated within a system of kapu, sacred restrictions that governed movement, behavior, and access to certain locations. Some valleys were considered spiritually charged. Certain cliffs, caves, and ridges belonged to alii or ruling chiefs. Burial caves existed in remote places hidden from ordinary travel. Specific pathways through mountains held ceremonial meaning. These locations were not always marked. They existed through memory and oral tradition. A person learned where not to go through family, warning, and inherited caution. In isolated regions, people still speak about these areas carefully. One of the oldest and most frequently repeated stories connected to unexplained drumming comes from the remote western tip of Oahu, near Kaena Point. Today, Kaena Point appears in travel photographs as a beautiful coastal trail. Tourists walk the path for sunsets and seabird nesting grounds. During daylight, it feels open and windswept, almost peaceful. But long before it became a recreational destination, Kaena Point carried a far older reputation. In Hawaiian tradition, Kaena Point was sometimes described as a laina, aka uhane, a place where spirits departed from the world of the living. The phrase translates loosely as a leaping place of souls. According to oral belief, spirits travel to certain coastal edges before leaving the earthly world entirely. Kaena Point became associated with this transition because of its geography. Jagged volcanic rock meets open ocean. Wind rarely stops there. Waves strike black stone with force. Beyond the point lies nothing but uninterrupted Pacific Ocean. Older Hawaiian stories describe spirits gathering near this edge before moving onward. Certain accounts claim that ancient priests conducted ceremonies near the cliffs, using chants and drums during specific lunar periods. These ceremonies were not public. They were tied to death, passage, and guidance. What makes the modern stories unsettling is how often the sound of drumming continues to appear in reports connected to Kaena Point, even when no gathering is present. In the late 20th century, fishermen camping overnight near Kaina Point described hearing rhythmic pounding inland after midnight. Several accounts appeared in local oral retellings collected through community interviews in the 1980s and 1990s. These were not polished ghost stories. They were recollections from people who believed they had heard something difficult to explain. One recurring account involved a pair of fishermen who reportedly camped near the point during the early 1970s. According to retellings passed through local families, the men anchored near shore and decided to remain overnight because weather conditions shifted unexpectedly. Sometime after midnight, one reportedly woke to the sound of drumming coming from inland. Not from the ocean side, not from another campsite, from deeper inside the rocky terrain behind them. At first, the sound seemed faint, slow, evenly spaced, a low percussion with pauses between each beat. One of the men assumed another group had arrived nearby, but as minutes passed, the rhythm continued without voices, laughter, or firelight. The sound remained measured, almost ceremonial. The men later described how strange the timing felt. The drumming never sped up. It never changed. It maintained the same steady interval for nearly 20 minutes. Then the sound stopped. According to the story, silence followed so completely that the men could hear nothing except surf and wind. They reportedly waited. No voices, no footsteps, nothing. Then the drumming resumed, but this time it sounded closer. The men searched with flashlights toward the ridges behind them, but saw no movement. One account claims they considered walking inland to investigate. The older of the two reportedly refused. He allegedly said something simple that has remained attached to the story ever since. Do not follow it. The phrase matters because many Hawaiian warnings surrounding unexplained sounds focus less on fear and more on direction. The danger is not hearing something. The danger is responding to it. Several modern hikers have described unusual experiences near Kaina Point after dark. One of the most commonly repeated details involves altered perception of distance. People report hearing sounds that feel nearby but never become reachable. The closer they walk, the farther away the source seems to move. This phenomenon appears repeatedly in Hawaiian stories connected to drumming. The sound remains ahead, always just ahead. There are also older accounts tied to inland valleys, where drumming was believed to precede sightings of night marchers. Spectral processions associated with ancient warriors. Unlike typical ghost stories, night marcher traditions contain detailed behavioral rules. If encountered, people are advised to avoid eye contact, lower themselves respectfully, and remain still. Some traditions warn that drums or chanting may be heard before the procession appears. The connection between drumming and night marchers becomes particularly strong near Oahu's Nuuanu Valley. Dense rainforests surround steep cliffs and ridges where Hawaiian battles once took place. In 1795, the Battle of Nuuanu occurred during King Kamehameha's campaign to unite the islands. Historical records describe warriors driven toward the Pali Cliffs in one of Hawaii's most violent conflicts. Hundreds reportedly died along steep terrain and ridges. The valley remains heavily forested. Fog rolls through unexpectedly. Roads twist through mountain corridors where visibility can vanish in minutes. Residents near Nuuanu have long described hearing unexplained sounds at night. Some claim drums occasionally echo from forested ridges where no events occur. Others describe rhythmic pounding mixed with distant chanting carried by wind. One account, frequently repeated among long-time residents, concerns a man who drove the old Pali Road during the 1960s. According to retellings, he stopped after hearing repeated percussion from uphill forest beyond the road. The sound reportedly came in groups of 3 or 4 beats, separated by silence. He stepped from his vehicle and listened. The drumming continued. Then he noticed something unusual. The insects had stopped. No crickets, no frogs, no rustling leaves. Only the rhythm. He reportedly returned to his car almost immediately after noticing this silence. Later, he told relatives he felt watched from somewhere uphill. He refused to stop there again. The silence surrounding unexplained drumming appears repeatedly in Hawaiian stories. Forest noise vanishes, wind quiets, ordinary sound falls away until only the rhythm remains. People who hear it often describe a strong awareness that they are no longer alone. Even those who never see anything afterward remember the same detail. The feeling that something had noticed them first. The strongest stories about the drums are not the ones told like campfire entertainment. They are the ones attached to ordinary people in ordinary circumstances, where nobody appears to be trying to impress anyone. The detail that matters is not just that someone heard drumming, but that the drumming arrived with a pattern, a place known to be old, a road or shore connected to alii, burial caves, heiau, battlefields, or spirit paths. A witness who heard the sound before understanding what it meant. Then a sudden change in the environment, as if the island itself had stopped breathing. One of the most useful collections of these accounts came from anthropologist Catherine Luomela, a respected scholar of Hawaiian and Pacific folklore, who wrote about phantom night marchers in the early 1980s. Her work matters because it treated the stories seriously as living tradition, not as tourist performance. She gathered older accounts from across the islands and noticed that the sightings were rarely random. Again and again, the processions appeared near old chiefly places, battle routes, heiau, coastal paths, burial caves, and districts where families still remembered the older rules. The drums were not merely background detail, they were often the announcement. First came the sound, then the conch, then the torchlight, then the dreadful understanding that the witness was standing in the path of something ancient. One of the older stories concerns the Kona coast of Hawaii Island, where phantom marchers were said to appear along the coastline near Kealakekua Bay, Mahukona, Ho'okana, and other historic places. This is not a casual landscape. Kealakekua Bay was already sacred before Captain James Cook arrived there in 1779, and it remained one of the most historically charged sites in the islands after his death. The coastline holds layers of Hawaiian memory, chiefly residences, temple sites, canoe landings, cliffs, and old trails once used for travel between districts. It is exactly the kind of place where a ceremonial procession, if it continued after death, would not feel out of place. In one account, retold from Luomala's research, a fisherman named Pepe Ekeo was out at Mahukona with another man when the first warning came. They were fishing at night, sitting near the rocks, with the kind of patience fishermen understand better than anyone. There is something particularly unnerving about a fishing story, because the witness is already trained to listen. Fishermen hear changes in surf. They hear wind direction. They hear boats before they see them. They know when a sound belongs and when it does not. The first sound was not a drum. It was a conch shell, slow and distant. At first, the men thought it might be the wind. This detail appears often in the old accounts. The mind reaches for the simplest explanation first, because the alternative is too large to accept. Then the sound came again, closer than before. A third time, closer still. Only then did they turn toward it. What they saw was not a single light. It was a line of torches moving along the coast. The detail is important. The lights were not drifting randomly. They moved with order. They followed a route. Something in their formation made the two men understand immediately that this was not a group of ordinary travellers. The men had heard the warnings before. They knew what fishermen and elders had said about night marchers. You did not stand in the path. You did not stare at them. You did not challenge them. You lowered yourself, made yourself small, and prayed that your bloodline or your humility would protect you. The two men did exactly that. They lay down on the ground, face down, and waited. As the torches passed, they heard the drums. Not vague noise, not the crash of surf mistaken for music. A drum beat, slow and measured, beat by beat, carried beside the line of lights as it moved along the coast. In some retellings, the marchers passed within a terrifyingly close distance, near enough that the men knew any foolish movement would be noticed. They remained flat against the earth until the sound began to fade. Only after the conch grew distant and the torchlight dimmed did they dare lift their heads. The most unsettling part of the Mahukona story is the men's reaction. They did not treat the experience as a joke. They did not run into town boasting that they had seen ghosts. Their behaviour matched older protocol because they believed they had encountered something governed by rules older than themselves. That is what separates these stories from the generic haunting tales. The witness is not merely frightened by the unknown. He recognizes a pattern that his culture has prepared him for. Another account from the Kona side described phantom marchers leaving burial caves near Ho'okana. In old Hawaii, some burial caves were chosen specifically because they were remote and difficult to reach. The bones of Alye were treated with deep reverence, and their location was often protected because mana, spiritual power, was connected to the remains. The idea that warriors or attendants might still emerge from these places at night is not presented in the stories as theatrical. It is presented almost as a continuation of duty. The dead leave the caves not because they are lost, but because they are still keeping an old appointment. Families living near these routes sometimes describe the marchers as something an entire community could experience. This is one of the stranger features. We tend to imagine ghost stories as private incidents. One person sees something, one person hears a noise, one person tells the tale later. But Hawaiian night marcher stories often involve groups, families, neighbours, and sometimes whole settlements responding to a shared warning. Lights are put out, children are kept indoors, people avoid crossing certain open spaces on certain nights. The land itself becomes scheduled. Luamala recorded traditions that link some appearances to particular nights in the Hawaiian lunar calendar. The marchers were said to be more active on nights associated with gods such as Kane, Ku, Lono, or Kanaloa, and also near the darkest phases before the new moon. That detail matters for the drums because it suggests timing rather than randomness. A random ghost might appear whenever it likes. A procession tied to the ceremony appears when ceremony requires it. There is an especially eerie tradition from the southern part of Hawaii Island, near Naalehu, where drums and chanting were said to be heard at a heiau site on nights sacred to Lono, even in post-Christian times. That phrase is important because it places the sound after the formal overthrow of the old kapu system, and after Christian influence had spread through the islands. In other words, long after the public rituals were supposed to have stopped, people still reported hearing rituals sound from a sacred place at night. Lono was not a minor figure. He was associated with fertility, rain, agriculture, peace, and the makahiki season, when warfare ceased and offerings moved through districts in ritual procession. The makahiki was not simply a festival in the modern sense. It was a structured sacred season, measured by the rising of the Pleiades and marked by tribute, games, ceremonies, and the movement of Lono's symbol around the island. If drums and chanting were heard at night near a heiau connected to Lono, that was not a random haunted noise. It was a sound belonging to a ritual order that was officially gone, but perhaps not entirely absent. The Naalehu account is powerful because it gives the drumming a specific religious context. It is not just something hidden in the trees. It is ceremony continuing after the people who performed it should have been gone. The sound becomes evidence of repetition, an old rite rehearsing itself in the dark, year after year, not for an audience, not for tourists, not for modern belief, but because whatever was once invoked, there still follows its own calendar. That is where the mystery deepens. Many ghost stories depend on human tragedy. Someone died violently, someone was betrayed, someone returns because they cannot rest. But the Hawaiian drumming stories often feel older and larger than the emotions of a single ghost. They suggest processions, rank, obligation, and sacred order. The dead are not wandering, they are marching. And if they are marching, then they are going somewhere. One of the best modern first-person accounts involving drumming at the Pali comes from Catherine Toth Fox, writing in Hawaii magazine in 2024. She described going on a ghost tour years earlier with native Hawaiian storyteller Lopaka Kapanui, who has long collected and retold haunted histories of Oahu. They were standing in a remote area on the windward side of the Pali Highway after the sun had set. Kapanui told the group that people in that area had heard distant drumming and seen torchlights coming down the mountain. That alone would have made a fine ghost tour anecdote. But Fox added something more personal. She wrote that she herself had seen torchlights and heard the drumming decades earlier. Her account placed the experience at the Pali lookout in Nuuanu after sunset, when the lookout was deserted. She and her friends had been hanging around there, presumably doing what teenagers and young adults often do in dramatic places after dark. The Pali is not just scenic, it is a cliff edge loaded with history. In 1795, during the campaign of Kamehameha I, the Battle of Nuuanu ended with many Oahu warriors forced toward the cliffs. The image is dreadful even without embellishment. Men driven backward through mist and wind, the valley below, the ridge behind them, and the impossible edge at their backs. Fox described the drumming as faint at first, then louder. That small progression is the thing that repeats across the stories. The sound arrives at a distance, giving the witness a chance to dismiss it. Then it approaches. The mind has just enough time to realize what it might be. At the Pali that night, Fox and her friends did not wait to investigate. They got into their cars and left quickly. That reaction feels honest. Curiosity is a luxury when the sound is far away. Once it begins to grow louder, old warnings become suddenly practical. You do not need to see the marchers to understand that you may be in the wrong place. The Pali has its own atmosphere even in daylight. The wind can be so strong that visitors lean into it for photographs. Clouds tear across the ridges. Rain appears from nowhere and disappears just as quickly. Nuuanu Valley below is green, steep and shadowed, with old roads twisting through vegetation that seems capable of swallowing sound and returning it changed. At night, it is easy to imagine why stories attach themselves there. But imagination alone does not explain why so many accounts include the same sequence. Remote place, sudden drumming, growing volume, torchlight or the fear of torchlight, and immediate flight. Kapa Nui's version, as reported by Fox, also included details that echo older tradition: torches, drumming, conch shell, heavy footfalls, and even a faint scent of sulphur reported in some accounts. These are not random horror props. They are signs. The conch announces, the drum orders, the torches reveal, the feet follow the path. By the time a witness understands the pattern, the procession may already be close. Several Oahu locations recur in night marcher traditions: the Pali, Yokohama Bay, Makaha Valley, Kaina Point, and Kalama Valley. This list matters because each location has a physical quality that makes the stories feel plausible in the old sense. These are not bright commercial streets. They are edges, valleys, old routes, places where mountain and ocean press close together. They feel like thresholds. At Yokohama Bay, officially Keawaula, the western road approaches one of Oahu's loneliest coastal stretches before Kaina Point. At night, the cliffs and sea become a single dark wall. Makaha Valley rises inland from the west shore, with ridges that could hide any sound source. Kaina Point itself is the final northwestern tip of the island, traditionally associated with departing spirits. Kalama Valley, farther east, carries its own older layers of settlement and land conflict. To hear drums in one place might be coincidence. To hear similar accounts attached to multiple old places suggests something more organized, at least in memory. There is another Oahu region where the drum stories take on a particularly domestic kind of terror. Mokuleia and the North Shore near old airfields and coastal roads. Luamala's work mentions eerie events near Mokuleia, including reports of torch-carrying ghostly warriors. During the 20th century, military installations, airstrips, and modern structures were placed across landscapes that already had older meanings. In several Hawaiian ghost traditions, this collision between old paths and new buildings creates trouble. A wall goes up where a procession once moved. A road crosses a route that was never meant to be blocked. A house sits across a path that does not recognize property lines. Stories from these areas often describe practical consequences. Lights flicker, people hear music or drums for nights in a row, families move, guards or sentries report strange experiences while posted alone. What makes these accounts unnerving is that the marchers are not searching for victims in the modern horror sense. They are simply continuing, and the living have built too close to the route. One tradition tells of families hearing ghostly music over a period of years until they could no longer tolerate it and left. Whether the sound was described as music, drums, chanting, or some combination of all three, the effect was cumulative. A single odd sound can be dismissed. A month of sounds becomes difficult. 2 years becomes a kind of siege. Imagine lying in bed night after night, hearing something outside that never quite becomes visible, never quite enters the house, but never stops returning either. The mind would not need monsters. Repetition would do the work. Inland from Hei'eia, on the windward side of Oahu, Luamala recorded another striking tradition. Hula drums beating on nights of Cain at a sacred spring near a heiau site. This is one of those details that feels small at first and then grows colder the longer one considers it. A sacred spring near a heiau is already a concentrated place. Water, worship, and ritual space all together. Hula drums are not war drums. Their presence suggests ceremony, devotion, and sacred performance. To hear them on nights associated with Cain, a major god connected with life, fresh water, forests, and creation, is not meaningless sound. It is ritual returning to the place where ritual belonged. This also complicates the idea that all of these stories are hostile. Some drums may warn, some may announce danger, some may accompany warriors, but others seem connected to ceremony rather than threat. The problem for a modern witness is that there is no easy way to know which sound has found them. That uncertainty is what gives the stories their power. Hearing drums in a Hawaiian forest is not automatically a death omen, but it is a sign that you may have entered a conversation not meant for you. The sound may belong to ancestors, gods, chiefs, dancers, warriors, or spirits escorting the dead. It may be sacred rather than evil. It may be protective rather than predatory. But that does not make it safe. In these stories, danger often comes from disrespect, curiosity, or interruption. A person follows the sound. A person stares at torchlight. A person refuses to lie down. A person treats a sacred place like a thrill ride. Then something happens, sometimes immediately and sometimes later, as if the consequence waited until the witness had just enough time to doubt themselves. That is why the old warnings are so restrained. They do not say, "There is a monster in the forest." They say, "Do not follow the drums." They do not say, "A ghost will chase you." They say, "If you hear them, move away quietly." The warning assumes intelligence on the part of the thing being heard. It assumes the sound knows where it is going. It assumes the living person's best chance is not to interfere. And across the islands, from the Pali to Kaena, from Kona to Heia, from high-owl sites to coastal burial caves, the same unsettling pattern keeps returning. The drums begin at a distance. The witness stops. The ordinary world fades. Then, somewhere in the dark, the old rhythm comes closer. The deeper one looks into Hawaiian accounts involving drumming, the more the stories begin to resemble instructions rather than legends. Many cultures preserve ghost stories as warnings for children, or morality tales shaped by fear. But Hawaiian traditions involving drums feel different because they often contain procedure. They describe what to do, what not to do, where to stand, when to leave, and which signs matter. This structure gives the stories an unusual credibility because it suggests repetition, as though people encountered the same phenomenon, often enough to agree on behavior. The belief appears repeatedly that sound travels ahead of spirit movement, meaning the drums are not the event itself, but the announcement that something is already approaching. This idea becomes especially important when connected to Huakaipo, the night marchers. In Hawaiian belief, these are not wandering ghosts in the modern horror sense, but retained processions of warriors, chiefs, attendants, priests, and guardians continuing along routes tied to the land itself. Their pathways are believed to remain fixed even when roads, homes, and neighborhoods appear above them. A subdivision may sit where a ceremonial route once crossed. A hotel may stand near a heiau. A modern road may cut directly across a trail used centuries earlier. The physical surface changes, but according to tradition, the older path remains active beneath it. Residents in certain parts of Oahu still avoid particular stretches of road or shoreline after dark, not necessarily because they have witnessed anything personally, but because they know the stories attached to the land. One persistent tradition concerns areas between Lanikai and Kailua on the windward side of the island. During the day, these beaches feel calm and bright, with pale sand, warm water, and neighborhoods that appear entirely ordinary. Yet older stories describe inland pathways leading from mountain ridges towards the coast, where unseen processions are believed to move. Families living near these routes have occasionally described hearing drums carried through still night air without any visible source. A recurring detail involves dogs reacting before the sound begins. Rather than barking aggressively, they become unsettled. Some whine near doors, retreat indoors, or refuse to move farther down a path. In Hawaiian folklore, animals often appear as early indicators of spiritual presence. Dogs in particular seem to react strongly in stories involving night marchers. The detail repeats often enough that it begins to feel less like embellishment and more like an expected pattern. The dog senses something first, then the drums arrive. One account from the Kailua district concerns a family living near a property bordered by thick vegetation and a narrow stream. During the 1980s, according to local retellings, faint drumming began to appear late at night. At first, the sound arrived only occasionally, perhaps once every few weeks, but gradually became more frequent. The family assumed another household nearby was hosting gatherings, yet the timing never felt right. The sound always appeared after midnight, often between 1 and 3 in the morning, and never carried voices, vehicle noise, or visible lights. Only rhythm. One member of the family reportedly decided to investigate. He crossed the edge of the property and followed the sound toward the stream, moving through vegetation toward a darker section of trees beyond the water. As he approached, the drumming became louder, but remained strangely steady. Then, without warning, it stopped. He later described the silence as the most unsettling part of the experience. It did not feel quiet in a natural sense. It felt emptied, as though the surrounding environment had withdrawn. He could no longer hear insects, leaves, or moving water. At that moment he became aware of footsteps somewhere ahead, slow and measured, not running or approaching aggressively, but moving with deliberate pace. He returned to the house immediately. According to the family, the drumming ceased for months afterward. The pattern matters because the sound appears to react to movement. In many Hawaiian traditions, drums are not considered an invitation. They are considered a boundary marker. A person hears them because they are close to a place where something else already exists. If the sound grows stronger as someone approaches, the implication is not that the witness is discovering the source, but that the source has become aware of the witness. Stories from Maui introduce another layer of detail. Along the road to Hana, dense rainforest surrounds narrow stretches of highway where bamboo groves, waterfalls, cliffs, and thick vegetation create unusual acoustics. Even in daylight, the route feels older than the road built through it. Moisture hangs in the air. Mist forms without warning. Certain inland areas near Keane Peninsula and Ka'aupaholu carry stories of ceremonial drumming heard after dark. One account concerns a group of campers during the late 1990s, staying near a remote clearing inland from the Ka'aupaholu district. According to the story, faint percussion began sometime after midnight. The campers initially assumed another campsite existed nearby, but the rhythm continued without laughter, generators, voices, or visible firelight. The sound came from uphill forest beyond the clearing. One member of the group reportedly shone a flashlight toward the trees and noticed movement between trunks. No clear figure appeared, only the impression of something passing where visibility broke between branches. The group listened for nearly half an hour. The drumming never changed tempo. One camper suggested walking uphill to investigate, but an older member of the group, who had grown up on Maui, refused immediately. He reportedly warned them never to move uphill toward drumming at night. His reasoning was simple. If the sound was meant to approach, it would come closer on its own. If it remained distant, it was not meant to be followed. The following morning, the group allegedly discovered something unusual near the edge of the clearing. Bare footprints crossed soft ground left wet by rain. Multiple sets appeared in a rough line moving uphill through vegetation. The prints did not seem to approach the campsite. They crossed the edge of it and continued away. What unsettled the campers was that the tracks ended abruptly near thick undergrowth. No return prints existed. No continuation could be found. The trail simply stopped. This detail appears frequently in Hawaiian stories connected to spirits. Movement occurs without visible completion. Tracks begin without origin or end without destination. Something passes through the landscape without obeying the ordinary expectations of travel. Another older belief connects drumming to freshwater locations. In Hawaiian tradition, pools, springs and streams are not always treated as neutral places. Water carries sacred meaning, and many freshwater sites were associated with mo'o. Guardian beings are often described as reptilian or dragon-like presences connected to pools and hidden valleys. Certain elders claimed drums could sometimes be heard near sacred water shortly before accidents or drownings occurred. These accounts are rarely discussed publicly because they touch on family memory and personal loss. Near Waihe Valley on Maui, stories persist of rhythmic sound echoing against stone near streams after dark. The sound is not described as loud, but measured, carried naturally through the valley. The belief was not necessarily that the drums intended harm. Rather, certain locations were considered occupied in a spiritual sense. Entering without respect, swimming where one should not swim, or ignoring warnings was believed to create imbalance. One account from Maui concerns a man who reportedly mocked local caution surrounding a valley known for unexplained drumming. He entered at night with friends and crossed a stream toward a heavily forested area. According to the story, faint percussion began soon after they entered. The man laughed and shouted toward the sound, calling for whoever was hiding to reveal themselves. The drumming stopped. Then it resumed, closer than before. The group left quickly. According to local retellings, the man became reluctant to speak about the experience afterward. What remained attached to the story was a smaller detail. He allegedly complained for weeks that he could still hear faint drumming while lying awake at night. Not loud enough to wake others, not strong enough to identify. Always distant, always outside. Stories like this sit in an uncertain place between folklore and testimony, yet the repetition becomes difficult to dismiss. The drums are rarely described as random noise. They appear connected to sacred roots, valleys, streams, burial grounds, and places associated with ceremony. More importantly, they appear responsive. The sound changes when approached. It stops when challenged. It becomes louder when ignored. Construction workers have also contributed to these stories in quieter ways. There are rumors from Oahu involving excavation sites near older burial zones where workers reportedly heard rhythmic sound during evening hours before remains were discovered. Some described an unusual reluctance to remain after sunset. Others mentioned feeling watched in areas where heavy equipment stood silent at dusk. One rumor describes workers hearing percussion carry across flat ground rather than forest, a detail that made the sound more unsettling because it removed the possibility of hidden celebration or distant gathering. Certain Hawaiian practitioners believe the drums function as signal rather than haunting. They are considered announcement rather than attack, a sound intended to inform the living that something ceremonial is in motion nearby. If so, then ignoring the drums may not create punishment in a dramatic sense, but instead place a person in the path of something they were never meant to interrupt. That distinction matters. Many stories do not describe violence, they describe crossing. A witness follows the sound too far. A person remains where they should have left. Someone laughs or challenges what they hear. The consequence is often subtle. Lost time, persistent dreams, feelings of being followed, a repeated sound returning at night, long after the original encounter ended. Across the islands, some residents still react to certain valleys with quiet caution after dark. Windows rise in the car, music lowers, conversation stops. If drums are heard, people do not shine flashlights into the trees or call out into the darkness. They continue moving. That reaction may reveal more than belief alone. It suggests recognition. Stories survive longest when enough people decide the warning is worth following. There is one final detail that appears again and again in Hawaiian stories about drumming, and it may be the most unsettling of all. The sound rarely feels accidental. Witnesses do not describe it as random noise carried by wind or mistaken rhythm heard through trees. They describe intention. The beat seems measured, patient, and aware of distance. It arrives softly, often faint enough to dismiss, then remains just long enough to draw attention. People often say the same thing afterward. They felt as though the sound had noticed them before they noticed it. In older Hawaiian belief, certain places were not simply sacred because important things happened there. They were sacred because they continued to hold what had happened. The idea appears in stories tied to heiau, burial caves, battlefields, springs, lava tubes, and ridges where ceremonial movement once occurred. A place could retain mana, spiritual force, not as memory in a symbolic sense, but as something active. Some practitioners describe sacred geography almost like an imprint pressed repeatedly into the land. When chants, offerings, processions, and ritual movements happened over centuries, the place itself became accustomed to them. If that belief is true, then hearing drums may not always mean that spirits are approaching. It may mean that a witness has stepped into a location where something ancient continues to occur, whether anyone living is there to witness it or not. The drums become less like a warning and more like evidence that time behaves differently in certain places. One lesser-known account from Hawaii Island concerns a ranch worker travelling inland near Waimea during the 1940s. According to local retellings, he rode horseback between grazing areas after dusk through upland terrain filled with fog, gulches, and scattered forest. He reportedly heard faint drumming coming from below the trail. At first, he assumed another ranch hand might be nearby. He stopped to listen. The horse became uneasy. Animals appear repeatedly in these stories because they often react before people fully understand what is happening. The horse resisted moving downhill. The rider eventually dismounted and walked toward the sound. As he descended into fog, the drumming shifted strangely in distance. At moments it sounded close enough to reach within seconds. Then it seemed farther away again. He later claimed he became disoriented, despite knowing the land well. The rhythm remained perfectly steady throughout. Then he noticed another sound beneath the percussion. Footsteps. Not behind him, ahead of him. The footsteps matched his pace. When he stopped, they stopped. When he walked again, they resumed. According to the story, he turned uphill immediately and tried to return to the ridge. The drumming continued for several minutes behind him. When he reached the horse, the animal had reportedly broken free and moved farther along the trail. The man later refused to travel that section after dark. What remained attached to the story was a small but strange detail he reportedly repeated for years afterward. He claimed the rhythm did not sound human because the pauses between each strike were too precise. The beat never wandered, never quickened, never slowed. It felt mechanical in its perfection. Another belief tied to unexplained drumming concerns boundaries. In Hawaiian tradition, districts, valleys, and ridges often held spiritual separation. Certain paths belonged to one area and did not cross naturally into another. Some old stories suggest that spirits themselves respected these divisions. One account from the Hamakua coast during the late 1970s tells of a man driving through heavy rain along a remote stretch of road bordered by dense forest. Visibility was poor, forcing him to slow considerably. At some point he became aware of drumming. At first he believed it came from the radio. He turned the radio off. The drumming remained. The sound appeared to move beside the car rather than ahead or behind it. Curious and increasingly uncomfortable, he lowered the window slightly despite the rain. The sound immediately became louder. He later described the percussion as feeling close enough to touch, as though someone walked parallel to the vehicle just beyond visibility. He accelerated. The rhythm accelerated with him. He drove several miles before the drumming stopped abruptly at the exact moment he crossed a narrow bridge. Later, according to the story, a resident told him the bridge marked an older district boundary. That detail changed the meaning of the experience. The sound had followed him only to a certain point. Whether coincidence or folklore, the implication remained. Whatever moved beside him did not cross. Stories like this matter because they imply rules. The drums do not behave randomly. They begin in certain places. They stop at certain boundaries. They intensify when approached. They withdraw when respected. Another unusual belief concerns what happens when someone ignores repeated warnings. Hawaiian stories rarely describe dramatic punishment. Instead, the consequences are often subtle. A person hears the drums and follows them. Nothing visible happens. The person returns home believing nothing occurred. Then the dreams begin. Several oral accounts describe recurring dreams after an encounter with unexplained drumming. Witnesses describe hearing rhythm inside sleep, often accompanied by torchlight, footsteps, or the feeling of standing in a place they do not recognize. In some stories, the dream repeats for months. In others, it fades only after the person returns to the place where they first heard the sound. One Maui account tells of a visitor who ignored repeated local warnings about entering a valley after dark. According to retellings, he heard drumming soon after sunset and continued walking deeper into the area because he believed another group of campers must be nearby. He reportedly followed the sound for nearly an hour without finding anyone. Eventually the drumming stopped. The silence felt complete. He realized he no longer knew where the trail was. According to the story, he wandered for several hours before finding his way back shortly before dawn. The experience itself might have ended there, except for one detail he reportedly mentioned afterward. He claimed he never remembered turning around. He could remember following the drums. He could remember hearing them grow louder. Then there was nothing until he found himself walking alone through dim morning light. This idea of missing time appears occasionally in Hawaiian folklore tied to sacred places. It is not common enough to become cliché, but it surfaces often enough to be noticeable. Witnesses describe gaps in memory, uncertain duration, or a feeling that time passed differently than expected. Perhaps the strangest story connected to Hawaiian drumming concerns an account whispered in parts of Maui and Hawaii Island involving what some people refer to as the procession without light. Most night marcher stories include torches, visible movement, conch shells, footsteps, and drums. This story removes the torches entirely. According to scattered retellings, there are rare occasions when drums are heard without any visible procession because the movement is not occurring across the land in a visible sense. Instead, the procession is believed to move through the land itself. One version of the story concerns a caretaker watching over a remote property near an older lava field outside Hilo sometime during the early 1980s. The man reportedly lived alone in a small structure with little nearby except overgrown vegetation and stone walls. One evening after heavy rain, he heard drumming coming from the lava field beyond the property. He assumed teenagers had entered the area. The rhythm continued. He stepped outside with a flashlight. The sound did not feel distant. It seemed to rise from the ground itself. According to the story, he walked toward the edge of the lava field and stopped when he realized the drumming had no direction. It did not come from left or right. It seemed to exist everywhere at once. Then something happened that he reportedly described only a handful of times afterward. He claimed he felt vibration beneath his feet. Not earthquake movement, not machinery, a steady pulse beneath the ground matching the rhythm he heard in the air. He stood still. The drumming continued for several minutes, then stopped all at once. The following morning, he allegedly discovered a line of wet footprints crossing the lava field, despite there having been no visible path and no reason for anyone to walk barefoot over sharp rock. The prints crossed in a straight line and disappeared where the hardened lava met vegetation. No one proved the story. It may have changed through retelling, yet it persists because of one detail that feels difficult to invent. The caretaker reportedly insisted that the drumming did not sound like it came from somewhere nearby. He believed it came from beneath him. That idea may be the strangest of all. Perhaps the drums are not always approaching through forest or coastline. Perhaps some sounds belong to the land itself. That possibility changes the tone of every story that came before it. The drums are not trying to frighten anyone. They are not calling attention to themselves. They continue whether observed or ignored. Perhaps that is why Hawaiian warnings remain so restrained. Elders do not describe dramatic monsters waiting in valleys. They simply advise caution. Do not follow the sound. Do not challenge what you hear. Do not assume that every place belongs equally to the living. And if you ever hear drumming in a Hawaiian forest after dark, pay close attention to what disappears around you when the rhythm begins. Because according to the old stories, the sound itself is never the true mystery. The true mystery is what may already be moving behind it. Nobody in the Gomez house could later agree on the exact moment the face first appeared. Maria only knew that one evening in late August, while preparing supper in the kitchen, she became aware of the strange feeling that somebody was standing directly behind her. The sensation was so immediate that she turned around expecting to find a person in the room, but there was nobody there. When she looked back down toward the cement near the stove, she noticed a pale shape beneath the surface of the floor that had not been there before, faint at first, almost hidden in the concrete, like a photograph developing in dirty water. Over the next several days, the shape began to darken and sharpen until the kitchen floor no longer looked cracked or stained, but inhabited. Maria Gomez Camara would later insist that the face did not simply appear all at once. That detail mattered to her. It emerged gradually, patiently, as though something beneath the cement had to struggle upward inch by inch before it could finally be seen clearly in the light. At first, there was only the suggestion of a forehead, and the vague outline of shadow where eyes might eventually form. But by the end of the week, the image had become so disturbingly human that visitors entering the kitchen stopped speaking when they saw it. The face appeared slightly elongated, almost skeletal, with dark, hollow eyes and a mouth that seemed half open in pain. Some neighbours thought it looked female. Others believed it looked dead. The Gomez family tried not to panic. Southern Spain, in the early 1970s, was still deeply Catholic, deeply superstitious, and full of old beliefs people pretended not to believe until something happened that forced them to remember them again. Strange stories had always moved quietly through Andalusian villages. People spoke of houses that carried misfortune, of voices heard beneath stone floors, of land that did not wish to be disturbed. But this was different because the thing was visible. You could point to it, you could kneel beside it, and study the expression yourself. Maria's husband, Juan Pereira, reportedly became furious when neighbours started gathering inside the kitchen. He believed the entire thing was humiliating. According to later accounts from villagers, he ordered the floor broken apart immediately. A pickaxe was brought into the house, and the section of cement containing the face was smashed to pieces. The debris was hauled away. Fresh concrete was poured over the damaged area. The family believed that would be the end of it. It was not. Within days, another face began appearing. This second image emerged only a short distance from the first one, darker and more clearly defined. Visitors later claimed it looked like an entirely different person. The eyes seemed deeper set. The mouth looked tighter. Some villagers whispered that the expression had changed overnight between visits, though nobody could agree exactly how. One woman from Bélmez later told reporters that the face seemed calmer in the morning, but more anguished by nightfall. Another claimed the eyes appeared closed one afternoon and open the next morning. Those details were impossible to verify, but they spread rapidly through the village. And once they spread, people began arriving at the house already prepared to see something impossible. Among the first outsiders to take serious interest was the mayor of Bélmez, who reportedly ordered the floor preserved rather than destroyed again. By then, rumours had escaped the village entirely. Journalists started arriving from nearby towns. Curious visitors crowded into the tiny kitchen. Farmers, students, priests, labourers, and housewives stood shoulder to shoulder, staring silently at the cement, while Maria moved nervously around them, trying to continue ordinary life inside a house that no longer felt ordinary. And then the face changed again. Photographs taken during those first weeks show the image becoming sharper over time, as though the features were settling into place. The villagers eventually gave the face a nickname, La Parva. Accounts differ slightly on why. Some said the long shape of the face reminded them of a bird. Others claimed the expression resembled an old local woman known by that name. Whatever the reason, the nickname made the thing feel less like a stain and more like a presence. The kitchen itself began to feel oppressive to people entering it. Several visitors later described the room as unnaturally cold despite the Andalusian heat outside. One neighbour, Maria Gomez's cousin, Maria Teresa, reportedly refused to remain inside alone after sunset because she claimed she could hear faint sounds beneath the floor at night. Not voices exactly, but movement, as though furniture were being dragged very far underground. Another visitor claimed the smell inside the kitchen changed suddenly during one evening gathering, becoming heavy and earthy like wet soil from a freshly opened grave. It was around this time that the old stories connected to the land beneath the house began resurfacing. Elderly residents of Bélmez told journalists that the area around Calle Real had once been used as a burial ground centuries earlier during the medieval period, long before the modern village had taken shape. Some claimed there had once been an old cemetery nearby dating back to the Arab occupation of southern Spain. Others insisted the ground beneath Maria's house had been disturbed repeatedly over generations. Nobody seemed entirely certain where the stories ended and memory began, but the rumours became impossible to separate from the faces themselves. And then workers digging beneath the kitchen reportedly uncovered human remains. The discovery changed everything. The remains were not treated like a small detail by the people of Bélmez. They were spoken about as the moment the house stopped being merely strange and became something older, something attached to the ground itself. Beneath the kitchen floor, under the new concrete and the old domestic dust, workers reportedly found bones, human bones. Some accounts placed them several meters below the surface, far enough down to suggest that the Pereira kitchen was standing over earth that had been used for burial long before Maria Gomez Camara ever boiled water there. The remains were said to be very old, sometimes described as medieval, sometimes connected by villagers to the Moorish history of Andalusia, and although the bones were eventually removed and given a Catholic reburial, the faces did not disappear with them. That was the part people remembered. The dead were moved, and still the floor kept speaking. By then, the first face had already been cut away on the orders of the mayor, not destroyed in secret, but preserved as an object that required study. The slab was lifted from Maria's kitchen, like evidence from a crime scene. It was not a perfect square of floor. It was a piece of the house itself, containing the image that had turned Calle Real 5 into a place of pilgrimage. The face known as La Pava was no longer just something villagers whispered about. It had become a physical specimen, separated from the floor, but not from the story. And the unsettling thing was that taking it away did not end the appearances. New images continued to form in the same kitchen, as if the floor had not lost the face, only surrendered one of them. Maria's son, Miguel Pereira, had been involved in breaking up the first apparition with his father, and he would become one of the earliest witnesses to the failure of that practical solution. It is one thing for a frightened woman to claim she has seen a face in a stain. It is another for her husband and son to attack the floor, replace it, and then find the same impossible problem returning beneath their own roof. That sequence mattered enormously to those who believed the case was genuine. The Pereira family did the obvious thing first. They did not build a shrine. They did not call journalists before anything else. They tried to get rid of it. The second face was harder to dismiss because it appeared after the first had been destroyed. It also seemed, to many who came to see it, less accidental. The features were positioned with a disturbing clarity. There was a brow, a nose, shadowed eyes, and something like a mouth set into a grim expression. Photographs from the early period show faces with a smoky, almost bruised quality, neither cleanly painted nor neatly drawn, but seeming to lie within the concrete rather than on top of it. That was the detail many witnesses returned to. They did not describe a picture sitting on the floor. They described something in the floor. The kitchen became unbearable as a room because it was still being used as a kitchen. Maria had to live around the phenomenon. Imagine the indignity of that. A woman trying to cook, sweep, wash, and pass through her own house while strangers pressed into the doorway to stare at the ground beneath her feet. The stove, the plain furniture, the patched walls, the movement of family life, all of it remained in place. But the centre of the house had changed. The kitchen no longer belonged to the family in the ordinary way. It belonged to whatever people believed was forming in the cement. By late 1971, the story had escaped the village. Newspapers began treating the house as one of the most peculiar mysteries in Spain. Reporters came looking for a rural curiosity and found a place that behaved more like a wound than a hoax. The faces were not fixed in a single dramatic pose. They appeared at irregular intervals. Some faded, some darkened, some seemed to alter with time. Male faces were reported, female faces were reported. There were older faces, younger faces, elongated faces, skull-like faces, faces that seemed to sleep, faces that seemed to grimace, and faces that appeared only faintly before either vanishing into the concrete or giving way to another form. Visitors argued in the kitchen over what they were seeing. Some saw sorrow, some saw accusation, some saw the faces of the buried dead. One of the most unnerving claims from those first months was that the faces did not always remain still in appearance, not literally moving in front of witnesses like a mouth opening in a ghost story, but altering between visits in ways that people found deeply difficult to explain. A mouth that seemed tightened one day appeared loosened another. Eyes that seemed indistinct became sharply hollow. Cheeks appeared to sink. Shadows gathered. A feature that had looked like damage in the morning looked like expression by evening. The changes were slow enough to evade the comfort of a single dramatic event, but persistent enough that people began returning again and again, not just to see whether the face was still there, but to see what it had become. And then came the voices. In the early 1970s, Spain had its own growing fascination with psychophony, the supposed recording of voices from the dead on magnetic tape. It was not a sideshow detail added decades later. It belonged to the way investigators of that era approached the unexplained. The idea was simple and terrifying. The human ear might hear nothing in a room, but tape might catch what the living could not. Germán de Argumosa, a Spanish parapsychologist and one of the most important names attached to the Bélmez case, became fascinated not only by the images on the floor, but by the possibility that the house itself was emitting something. He was not a random enthusiast wandering through with a notebook. He was one of the public figures who helped lift the case from village rumour into the realm of national paranormal investigation. Argumosa and others recorded inside the house, and the recordings became part of the legend almost as powerfully as the faces. The reported voices were not cheerful or theatrical. They were fragmentary, strained, and strange. Some accounts describe a voice saying, "I continue buried." Others describe references to pain, death, or the dead lying beneath the ground. One of the most repeated ideas was that the voices seemed to come not from the walls, not from outside, but from the buried history beneath the kitchen. That mattered because it connected everything into one dreadful pattern. Faces rising in concrete, bones beneath the house, voices on tape speaking as though from under the floor. The names attached to Bélmez gave the case a seriousness that many village hauntings never receive. Germán de Argumosa studied it. Hans Bender, the German parapsychologist from Freiburg, became associated with it as well. Bender had a reputation in European parapsychology for examining cases that sat awkwardly between psychology, haunting, and physical phenomena. His involvement was one reason the story travelled beyond Spain. The word often used was teleplasty, a term suggesting that images might be formed physically through a paranormal or psychical process, not painted by hand but impressed into matter by some force of mind, spirit, or unknown agency. That word, teleplasty, gave the Bélmez faces a language. Without it, people only had fear and gossip. With it, the faces could be discussed as a phenomenon. Something was producing images. Something was selecting forms. Something was using cement like a surface on which memory could appear. Whether that something was Maria herself, the buried dead, the house, the land, or an intelligence no one wished to name depended on whom you asked. But the word allowed investigators to speak about the case without reducing it to superstition. It also made the kitchen more frightening, not less, because if the faces were teleplastic, then the concrete was not passive, it was responsive. Some believe Maria was the center of it, not as a fraud, but as a living conduit. That idea followed her for the rest of her life. Maria Gomez Camara was described by some paranormal investigators as the possible unconscious agent behind the faces, a woman whose mind, grief, sensitivity, or unknown psychic ability might have imprinted images into the floor without her intending it. That theory is almost more unsettling than a simple haunting. It suggests Maria was not inventing the faces, but producing them from some hidden region of herself, calling the dead upward without knowing she was doing it. If that were true, then she was both witness and instrument, frightened homeowner and doorway. People who visited the house often described Maria as tired by the attention. That is a small detail, but it matters. She was not always portrayed as a woman basking in fame. She lived in a house she could not reclaim. She was questioned, stared at, doubted, defended, and turned into a kind of unwilling keeper of a miracle. Visitors wanted her to explain what could not be explained. Journalists wanted a quote. Investigators wanted access. Neighbors wanted news. Believers wanted confirmation that something beyond death had shown itself. Skeptics wanted to catch her. And through all of it, the faces remained on the floor, absorbing every theory and giving back nothing but their expressions. By Easter of 1972, the situation had become almost impossible. Hundreds of people were coming to Bélmez to see the house. Buses and cars brought visitors into a village that had never been built for that kind of attention. People queued to enter. Some came out disappointed, saying the faces were faint or smaller than expected. Others came out shaken, convinced they had seen something that no photograph could properly capture. There is a certain kind of haunting that depends on darkness, distance, and imagination. Bélmez was different. It was crowded, noisy, and domestic, and still people left disturbed. Inside the kitchen, the faces seemed almost indecently exposed. They were not hidden in a sealed crypt. They were on the floor where feet had walked. That ordinariness gave them power. A face in a cemetery belongs to the dead. A face in a painting belongs to art. A face on a church wall belongs to faith. But a face rising out of a kitchen floor belongs to nothing. It is misplaced. It violates the order of rooms. It brings burial into breakfast, mourning into washing dishes, the grave into the place where a family should feel safest. More images appeared beyond the original patch. Some were said to form in adjacent areas of the floor. Some seemed to appear and disappear too quickly to become famous. Others were photographed, named, studied, or argued over. The house became known as La Casa de las Caras, the House of the Faces, a name that sounds almost charming until you imagine what it meant for Maria to hear people call her home that. Not the Pereira house, not number 5 Calle Real, the House of the Faces. Once a house receives a name like that, it is never fully private again. The photographs from the early years are peculiar because the faces do not all look alike. That variety is one of the reasons the legend became so durable. If the floor had produced one image, even a frightening one, the story might have remained small. But multiple faces suggested plurality, a crowd, not a ghost, but ghosts. Not a single haunting, but a buried population. Some images looked like old women, some looked masculine, some seemed almost childlike, though distorted by the medium of concrete. A few had sunken eyes that made them resemble death masks. Others were more like impressions left by damp cloth, vague, until viewed from a certain angle, then suddenly human. There were reports that the first excavations beneath the floor uncovered not only bones, but bones without skulls, and skulls separated from bodies. Whether every one of those details can be pinned to an official record is less important to the village story than the fact that people repeated them. The image of headless remains beneath a house of emerging faces is too terrible to leave alone. It entered the bloodstream of the legend. If bodies without faces lay below, and faces without bodies appeared above, the story seemed to be completing itself in the most unsettling way imaginable. The old cemetery rumours gained strength from the geography of the village. Bélmez de la Moraleda sits in a region where Christian, Islamic and older Iberian histories lie one over another. Andalusia is not shallow ground, it is a place of reconquest, abandonment, burial, rebuilding, and names changed by whoever survived long enough to write them down. Cala Real was not merely a street in a modern village, it was part of a human landscape where people had lived and died for centuries. To the believers, the house had not been cursed by fantasy, it had been built over memory. One account from the period describes villagers who were not especially eager to talk once outsiders began asking too many questions. That silence may be one of the most believable details in the whole case. Small towns do not always surrender their true stories to journalists. They give fragments, they give warnings. They say an old woman remembered something, or somebody's grandfather had once spoken of graves there, or the house had always felt strange after dark. The official record tries to make order from such things, but the village story breathes in the spaces between them. Germain de Argumosa approached Bélmez with the seriousness of a man who believed the case deserved attention beyond ridicule. He reportedly spent long periods evaluating the phenomenon, and although he did not produce the kind of final official report that would satisfy everyone, his presence became woven into the story. He saw the faces not as a local prank, but as one of the great paranormal cases of modern Spain. What drew him was not only that the faces appeared, but that they seemed to appear under conditions that made ordinary interference difficult. Investigators were interested in whether surfaces could be sealed or monitored, whether new marks would still emerge, and whether the images had depth within the cement rather than pigment resting on top. Hans Bender's association added another layer. Bender's name carried weight in European psychical research, and his attention suggested that the case could not simply be laughed away as village nonsense. One of the most compelling claims associated with serious investigation was that portions of the floor were sealed with transparent material while images were still developing, in an effort to prevent anyone from touching or altering them. The reported result, according to believers, was deeply strange. The images continued to evolve beneath protection. That is the kind of detail that made the Bélmez case survive. Not just a face on cement, but a face that seemed to keep forming when hands could not reach it. The question of Maria's role became more complicated as time went on. Some visitors thought the faces responded to her presence. Others believed the house was the true source. There were stories of images appearing most strongly when Maria was emotionally distressed, or fading when she was away, or returning in connection with family events. Those claims are difficult to place neatly, but they contributed to the sense that the phenomenon was not mechanical. It seemed personal. The faces were not merely stains spreading in dampness. They behaved, in the minds of witnesses, like manifestations with a relationship to the woman who lived above them. That relationship must have been a terrible burden. Maria could not easily defend herself without sounding defensive. She could not express fear without feeding the legend. She could not refuse visitors without making people suspicious. Her kitchen had become both evidence and stage, and she, whether she wanted it or not, had become the living face of the dead faces. People looked at her and wondered what she knew. They wondered what she had done. They wondered what had chosen her. The local priesthood and Catholic atmosphere around the village added still another pressure. The bones, once discovered, were reportedly removed and reburied in consecrated ground. That should have settled the matter spiritually. In many traditional communities, disturbed remains are the explanation for restless manifestations. You find the bones, you bless them, you rebury them, and the house quiets down. But the house at Calle Real 5 did not quiet down. That failure made the phenomenon feel less like a simple haunting and more like a message that had not yet been understood. Some of the faces seemed to carry expressions that villagers interpreted as suffering. That interpretation may have come from the human need to read emotion into anything shaped like a face, but in Bélmez, it became part of the case. People did not say the faces looked mischievous. They did not describe them as smiling, playful, or benign. They described sadness, agony, watchfulness, and sometimes accusation. The floor did not seem to be decorating itself. It seemed to be remembering pain. The face, called La Pava, remained the most famous, but others gathered their own reputations. There were images described as La Pelona, the bald one, and other faces that later visitors and writers tried to classify by appearance. The naming of the faces made them more intimate and more troubling. Names turn images into characters. Once a face has a name, people begin to ask whose face it was and why it chose that room. A patch of discoloration can be ignored. La Pava cannot. The village economy changed around the mystery. Visitors brought money, attention, and discomfort. Some came respectfully. Others treated the house like a carnival attraction. Maria reportedly allowed people in, sometimes for small offerings or entrance fees depending on the period and the telling. And that fact became one of the sharpest weapons used against the family by critics. But it is worth lingering there carefully. A poor household suddenly overwhelmed by strangers must manage access somehow. If people are filling your kitchen, touching your home, demanding your time, and turning your life into spectacle, the exchange of money does not automatically explain the origin of the phenomenon. It may simply show what happens when mystery invades poverty. The more famous the faces became, the more hostile the scrutiny grew. That is always the pattern with cases like Bélmez. At first, people say, "Why is no one investigating this?" Then, when investigators come, people say, "Why is everyone paying attention?" The Pereira family could not win. If they destroyed the faces, they were hiding evidence. If they preserved them, they were exploiting the mystery. If Maria seemed frightened, she was performing. If she seemed calm, she was suspicious. The faces on the floor became a test no living person could pass. But the most unsettling reports are still the simplest ones. A visitor entering the kitchen, the sudden hush, the first sight of the eyes, the realization that the face is not hanging on a wall but lying underfoot, the instinct not to step too close, the feeling that the room is not empty even when only one person stands inside it. These are the details that make the story endure, because they do not require elaborate theory. They only require a human being to stand in that kitchen and look down. One journalist from the early coverage described the strange mood of the crowd outside the house, people waiting their turn as though entering a chapel or a crime scene. That mixture is important. The House of the Faces was never purely sacred and never purely sensational. It stood somewhere between miracle and violation. The villagers themselves were divided. Some believed the dead had found a way to mark the floor. Some believed Maria carried a power she did not understand. Some believed the house had become famous for something that should have remained hidden. And some did not believe at all, but still came to look. The psychophonic recordings, when discussed by believers, added a dreadful intimacy to the physical images. Faces are silent, they can be stared at from a distance. Voices, even faint ones, enter the body differently. They ask to be listened to. The idea that recorded voices might be saying they were buried, or asking for help, or speaking from beneath the ground, transformed the case from visual oddity into a kind of ongoing communication. The kitchen was not only showing the dead, it might be hearing them. There were stories of a phrase recorded in the house that seemed to refer to a buried woman, and other accounts of voices using broken, mournful language, as if whatever spoke had lost the ordinary structure of speech. Believers argued that these were not random sounds because they corresponded too closely to the bones beneath the house and the faces above them. It was the convergence that mattered. A stain can be a stain, a voice can be noise, bones can be history. But stains becoming faces, voices speaking from the silence, and bones beneath the same floor created a triangle of unease that was much harder to ignore. By the mid-1970s, Bélmez had become a national obsession. The case appeared in magazines, books, radio discussions, and the growing world of Spanish paranormal culture. It was exactly the kind of story that travels because it can be told in one sentence and then expanded forever. A woman found faces in her kitchen floor. That is enough to catch anyone. But once caught, the listener finds there is always another detail. The first face was destroyed. Another appeared. The mayor intervened. The slab was removed. Bones were found. Voices were recorded. Foreign investigators came. More faces emerged. The woman may have been the agent. The dead may have been speaking. The house may have been built over graves. And then there is the problem of duration. Many hauntings flare and fade. They depend on one night, one witness, one photograph, one dramatic claim. Bélmez endured. The faces were said to continue appearing, fading, and changing, not over days, but over years. That slow persistence made the case feel less like a prank and more like a condition. A house can be faked for a weekend. A rumour can thrill a village for a month. But decades of images, visitors, arguments, photographs, and investigations created something larger and stranger than a single event. Even people who doubted the phenomenon had to contend with the fact that Bélmez did not simply vanish when the first excitement passed. For Maria, time did not restore normality. The house grew older around the mystery. The faces became part of the furniture of her life, except furniture does not watch you. Some accounts say she became protective of the faces. Others suggest she was resigned to them. Both may be true. After enough years, terror can become routine without becoming harmless. A person can live beside the inexplicable because human beings can adapt to almost anything. Even a kitchen floor that behaves like a cemetery, trying to remember its dead. The emotional center of the case remains that first domestic act of destruction. Juan Pereira and Miguel breaking the face with a pickaxe is such a human response. It is practical, masculine, angry, and frightened all at once. Break the thing. Pour new cement. End the embarrassment. End the fear. But the house answered in the only way it ever answered, with another face. That is the moment the story becomes more than an apparition. It becomes a contest between the living and whatever lay beneath them. And the living lost. By the late 1970s, people arriving in Bélmez de la Moraleda no longer came merely out of curiosity. Many arrived because they believed something genuinely impossible had taken root inside Maria Gómez Camara's kitchen, and the atmosphere surrounding the house had begun changing in ways that disturbed even those who claimed they did not believe in ghosts. The village itself seemed to grow quieter whenever outsiders mentioned the faces too confidently. There are stories from journalists who said locals would speak freely in bars until the conversation became too specific, at which point voices lowered and eyes drifted toward the door, as though the subject carried some private danger. That feeling settled over the entire case. Not fear in the theatrical sense, but the feeling that something had happened in that house which nobody had fully understood, and perhaps nobody should disturb further. The kitchen continued producing new faces. That detail is the true heart of the mystery because it prevented the story from becoming fixed. The phenomenon remained active. Years after La Pava first emerged from the cement, new images reportedly appeared in different areas of the floor and walls. Some were faint and only visible from certain angles in weak light. Others were so sharply defined that visitors claimed they resembled funeral portraits. One face appeared with hollow black eye sockets and a narrow jaw that reminded several witnesses of a skull wrapped in skin. Another seemed to have closed eyes and a tilted mouth, as though the figure were in the middle of speaking or suffering. Some faces overlapped older ones beneath the surface of the concrete, creating the terrible impression of multiple expressions trying to emerge from the same buried depth. People who visited repeatedly often became obsessed with tracking the changes. They would bring earlier photographs and compare them directly against the current state of the floor. Entire groups crowded around the images, arguing over details of eyebrows, shadows, cheeks, and the mouths. A line that appeared faint in one photograph would later seem darkened. Features softened and sharpened. Faces appeared to age. One witness claimed a face looked more dead each time he returned, a phrase strange enough that it stayed in newspaper coverage for years afterward. There were also persistent claims that entirely new images sometimes appeared overnight. One story from the village described visitors arriving in the morning to find a new face partially formed near an older one, as though the floor had continued working while the house slept. Another account described Maria waking before dawn and noticing a pale shape beneath the table that had not existed the previous evening. The image reportedly darkened over several days until the expression became visible enough for photographs. The idea that the floor was still active during the night became one of the most unsettling parts of the legend because it transformed the kitchen from a static location into something almost biological. People began speaking about the house as though it were producing the faces rather than merely containing them. Psychical investigators remained fascinated by the possibility that the images were connected to the dead buried beneath the property. Reports of excavations under the house grew increasingly grim in retellings over the years. Some accounts claimed multiple skeletons had been discovered. Others insisted skulls had been found separately from bodies. There were rumours that some remains appeared hastily buried or disturbed long before the modern house existed. No single version fully dominates the story now because the details multiplied as the mystery spread, but nearly every version returns to the same central idea. The land beneath Maria's kitchen was not empty ground, and the faces themselves never looked peaceful. That detail matters enormously. If the images had resembled saints, angels, or idealized portraits, the story might have drifted into religious folklore, but the Bélmez faces often appeared exhausted, mournful, distorted, or trapped. Visitors repeatedly described expressions of suffering. Some believed the faces looked frightened. Others thought they appeared angry at being disturbed. A few witnesses even claimed they could not remain in the kitchen for long because prolonged staring at the faces produced an overwhelming feeling of sadness or dread. One woman from Hawaiian reportedly burst into tears after studying the floor in silence for several minutes, later insisting one of the faces resembled her dead father. Another visitor became convinced the expression shifted subtly whenever people argued inside the room. Stories like that spread rapidly, especially in small towns where people already carried generations of superstition just beneath the surface of ordinary life. Then there were the dreams. Several visitors later claimed that after seeing the faces, they experienced vivid nightmares involving buried rooms, underground tunnels, or silent crowds staring upward from darkness. One man reportedly dreamt repeatedly of hands reaching through wet stone beneath Maria's house. Another claimed he woke in the middle of the night, hearing what sounded like distant voices speaking Spanish beneath his bed. These stories were impossible to verify, of course, but they became attached to the Bélmez legend because the case had begun affecting people psychologically in a way ordinary hoaxes rarely do. The mystery did not end when visitors left the kitchen. It followed them home. The psychophonic recordings only deepened that atmosphere. Germain de Argumosa's involvement gave the recordings a legitimacy that believers clung to fiercely. According to accounts surrounding the investigations, recording devices placed inside the house allegedly captured low murmuring voices and fragmented speech that witnesses insisted had not been audible at the time. Some described hearing cries, whispers, or broken phrases emerging from static. A particularly disturbing report claimed one recording captured what sounded like a male voice asking for help beneath layers of noise. Whether every quoted phrase survived accurately over the years became almost irrelevant, because people listening to the recordings often described the same emotional reaction. The voices sounded exhausted, not theatrical, not demonic, exhausted. That detail transformed the case from horror into tragedy. Believers increasingly argued that the faces and voices represented trapped dead, human presences somehow imprinted into the land beneath the house and slowly forcing themselves upward through concrete. The theory became especially popular because the faces appeared less like art and more like impressions, almost as though memory itself had stained the floor. Some investigators suggested intense suffering or violent death could leave psychic residue attached to physical places. Others believed Maria Gomez's camera unconsciously acted as a medium through whom buried identities were manifesting themselves visually. The most unsettling possibility was that the faces were not random at all. Some visitors became convinced the images corresponded to actual buried individuals beneath the property. There were efforts to compare certain facial structures to skull measurements reportedly recovered during excavations. Though nothing definitive emerged publicly, the very attempt gave the case a dreadful realism. Imagine standing in a kitchen while strangers discuss whether the expression beneath your feet belongs to a dead person buried below the house centuries earlier. The village priesthood remained cautious throughout much of the phenomenon. That caution itself became suspicious to some villagers. In deeply Catholic communities, priests are expected to provide certainty, bless the house, condemn the superstition, declare the phenomenon demonic or false. But Bélmez resisted certainty. Some clergy reportedly advised restraint and prayer rather than direct confrontation. That ambiguity only encouraged speculation that even local religious authorities felt uneasy about the house. At times, the village atmosphere around Calle Real 5 reportedly became almost ritualistic. Visitors entered quietly, people crossed themselves before stepping inside. Some touched the walls, others refused to step directly on the faces. A few believers left flowers near the kitchen. One account describes an elderly woman whispering apologies toward the floor before leaving the house in tears. And through all of it, Maria continued living there. That may be the strangest part of the entire story. Imagine waking each morning knowing strangers would spend the day staring at the ground beneath your table. Imagine cooking meals while journalists photographed your floor. Imagine hearing people argue in your kitchen over whether the dead were trying to speak through your home. Maria Gomez Camara became trapped inside the phenomenon almost as completely as the faces themselves. Some visitors later described her as weary, polite, nervous, and permanently exhausted by the attention surrounding the house. Others believed she had accepted the phenomenon as part of her life and no longer tried to understand it. The mystery followed her into old age. Decades passed, yet reports of new faces never fully stopped. Even after media attention faded internationally, believers continued travelling to Bélmez. Paranormal researchers revisited the case repeatedly throughout the 1980s and 1990s. Fresh photographs circulated showing new expressions emerging in the floor. Some images looked more abstract, others appeared horrifyingly human. The persistence of the phenomenon became one of the strongest arguments for those convinced the case was genuine. A simple fraud might survive weeks or months. Bélmez survived generations. And then there is the strange question nobody ever answered properly. Why faces? Why not symbols, words, shapes, or meaningless stains? Human beings instinctively recognize faces. We are built to search for them. They are the first thing we understand as infants, and often the last thing we remember before death. If something wanted attention from the living, there may be no more effective form than a human expression emerging silently where no expression should exist. The Bélmez faces never announced what they were. They offered no explanation, no revelation, no prophecy, only expressions. That silence may be why the case became so enduringly disturbing. The faces looked emotional, but remained mute. They seemed aware, but trapped. Visitors projected grief, fear, anger, or pleading into them because the images themselves refused to clarify anything. The floor never explained itself. It only continued producing more human presences beneath the feet of the living. When Maria Gomez Camara died in 2004, many believed the phenomenon would finally end with her. If she had truly acted as the unconscious source of the faces, then the house should have gone quiet after her death. But according to later reports from investigators and visitors, new images allegedly continued appearing even afterward. That detail changed the meaning of the story yet again because it suggested the house had never depended entirely on Maria at all. Perhaps she had only opened something. Even now, decades after the first face appeared in the Gomez kitchen, the mystery refuses to disappear completely. Photographs still circulate. Investigators still argue. Witnesses still insist the faces changed before their eyes. The House of the Faces remains one of the most infamous paranormal cases in Spain because no explanation has ever fully buried it. Every attempt to reduce the phenomenon to fraud or imagination leaves behind details that continue to trouble people. The destroyed face replaced by another, the excavated remains beneath the house, the psychophonic voices, the persistence across decades, the witnesses who entered skeptical and left disturbed. But perhaps the most frightening detail is also the simplest. The faces never appeared in a cemetery. They never appeared in a ruin. They appeared in a kitchen. In the center of an ordinary home, where a woman prepared meals, swept the floor, and expected to grow old quietly beneath the Andalusian sun. And one evening, the floor looked back. There are women in old Kyoto who are remembered for beauty, women remembered for music, and women remembered because men left their company looking as if they had just been told the date of their own death. The strangest of them was called Kikuno, a geiko of Gion whose name appears nowhere it ought to, and everywhere it should not. Her birth name, according to the account preserved by the tea merchant Hasegawa Seijiro in 1912, was Matsui Kyo. She was said to have been born in the winter of 1869, the second year of the Meiji era, in a narrow wooden house not far from the Kamo River, when Kyoto was still wounded by the loss of the emperor's court to Tokyo, and the old city seemed to be grieving in public silence. Her father, Matsui Sobei, was a dyer of silk linings, the sort of man whose hands were permanently stained with faint ghosts of indigo and safflower, and her mother, Otsune, was remembered as a woman with a low singing voice, and one blind eye clouded over after a childhood fever. The first odd thing about Kyo was not that she was beautiful. In the oldest versions, she was not described that way at all. She was described as neat, pale, observant, and unnervingly still. As a child, she would sit beside the dyeing vats and watch steam rising from the cloth. And when neighbours asked what she was looking at, she would answer as though someone else had just spoken into her ear. She once told the wife of a fan maker, Morita Aya, not to hang laundry in the courtyard because the black rain will come before the bell. There had been no clouds that morning. By late afternoon, soot-coloured rain had fallen across the lane after a fire broke out near a lacquer workshop 2 streets away. By itself, that might have become one of those small family stories that people repeat and exaggerate after too much tea. But Kyo did this often. She told a fish seller that his eldest son had hidden money beneath a loose board, and the boy had. She told an elderly monk from Keninji that he had forgotten a letter under his cushion, and he had. She once refused to cross the bridge at Shijo, saying a woman in a blue kimono was waiting beneath it, though no one could see any woman there. The next morning, a body was pulled from the river reeds downstream, and the dead woman was wearing blue. At 12, Kyo was sent into service. By 15, she had entered the flower world of Gion, not as some tragic fantasy figure, but through the ordinary machinery of survival in a city where art, debt, family duty, and hunger often stood very close together. The okiya that took her in was called the House of Falling Wisteria, or Fujiya, according to later tellings, though the name has never been found in surviving registers. Its Okasan Imaitome was said to have been strict even by Gion standards, a woman who could correct a girl's posture by tapping one fingernail against the floor. She renamed Kyo as Kikuno, a graceful professional name carrying the chrysanthemum, and from that point the girl began to vanish into discipline. She learned shamisen until her fingertips hardened. She learned dance until her knees ached in cold weather. She learned when to lower her eyes, when to laugh, when to pause, when to be silent, and when silence itself could become a performance. This last skill, by every account, became her signature. Kikuno did not dominate a room, she thinned it out. Men stopped speaking when she entered, not because she demanded attention, but because she seemed all ready to know what they were about to say. By 1888, she was known in parts of Gion Kobu as Ame no Kikuno, Kikuno of the Rain. The nickname came from the strange fact that her most memorable engagements seemed to happen during rainfall, even in seasons when rain was not expected. The retired lantern maker, Nakamura Eisuke, claimed in a written reminiscence from 1924 that he attended an ozashiki at the Ichiriki neighborhood in the 9th month of 1888, and that Kikuno arrived with no umbrella, no dampness on her sleeves, and yet the scent of rainwater clinging to her hair. When she sat, he said, the candle flames leaned away from her. The first serious witness was a textile broker named Araki Jinzaburo. He was 46, prosperous, married, and not easily impressed. Araki supplied silk to merchants in Nishijin and had a reputation for laughing at ghost stories, temple curses, and women who pretended to be delicate for money. On the evening of October 17th, 1889, he attended a private gathering at an ochaya near Hanamikoji Street with 3 other men, the sake wholesaler Fujita Goro, the physician Dr. Takami Renichi, and a minor municipal clerk named Ueda Shinsuke. Kikuno was called late after another entertainer fell ill. Fujita later said the room changed the moment she came in. Not dramatically, not like theatre. The sounds outside simply became clearer. Rain in the gutters, a sandal passing over wet stone, a cartwheel turning somewhere beyond the lattice. Kikuno bowed, took up the shamisen, and began playing a song none of the men recognized except Araki, who went grey around the mouth before she had finished the first verse. Dr. Takami asked him what was wrong. Araki told him the melody was one his mother had sung during the cholera summer of 1877, when he was a boy hiding behind screens while bodies were carried from houses before dawn. He had never heard it publicly performed. He did not know the title. He did not believe anyone outside his own household could know it. Kikuno, without looking up, said, "Your mother sang it incorrectly. She forgot the river verse." Then she sang the missing verse. That was the beginning of Araki's obsession, and perhaps the beginning of the true mystery. He requested her again within the week, then again 3 nights after that, then so frequently that even in a world trained to notice nothing too directly, people noticed. He sent gifts, combs, silk, a tortoiseshell hairpin, an imported French scent that Kikuno reportedly refused because it smelled like a room after someone has died. He paid for evenings and spoke to no one but her. The others thought he had become infatuated, but the servants whispered that he looked less like a lover than a man trying to solve a private terror. By December, Araki was writing notes after each meeting. These notes were later said to have been seen by his nephew, Araki Masanao, who described them in a 1931 conversation with the folklorist Kuroda Nobumitsu. Masanao claimed the pages were not romantic. They were records, times, weather, phrases Kikuno had spoken, songs she had chosen, names she could not have known. One note reportedly read, "She mentioned the storehouse at Fushimi. No one outside the family knows of it." Another read, "She asked whether the boy still scratches at the door. there is no boy. The boy was the detail that frightened Masanao most. According to family servants, Araki Jinzaburo had once had a younger brother named Tetsu, who died in childhood after being locked by accident in a storage room during a summer storm. The family buried the matter in silence, partly out of shame, and partly because grief in respectable houses was expected to behave itself. Kikuno allegedly referred to Tetsu 3 times. Once she asked whether he had been given water. Once she asked why he was still angry. Once, during a gathering on January 4th, 1890, she turned towards an empty alcove and said very softly, "He is standing behind your left shoulder." Araki left before the meal was served. From that night on, the story becomes harder, darker, and much stranger. He began visiting temples before dawn. He paid a diviner near Yasaka Shrine to prepare protective papers. He asked Dr. Takami whether a woman could carry the memory of another household inside her body. Takami, who was a modern physician and disliked superstition in public, later admitted to his student Ishida Keigo that Araki's fear had not seemed theatrical. It had seemed rational, as though the man had been shown proof of something he could neither deny nor survive. Kikuno herself did nothing obvious to encourage the panic. That is what makes her so unsettling. She did not curse him, she did not threaten him, she simply appeared when summoned, played beautifully, spoke rarely, and let impossible knowledge fall into the room like drops from a leaking roof. At one engagement, she described the pattern inside a locked family incense box. At another, she asked Araki why the mirror in his wife's chamber had been covered since spring. His wife, Omine, had indeed covered it, after claiming she saw another woman's mouth reflected behind her own. The last confirmed evening between Araki and Kikuno took place on February 22nd, 1890, at an ochaya called Harukiya in later tellings. Rain had been falling since dusk, a cold, needling rain that softened the paper lanterns and turned the alleys black. Present were Araki, Dr. Takami, Fujita Goro, and a younger geiko named Tomisho, who would later become one of the few women to speak of Kikuno without lowering her voice. Tomisho said Kikuno arrived late and apologized, but her apology was strange. She said, "The river was crowded." No festival was taking place. No bridge was blocked. No one understood what she meant. During the meal, Araki tried to force cheerfulness. He drank heavily, joked badly, and accused Kikuno of learning family stories from servants. She smiled at him only once. Then she asked whether he wanted her to prove that she had not learned anything from the living. The room went quiet. Dr. Takami told Araki to let the matter rest, but Araki insisted. He placed both hands on the low table and said, "Then tell me what the dead say." Kikuno tuned the shamisen. Tomisho remembered the sound because one string would not settle. It kept tightening and slipping, tightening and slipping, though Kikuno's fingers barely moved. Outside, the rain grew louder. Kikuno began to sing the same cholera song from Araki's childhood, but this time she included verses no one had heard before. One mentioned a storehouse. One mentioned a little boy's fingernails. One mentioned a man who would return home through water. though the streets were dry. Araki stood up so quickly the dishes shook. He told her to stop. She did not stop. Fujita tried to laugh and failed. Dr. Takami reached for Araki's sleeve. Tomisho said the lamp nearest Kikuno went blue at the center of the flame. Not blue like gaslight, but blue like a bruise beneath skin. Kikuno's voice became lower, almost masculine, and she sang one final line. The door opens from the other side. Araki struck the table with his fist and left without his outer cloak. He was seen walking east toward the river at approximately 10 in the evening by a rickshaw puller named Nishida Kamekichi, who later swore Araki was not alone. Nishida said a woman walked several paces behind him, beneath a dark paper umbrella. He assumed she was a servant until he noticed her feet. In his statement, recorded years later by Kuroda Nobumitsu, Nishida claimed he could hear Araki's sandals splashing, but not hers. He also said the umbrella was dry. Araki reached his house before midnight. 3 servants saw him enter. His wife heard him in the study. A maid named Oharu brought tea, but found the sliding door closed from inside. Araki told her not to come in. At dawn, when he failed to appear, the household opened the room. He was gone. The study door had been barred from the inside. The window shutters were fastened. The charcoal brazier had gone out. His writing brush lay across an unfinished page. There was no sign of struggle, no blood, no overturned furniture. But the tatami mats were wet, and not with spilled tea. They were soaked in a long narrow track from the center of the room to the wall, as if someone had dragged river water across the floor. On the desk lay the tortoise-shell hairpin he had once sent to Kikuno, and beside it, pressed into the damp matting, were 2 small handprints. A child's handprints, too small to belong to any adult in the house, too clear to dismiss, and positioned as if someone had crawled out from beneath the writing desk. Kyoto, in 1890, was still a city that believed 2 contradictory things at once. Publicly, it believed in progress. Telegraph wires had begun crossing old districts. Railway smoke drifted beyond temple roofs. Western clocks appeared in merchant houses, and young officials spoke proudly about modernity, as though the future could simply be purchased and installed. Privately, however, Kyoto still belonged to shadows. Shopkeepers avoided certain bridges after midnight. Priests were summoned quietly through back entrances. River water was listened to. Old women still folded paper charms into children's sleeves before storms. So when Araki Jinzaburo vanished from a locked room, the city did not react as Tokyo might have. It reacted like Kyoto. Nobody spoke too loudly. Nobody asked too many questions directly. But the story moved anyway. Room by room, lantern by lantern, cup by cup. Within days, the details had already begun to distort. Some said Araki dissolved into water. Some claimed servants heard shamisen music behind the study wall after dawn. One rumour insisted the wet footprints in the tatami did not lead toward the door, but emerged from the wall itself. Another claimed the child handprints remained damp for 3 days, no matter how often the mats were dried. Dr. Takami Ren Ichi attempted to impose order on the matter. He examined the study personally on the morning of February 23rd, and later described the atmosphere in a private notebook found after his death in 1908. The notebook itself was reportedly owned by his granddaughter, Takami Fumiko, who showed portions of it to folklorists during the 1930s. According to her, the doctor wrote that the room smelled not of mildew or rainwater, but of river mud and burned incense. He also wrote that the wetness on the mats had an unusual texture, as though the water had slept underground. More unsettling was what he omitted from his official statement. Publicly, Takami claimed Araki had likely fled due to emotional instability or debt. Privately, according to Fumiko, he admitted the study frightened him. He allegedly told her, "The room felt occupied by someone who had only just stepped away." 3 days after the disappearance, Kikuno was summoned for questioning by a local police official named Inspector Hayase Shuguro, a former samurai from the old Aizu domain who reportedly disliked Kyoto and distrusted entertainers. Hayase expected hysteria or manipulation. Instead, he found Kikuno seated perfectly upright in a grey kimono patterned with pale reeds, drinking tea calmly while rain tapped against the eaves outside. His notes survive only in fragments quoted later by writer Nakanishi Raita in 1919, but they contain peculiar observations. Hayase wrote that Kikuno answered every question politely, directly, and with no detectable fear. She denied visiting Araki's home. She denied threatening him. She denied possessing any unusual knowledge. Yet Hayase noted repeatedly that she seemed to anticipate his questions before he asked them. At one point, according to the account, he reached for a cigarette from his coat and discovered the case missing. Kikuno glanced towards the cabinet behind him and said, "The silver one fell beneath the left side yesterday." The cigarette case was there. Hayase reportedly asked how she could have known that. Kikuno replied, "Because you looked for it in your right pocket twice before entering." That answer unsettled him more than if she had claimed supernatural powers. Before leaving, Hayase asked her one final question. He said, "Do you know where Araki Jinzaburo is?" Kikuno looked toward the rain beyond the open corridor and answered, "Not all drowned men enter water." The statement never appeared in any official report. Afterward, Hayase refused to discuss the matter publicly, but acquaintances later noticed changes in him. He began carrying Buddhist prayer beads, despite previously mocking religion. He stopped crossing the Sanjo Bridge after dark. A clerk named Miyamoto Denji later claimed Hayase once froze in the middle of a conversation because he heard shamisen music somewhere inside the police building, though no musicians were present. The most disturbing stories, however, came from the women of Gion itself. Unlike officials and doctors, the Geiko and Maiko of the Hanamachi spoke about Kikuno as though they had accepted something unusual long before Araki vanished. Some refused to mention her at all. Others lowered their voices instinctively, even decades later. Tomisho, the younger Geiko present on the final evening with Araki, gave the longest surviving account. In 1917, when she was already elderly and partially blind in one eye, she spoke to journalist Senda Masayuki at a small tea house near Keninji. Senda later published fragments anonymously in a literary magazine, fearing accusations of sensationalism. Tomisho insisted Kikuno was not cruel, not violent, and not insane. In fact, she described her as deeply gentle. That, she said, was what made her frightening. According to Tomisho, Kikuno hated mirrors, not theatrically, not superstitiously, quietly. She avoided sitting near them. She turned polished surfaces away. At certain nochaya, attendants began covering reflective lacquer trays before she arrived because she visibly disliked seeing her reflection beside candlelight. Tomisho once asked her why. Kikuno reportedly answered, "They are slower at night." Tomisho laughed, assuming she meant reflections. Kikuno did not laugh back. Another geiko, Fujisode Kameyu, claimed she once shared a dressing room with Kikuno before a spring engagement in 1889. While adjusting her hair ornaments, Kameyu noticed Kikuno staring into a bronze mirror with visible discomfort. Then Kikuno asked a very strange question. "When you leave a room, does your face always come with you immediately?" Kameyu later admitted she slept badly for weeks afterward. The stories became darker after Araki disappeared, because witnesses began connecting older incidents they had once dismissed. A maid from the Fujiya-okiya recalled waking during the night and hearing Kikuno speaking softly in her room, despite no visitor being present. Another servant claimed water sometimes collected beneath Kikuno's sandals indoors, even in dry weather. An elderly kimono presser named Otake Genbei swore he once delivered garments during summer heat and found Kikuno sitting beside an open window while every paper screen in the room trembled as though winter wind were passing through. Yet the most repeated detail concerned her music. By every account, Kikuno played shamisen beautifully, not brilliantly in the showy sense, not aggressively emotional. The terror came from precision. Listeners said her performances felt too exact, as though she were reproducing songs from memory rather than interpretation. Old, forgotten verses emerged in her playing. Rural melodies no one expected her to know surfaced without explanation. One former patron, the calligrapher Uehara Saun, claimed she once performed a mourning song from northern Honshu that his grandmother had sung after the Boshin War. When he asked where she learned it, Kikuno answered, "An old woman with burned hands taught me beside the river. There was no such woman, or at least no living one. In the spring following Araki's disappearance, another incident deepened the legend permanently." On April 9th, 1890, a wealthy sake distributor named Nakahara Bunji hosted a gathering near Pontocho for several guests visiting from Osaka. Kikuno had not performed publicly for nearly 6 weeks by then, and rumours were spreading that she intended to retire. Nevertheless, she appeared unexpectedly that evening, wearing a dark indigo kimono embroidered with silver raingrass. Multiple witnesses later remarked upon the strange condition of her sleeves, which appeared damp despite clear weather. Among the guests was a young military officer named Lieutenant Ishiwata Kenzo. Unlike the older Kyoto merchants, Ishiwata was openly skeptical of ghost stories and reportedly amused by the rumors surrounding Kikuno. During the gathering, he teased her repeatedly, asking whether she could summon spirits for entertainment. Kikuno ignored him until late in the evening, when he jokingly requested a message from his dead mother. The room reportedly became very still. Kikuno asked him whether his mother still wore the red cord around her wrist. Ishiwata stopped smiling. According to Nakahara's wife, the officer stood immediately and demanded to know who had told her that. The red cord was private family knowledge. His mother had died during illness years earlier and had been buried wearing a protective cord, blessed at a shrine near Nagasaki. Kikuno answered quietly, "She says you buried her facing the wrong direction." Witnesses later claimed Ishiwata became visibly shaken. He drank heavily afterward and left before midnight. 3 weeks later, while stationed outside Kyoto, he allegedly shot himself in his quarters. Officially, the death was attributed to melancholia. Unofficially, people whispered that Kikuno had spoken to him again before his death. No proof exists that the meeting occurred afterward, but stories spread anyway. By summer, Kyoto had begun treating Kikuno less like a woman and more like weather. Certain patrons requested her obsessively. Others refused to attend gatherings where she might appear. A confectioner near Yasaka Shrine reportedly turned his lantern around whenever she passed, because he believed she cast no proper shadow in rainwater. Children in Gion dared one another to stand outside the Fujiya Okiya at night to listen for shamisen music after midnight. Some swore they heard 2 instruments playing instead of 1. Then came the river stories. The Kamo River has always carried strange folklore through Kyoto. Bodies were found there often enough in the old days that people learned not to stare too long at reeds along the banks. But during the summer of 1890, multiple residents claimed to see Kikuno near the river at impossible hours. A ferryman named Arai Sukichi reported seeing her standing barefoot on the eastern bank during heavy rain shortly before dawn on June 18th. He called out, warning that the stones were slippery. She turned toward him and asked whether he could also hear the people beneath the water speaking all at once. Sokichi later insisted the river was nearly silent at the time. A noodle vendor named Chieko claimed she saw Kikuno walking beside the river one evening while speaking to someone shorter than herself, hidden beneath a paper umbrella. Chieko assumed it was a child until wind lifted the umbrella edge and revealed empty space beneath it. Another witness, temple groundskeeper Moriyama Genpachi, gave perhaps the most chilling account. While locking a side gate near midnight, he saw Kikuno standing near the river steps, watching the current. Genpachi recognized her immediately from Gion performances and greeted her respectfully. She asked him a question that remained fixed in his memory until death. "How long," she asked, "does a drowned child remain the age it died?" Genpachi later claimed her voice sounded completely ordinary. That was what terrified him. Not ghostly, not dramatic, simply conversational, as though asking the weather. Then she stepped down toward the water and vanished behind the mist rising from the river stones. By the end of the summer of 1890, people in Kyoto had stopped speaking about Kikuno as though she were entirely alive. That sounds dramatic, written plainly like that, but it is the truth of the old accounts. The city did not reject her openly. Kyoto almost never did anything openly. Instead, the atmosphere around her changed in the quiet, suffocating way old cities change around certain names. Invitations became fewer. Conversations lowered when she entered rooms. Servants bowed to her very deeply, without ever quite meeting her eyes. Even the women who worked beside her began inventing reasons not to dress beside her mirrors. The stories had spread too far by then. Too many details matched. Too many witnesses described the same sensations independently of one another. The smell of rainwater indoors, damp tatami during dry weather, forgotten songs, knowledge she should not possess. The sensation, repeated over and over again in different forms, that Kikuno was never entirely alone when she entered a room. And then came Nishimura Fumi. Of all the witnesses attached to the legend, Fumi is perhaps the most important because she was not superstitious by nature and was known throughout Gion for being almost aggressively practical. She was 42 years old, widowed, sharp-tongued, and had worked at the Fujiya Okiya long enough to survive every kind of geiko scandal imaginable. Younger women feared her because she noticed everything. Older patrons respected her because she could not be charmed. Years later, another attendant would say, "If Fumi said she saw snow in August, you fetched a coat." On the night of September 3rd, 1890, Fumi was helping Kikuno prepare for an engagement near Shirakawa. Rain had begun shortly after dusk, a fine cold rain that slicked the stone alleys and blurred the lanterns into trembling amber stains. According to Fumi's account, Kikuno had been unusually quiet that evening even for herself. She sat before the mirror while Fumi adjusted the collar of her kimono and fixed a silver ornament into her hair. Then Fumi noticed something she would speak about only twice afterward. Kikuno's reflection was not moving correctly, not dramatically, not enough to call attention immediately, just wrong. Fumi later described it as the smallest delay imaginable, as though the mirror image were listening before deciding to imitate her. When Kikuno tilted her head, the reflection followed a fraction too late. When she blinked, the face in the mirror seemed to hold its gaze one heartbeat longer. Fumi stopped working. Kikuno noticed her expression in the mirror and asked softly, "Do you see her tonight?" Fumi asked who she meant. Kikuno answered, "The wet child." Those were the exact words. Fumi reportedly became angry then, more angry than frightened, and accused Kikuno of deliberately trying to unsettle people. She told her the rumours were destroying the house, and that whatever strange games she enjoyed needed to stop. According to the account later preserved by journalist Senda Masayuki, Kikuno listened patiently while Fumi spoke, then said something that Fumi would remember for the rest of her life. "She followed me out of the river months ago," Kikuno said. Now she waits in reflections because she cannot cross moving water alone. Fumi demanded to know what river she meant. Kikuno looked genuinely confused for a moment. Then she answered, "The river beneath the city." That sentence spread through Gion afterward like poison, because Kyoto does in fact have rivers beneath parts of the old districts. Buried channels, flood tunnels, hidden waterways redirected over centuries. Everyone knew this in a vague historical sense, but after Kikuno said it, people began connecting old stories they had ignored for years. Missing children during flood seasons, strange sounds beneath paving stones after heavy rain, servants hearing water moving below empty buildings late at night, and always somehow Kikuno standing near the riverbanks afterward. The final confirmed sighting of her occurred on September 19th, 1890. That date appears in nearly every surviving version. The witness was a patrolman named Okabe Tadamichi, a former infantryman assigned to evening rounds near Gion during heavy weather. Unlike the earlier witnesses, Okabe left an actual written statement preserved for years in municipal storage before later disappearing. Portions of it were copied by folklorist Kuroda Nobumitsu in 1928. According to Okabe, rain had been falling heavily enough to flood the lower stone paths near the Kamo River. At approximately 1 in the morning, he saw a woman standing beneath a dark paper umbrella near the river steps. He approached, intending to warn her about the current. Then he recognized Kikuno. Okabe later wrote that something about her appearance disturbed him immediately, despite her behaving normally. Her kimono hem was soaked black with water. Her hair ornaments hung loose as though she had been outside for hours. Most unsettling of all, he realized the rain striking her umbrella made almost no sound. He asked whether she needed assistance. Kikuno looked at him very calmly and asked a question instead. "Officer," she said, "if a person drowns twice, where are they buried?" Okabe admitted later that the question frightened him enough that he considered leaving immediately. Instead, he told her she should return home before the river rose further. Kikuno smiled faintly at this. Then she said, "I tried." Okabe noticed at that moment that she was not alone. Someone small stood partly concealed behind her kimono sleeve. At first, he assumed it was a child sheltering beneath the umbrella, but the proportions were wrong. Too short, too thin. The head tilted at an unnatural angle. He later wrote that the figure looked water softened, which is such a strange phrase that Kuroda copied it exactly into his own notes decades later. Okabe demanded to know who was with her. Kikuno glanced downward beside herself as though surprised to discover the figure there. Then she said something so quietly that Okabe almost failed to hear it over the rain. "She does not know she is dead." The patrolman took several steps backward. He would later insist this was because he saw the child's hand emerge from beneath the kimono sleeve. Not pale, not skeletal, not theatrical, swollen, like a hand left underwater too long. Okabe claimed the fingers were tiny and grey and left wet marks against the silk. He reached for the prayer charm hanging inside his uniform. At that moment, according to his statement, Kikuno suddenly looked frightened for the first time. Not of him, of something behind him. Okabe turned instinctively toward the river. He said the water had become strangely still despite the rain. The surface looked black and flat like lacquer. Then he heard movement beneath the stone embankment below his feet. Not splashing, knocking, many small knocks, like fingernails striking wood underwater. When he turned back, Kikuno had begun walking down the flooded river steps. Okabe shouted for her to stop. She continued descending. The smaller figure moved beside her, now fully visible in the rain. He said it appeared to be a little girl wearing what might once have been a patterned kimono, though the fabric clung to the body in strips as though rotted by water. He could not see the face properly because the head remained tilted downward. Then Kikuno stopped halfway into the river. She looked back over her shoulder one final time. Okabe wrote that her expression was not fearful in that moment. It was exhausted. She looked, he wrote, like someone who had been listening to another person speak for a very long time. Then the child lifted its head. Okabe never described the face in detail afterward. In fact, every surviving account says he actively refused to. When questioned years later by Kuroda, he reportedly became pale and said only, "Children should not look drowned while standing upright." The river current suddenly surged. The lantern along the embankment went out, and when Okabe could see again clearly through the rain, both figures were gone. No footprints remained on the flooded stones leading back upward, only downward, toward the river. The official version claimed Kikuno disappeared voluntarily and likely drowned downstream. No body was ever recovered. No kimono surfaced, no umbrella, nothing. But the story did not end there, because for decades afterward, people in Kyoto continued reporting sightings. Always in rain, always near water. A geiko beneath a dark umbrella standing near the Kamo River after midnight, sometimes alone, sometimes with a child beside her. Witnesses described hearing shamisen music where no musician could be found. Several claimed the music stopped abruptly whenever they approached too closely, as though whoever played it had stepped just out of sight. The most chilling report came in 1913 from a bridge labourer named Hayashi Bunpei during repairs after flooding near Sanjo. While working before dawn, Bunpei reportedly heard a woman humming somewhere beneath the bridge supports. Assuming a drunk had fallen into the embankment, he climbed down carrying a lantern. There, in shallow black water beneath the bridge, stood a woman in an old-fashioned kimono, not floating, standing. Her sleeves drifted gently in the current. Bunpei called out, asking whether she needed help. The woman turned slowly toward him. He later swore her face was perfectly beautiful except for one detail. Her hair was wet, completely wet, though no rain had fallen that morning. Then a child's hand emerged from beneath the water beside her and gripped the fabric of her sleeve. Bunpei dropped the lantern and ran. When other workers searched beneath the bridge minutes later, they found only water, and from somewhere farther along the riverbank, almost too faint to hear clearly over the current, came the sound of a shamisen string tightening until it nearly snapped. There are streets where people get lost. Bold Street is worse. On Bold Street, people remember where they were going, who they were meeting, what song was playing from a passing car, even what they had in their hands when it happened. Then, for a few impossible seconds, Liverpool changes its mind about what year it is. Shop signs vanish and return to older names. The smell of coffee and traffic gives way to damp stone, tobacco smoke, engine oil, wet horses, old rain. Witnesses describe looking up and realizing the city around them no longer belongs to them at all. And the most disturbing part is not that these people claim to have seen the past. It is that many of them insist the past saw them too. Bold Street runs through the centre of Liverpool with the confidence of a place that believes it has finally become modern. Students drift between cafes carrying laptops and takeaway coffee. Delivery drivers unload crates outside restaurants that occupy buildings older than the countries some tourists come from. Music leaks from doorways. Rainwater gathers in the seams of the pavement. On certain evenings, when the sky turns the colour of bruised steel over the Mersey and the shop lights begin glowing against the wet pavement, Bold Street feels almost cinematic. But Liverpool has always been a city built in layers, and layers have a habit of surviving underneath one another. Old cellars still sit beneath modern storefronts. Buried foundations sleep under the roads. Forgotten tunnels run under parts of the city like sealed veins. And according to the people who have walked Bold Street at exactly the wrong moment, the older Liverpool beneath the modern one does not always stay buried. The stories are strangely consistent. Witnesses describe a physical sensation before anything visual changes. Some say the air suddenly feels heavy and electrically still, like the pressure before a thunderstorm. Others describe the opposite, an abrupt hollowness, as though the city has been emptied out around them. Several people specifically mention the sound changing first. Modern Liverpool fades backwards. Traffic becomes distant. Voices become muffled. The low electronic hum of the present disappears. Then comes the smell. Wet earth, tobacco smoke, coal soot, damp brick, horse manure, engine oil from another century. And only then, when the senses have already realized something impossible is happening, do the streets themselves begin to change. The account, most often repeated in Liverpool, concerns a former police officer named Frank. The incident reportedly took place sometime during the mid-1990s, on an ordinary afternoon when Frank and his wife Carol had travelled into the city centre for shopping. They walked together along Bold Street past the restaurants and bookshops, not far from Liverpool Central Station. It was busy in the ordinary way city centres are busy, office workers moving quickly with carrier bags in hand, students outside cafes, smoking cigarettes beneath awnings, while rain drifted across the street in fine grey sheets. Carol wanted to stop inside Dylan's bookstore. Frank told her he would wait outside because he was tired of shopping and planned to smoke a cigarette while she browsed. Years later, Frank would insist the strange feeling arrived almost immediately after Carol disappeared through the doors. At first, he thought he was becoming ill. He described a sudden wave of dizziness accompanied by a pressure sensation in his ears, almost like descending rapidly in an aircraft. Then, the sound around him began to flatten unnaturally. Not silence, worse than silence. Liverpool suddenly sounded far away. Frank looked up and immediately noticed something wrong with the people moving around him. The clothing did not register consciously at first. It simply felt incorrect. Men in sharply tailored coats and narrow ties. Women with hairstyles and dresses he associated with old photographs from his childhood. Nobody appeared theatrical. Nobody resembled actors or tourists. In fact, one of the details Frank later repeated several times was how ordinary everybody looked. That frightened him more than anything else. Nobody was pretending to be from another decade. They simply were. Then he noticed the traffic. Parked near the curb was an older style delivery van painted with the name Kaplan's. Frank recognised the business instantly. Kaplan's had once been a well-known Liverpool department store before disappearing years earlier. The van itself looked worn and functional, not restored for display. Dirt clung around the wheel arches. One rear door appeared slightly dented. Frank later said he could remember staring at the faded paintwork, trying desperately to convince himself it was part of some historical promotion or filming project. But the deeper he looked, the more impossible that explanation became. There were no cameras, no barriers, no modern people watching, no indication anything unusual was happening at all. Then he turned toward the bookstore where Carol had entered. The Dylan sign was gone. In its place hung the name Cripps. Frank reportedly froze where he stood. He later described the sign as looking freshly painted, despite belonging to a business that had vanished from Liverpool decades earlier. The entire frontage had changed with it. Different window displays, different glass, different lettering styles. He could see older-looking products arranged behind the windows beneath warm yellow lighting, unlike the harsher electrical lighting modern shops used. And then came the detail Frank never forgot. People were beginning to notice him. An older woman carrying parcels slowed as she passed him, and stared openly at his clothing with visible confusion. A man near the curb glanced at Frank, frowned, then looked away quickly, as though unsettled by what he had seen. Frank suddenly realized he no longer felt like an observer. He felt exposed, out of place, like somebody who had wandered accidentally into the wrong year. Panic took hold of him then. He crossed towards the shop entrance where Carol had supposedly gone only moments earlier, but the closer he moved toward the building, the stranger the atmosphere became. He later claimed the air itself felt different near the doorway, colder somehow, with a smell of dust and rain-soaked stone drifting from inside. He could hear movement within the shop. the sound of footsteps and papers shifting, but none of it sounded modern. Then, without warning, everything snapped violently back into place. Traffic roared into existence around him. Modern engines, modern voices, modern music leaking from nearby cafes. The Kaplan's van vanished. The people in old-fashioned clothing were gone. The bookstore sign once again read, Dylan's. And almost immediately afterward, Carol stepped outside carrying books under her arm, asking why he looked so pale. Frank reportedly struggled to explain what had happened because he himself could barely process it. But the experience disturbed him enough that he later began researching old Liverpool businesses and discovered something deeply unsettling. Cripps had genuinely occupied premises on Bold Street decades earlier. Kaplan's had genuinely existed. The things he believed he had seen were historically real. The more Frank investigated, the worse the story became. He learned that Bold Street had undergone repeated redevelopment across generations, entire storefronts changing identities, while older architectural structures remained hidden underneath. Some paranormal researchers later became fascinated by the idea that the street itself somehow retained fragments of earlier periods, almost like recordings pressed into stone and brick. But what disturbed Frank personally was not the idea of seeing the past. It was the memory of those people staring back at him. Because if he truly saw them, then perhaps they truly saw him too. And Frank's story was only the beginning. During the early 2000s, another witness named Jane reportedly experienced something even more severe while walking alone near the lower end of Bold Street, toward Liverpool Central Station. Jane was a university student at the time and had been speaking to a friend on her mobile phone while carrying shopping bags through the city centre. According to later retellings of the account, the weather that afternoon had been miserable even by Liverpool standards. Light rain, thick clouds pressing low over the city, water collecting along the gutters, while buses hissed through puddles. Jane later said the phone call began breaking apart first, not dropping normally, distorting. Her friend's voice dissolved beneath layers of static so strange that Jane stopped walking altogether. The interference sounded almost vocal, like dozens of distant conversations bleeding together through heavy electrical noise. She could not make out words exactly, but she became convinced she was hearing human voices buried inside the static itself. Then the line cut dead. At almost the same moment, the city changed. Jane would later describe an overwhelming sensation that the atmosphere around her had suddenly become physically heavier. The temperature seemed colder. The smell of modern Liverpool vanished beneath thick odours of damp earth, soot and horses. She looked upward, expecting to see buses and traffic moving normally through the junction. Instead, she found herself standing inside a different street entirely. The pavement appeared uneven beneath her feet, darker and dirtier than moments before. The buildings around her looked older, blackened by industrial smoke. Shop fronts displayed unfamiliar painted signage. The air itself seemed dimmer somehow, thick with suspended smoke and rain mist. Then she heard wheels grinding across stone nearby. A horse-drawn cart emerged through the street where traffic should have been. Jane later insisted the horse looked absolutely real, soaked by rainwater and breathing heavily as it moved through the narrow road. The driver wore dark, heavy clothing spotted with mud. Not costume clothing, working clothing. Everything about him appeared tired, functional, and authentic. Jane became aware of more figures moving nearby, carrying parcels and crates through the wet street. Nobody smiled, nobody laughed. The atmosphere felt hard and industrial, the kind of Liverpool that existed when the docks controlled the rhythm of the city. Then somebody looked directly at her. A woman standing partially beneath a doorway stared openly at Jane with an expression Jane later described as genuine alarm, not curiosity, fear. Her eyes moved slowly across Jane's clothing, her trainers, the shopping bags in her hands, as though Jane herself appeared monstrous and impossible. That was the moment Jane became convinced she was no longer hallucinating. She later said the fear arrived so powerfully she could barely breathe. It was not simply the terror of seeing another time period, it was the horrifying certainty that she had somehow crossed into it physically, and that if she continued walking forward, she might never find her way back to modern Liverpool again. Then came the horn blast. Somewhere behind her, impossibly loud, a modern car horn exploded through the silence. Everything changed instantly. The old buildings vanished, modern traffic flooded back into existence. Neon signs glowed from storefronts. Music spilled from a nearby cafe doorway. The smell of smoke and horses disappeared beneath rain and exhaust fumes. Jane's mobile phone immediately began ringing again in her hand, her friend shouting through the speaker, demanding to know why she had disappeared mid-conversation. Jane was crying so hard she could barely answer. What frightened her later was not only the experience itself, but how physically real it had felt. She remembered details too specific to dismiss. The texture of the wet street beneath her shoes, the sound of iron-rimmed wheels moving over stone, the look of exhaustion on the cart driver's face, the expression of horror from the woman in the doorway. Most disturbing of all, Jane became obsessed afterward with researching old photographs of Liverpool from the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The deeper she looked, the more familiar everything became. The soot-darkened buildings, the carts, the narrow muddy streets, even the style of clothing worn by the people she believed she had encountered matched archived images with terrifying accuracy. And by then, Bold Street already had a reputation. Locals spoke quietly about people slipping there. Some claimed entire sections of the street felt wrong at certain hours of the evening. Workers in nearby shops described moments where the atmosphere changed abruptly for no reason at all. Taxi drivers reportedly avoided joking about the stories after dark because too many Liverpudlians seemed to know somebody who had experienced something strange there personally. Because on Bold Street, the stories never fully went away. What makes the Bold Street incidents different from ordinary paranormal stories is the sheer physicality of them. Witnesses do not describe translucent figures or dreamlike visions. They describe weight, temperature, texture, smell. They remember rainwater running along gutters that no longer exist. They remember the exact colour of signs. They remember mud on wagon wheels. They remember feeling observed, and over the years, scattered among the better-known accounts, stranger stories began surfacing from people who had no reason to invent them, and, in several cases, every reason not to speak publicly at all. One local account that circulated quietly among Liverpool paranormal researchers concerned a young man named Sean, who experienced something deeply unsettling near the entrance to Bold Street during the late evening sometime around 2001. Sean had reportedly finished drinks with friends near Concert Square and was walking alone towards Central Station after midnight, while light rain drifted across the city centre. Liverpool at night has its own atmosphere, especially after the bars begin emptying. Taxi lights reflecting on wet pavement, music thudding faintly through brick walls, drunk voices echoing somewhere far down side streets. Sean knew the area well and had walked it hundreds of times before, which is precisely why what happened next frightened him so badly. According to Sean's later account, the street ahead of him suddenly appeared wrong in a way he could not immediately explain. Not visibly transformed at first, simply wrong. The lighting seemed dimmer. The buildings looked darker. He later described the sensation as similar to walking into a photograph before realizing the photograph was moving. Then he noticed the people. A group of men stood near a storefront smoking cigarettes, but their clothing looked decades out of date. Long dark overcoats, despite the relatively mild weather, narrow lapels, hats pulled low. One of the men glanced towards Sean with such direct suspicion that Sean instinctively looked away. When he looked back seconds later, he realized something else had changed. The modern businesses surrounding him appeared altered. Signs were missing. Windows looked older. One storefront had wooden framing instead of metal. Sean stopped walking. He later claimed the silence struck him hardest. Liverpool city centre after midnight should have been noisy even in bad weather. But suddenly he could hear almost nothing except distant footsteps and the faint clatter of something metallic further down the road. Then he saw the tram tracks. Modern Liverpool no longer had trams running through Bold Street, yet Sean could clearly see metal tracks cutting across the road ahead of him, glistening beneath rainwater. He stared at them in disbelief, while trying desperately to convince himself he was drunk, overtired, or somehow disoriented. But the longer he looked, the more details emerged. Older style street lamps casting dim yellow light, dark smoke drifting somewhere above the rooftops. A newspaper boy moving quickly along the pavement, carrying bundled papers beneath one arm. And then came the figure that stayed with Sean for years afterward. Standing outside what should have been a modern clothing shop was a little girl wearing a dark wool coat and holding somebody's hand. Sean never saw the adult clearly because the child was staring directly at him, perfectly still, rainwater dripping from the edge of her hood. Sean later insisted the girl looked terrified, not curious. Terrified. Then the adult beside her pulled her away sharply, and both disappeared around a corner. Sean described an overwhelming certainty that the people around him could see him as clearly as he could see them. That certainty shattered whatever composure he had left. He turned and began walking quickly back toward the brighter lights near the station. But after only a few seconds, the atmosphere abruptly broke apart around him. Noise returned violently. Modern traffic sounds flooded back into existence. Music pounded faintly from nearby bars. The tram tracks vanished completely. Sean reportedly became obsessed afterward with old Liverpool transport maps and historical photographs. Eventually, he discovered that trams genuinely had once travelled through areas connected to Bold Street before being removed decades earlier. But the detail that disturbed him most was the child. He repeatedly told friends he could never forget the expression on her face because it looked exactly like somebody seeing a ghost. Other witnesses described the same sensation of mutual recognition. One woman who contacted a local Liverpool radio program during the early 2000s claimed she experienced a sudden slip while walking near Bold Street during heavy fog one winter evening. She refused to give her surname publicly, but identified herself as Imogen, a legal secretary working in the city centre. According to her account, she had left work late and decided to cut through toward Church Street shortly after 7 p.m. The fog had thickened unusually fast, muting the city and reducing visibility across entire blocks. Imogen later said the atmosphere already felt strange before the incident began because the fog seemed to absorb sound unnaturally. Even footsteps sounded muffled. As she crossed near the junction, she noticed a brightly lit pub she had never seen before standing where a modern business should have been. Warm yellow light spilled from its windows onto the wet street outside. Men in older style suits stood smoking beneath the doorway while voices and laughter drifted from inside. Imogen initially assumed the place had simply escaped her notice previously, but then she saw the cars parked nearby. Every single one was wrong. Rounded bodies, older paintwork, chrome detailing. Vehicles that belonged somewhere between the 1940s and 1960s. Imogen later claimed she physically stopped breathing for several seconds while staring at them because nothing looked staged. The cars were dirty from use. One had visible rust near the wheel well. Rainwater streamed across them beneath the streetlights. Then a man emerged from the pub doorway and looked directly at her. Imogen said the expression on his face changed instantly from casual indifference to visible confusion. Noticing this frightened her so badly that she began walking backwards without taking her eyes off him. The man reportedly continued staring at her with growing unease, then slowly turned his head as if speaking to somebody still inside the doorway behind him. At that exact moment, a bus passed between them. When it cleared, the pub was gone. In its place stood the modern building that should have been there all along. Imogen later admitted she became physically ill after reaching home and refused to walk that section of Bold Street alone again. What disturbed her most was not the changing street itself, but the certainty that the man outside the pub had reacted to her presence. She repeatedly described his expression not as surprise but alarm, as though he had suddenly realized something impossible was standing in the fog outside. By then the stories surrounding Bold Street had begun blending with older Liverpool folklore about the city itself. Liverpool has always been a place deeply connected to movement through time. Sailors arriving from distant continents, buildings destroyed during the Blitz and rebuilt over older foundations, streets disappearing beneath redevelopment projects, while fragments of earlier centuries remained hidden below ground. The area surrounding Bold Street sits not far from old rope walk districts, where workers once stretched enormous lengths of rope for sailing ships during Liverpool's maritime height. Beneath modern Liverpool are forgotten basements, sealed tunnels and buried structures dating back generations. Construction workers in parts of the city have repeatedly uncovered hidden rooms beneath modern streets, some untouched for decades. It created the uncomfortable feeling that the older city was never fully gone, only covered, and several witnesses described the same impossible detail after their experiences. They felt drawn towards side streets they did not recognize. A particularly unsettling account from the late 1990s involved two women walking together near Bold Street after shopping one afternoon. Their names were never publicly released, but one reportedly later described the experience to a paranormal investigator from Merseyside. According to the account, both women became aware of an alleyway they had somehow never noticed before branching away between buildings near the lower section of the street. The alley appeared narrow, damp and strangely dark, despite daylight conditions around them. One of the women later insisted she could smell coal smoke drifting from somewhere inside it. Curious, they walked a short distance down the passage. The atmosphere changed almost immediately. Both women later described hearing footsteps echoing ahead of them, despite seeing nobody there. The walls appeared older and wetter than they should have been, almost black with age and soot. One woman reportedly noticed old-fashioned advertisements pasted across brickwork further down the alley, though she could not read them clearly. Then they heard what sounded unmistakably like distant shouting, followed by the clatter of running feet. One of the women became frightened and wanted to leave, but the other continued slightly further forward, before suddenly stopping dead. There was a man standing at the far end of the alley watching them, not moving, not speaking. He wore dark clothing and a flat cap pulled low over his eyes. According to the witness, there was something deeply wrong about the way he stood, too still, too deliberate. Then, the women noticed something else. The far end of the alley no longer appeared to lead back into modern Liverpool at all. Instead, they could see what looked like a narrow older street, lit by dim yellow lamps through drifting smoke. Both women ran. When they reached Bold Street again, the alleyway appeared normal, narrow and unremarkable. But one of the witnesses later insisted the smell of coal smoke remained on her coat afterward. Stories like these accumulated slowly, spreading through Liverpool the way all good city legends spread, half whispered in pubs, repeated by relatives, mentioned cautiously by taxi drivers after midnight. What made Bold Street different was the number of witnesses who independently described the same core details: the silence, the smell, the sensation of pressure, the feeling of crossing a boundary rather than witnessing an illusion, and perhaps most disturbingly of all, the repeated certainty that the people inhabiting these older versions of Liverpool were becoming aware of them in return, because the deeper the stories went, the less the witnesses sounded like tourists glimpsing history, and the more they sounded like intruders. What slowly transformed the Bold Street incidents from local curiosity into something far stranger was the way the stories began intersecting with one another. Different witnesses described different decades, different storefronts, different weather conditions, different times of day, but certain details repeated themselves with unnerving precision. The first was the silence. Nearly every witness, no matter which version of Liverpool they believed they had entered, described the modern city fading away acoustically before anything visual happened at all. The second was the smell. Coal smoke appeared again and again throughout the accounts, even from younger witnesses who would not have recognized the smell naturally from modern life. The third detail was harder to explain away because it involved emotion rather than observation. Witnesses consistently described feeling unwelcome, not frightened initially, but wrong, like people accidentally entering a room they were never meant to find. One account that circulated among Liverpool paranormal groups during the mid-2000s involved a man named Martin, who worked nights delivering stock between businesses around the city centre. Martin reportedly avoided discussing the experience publicly for years because he was terrified co-workers would assume he had suffered some kind of breakdown. According to his account, the incident occurred shortly after 3 a.m. during heavy rain while he was unloading supplies near the lower section of Bold Street, not far from the junction leading toward Hanover Street. Liverpool after midnight can become strangely empty in certain pockets, especially during poor weather. And Martin remembered the city feeling unusually deserted that night, even before anything happened. Rain hammered against the pavement hard enough to blur reflections across the street. Wind pushed rubbish along the gutters. The only sounds came from distant traffic, somewhere beyond the city centre, and the occasional metallic rattle of loose signage shifting in the weather. Martin had just closed the rear doors of his van when he noticed the street lights had dimmed. Not failed completely, dimmed. He later described the effect as though somebody had placed smoked glass over the entire street. The yellow glow surrounding the lamps deepened unnaturally, while the edges of buildings became difficult to distinguish through rain and shadow. Then came the smell: wet ash, coal smoke, engine oil. Martin initially assumed smoke from somewhere nearby was blowing through the street, until he realized something far stranger. The rain itself smelled different. Then he heard music. Faint at first, tinny, distorted slightly by rain and distance. Martin reportedly stood completely still trying to identify it because it did not sound modern at all. Eventually, he realized it resembled older dance band music, the sort associated with wartime Britain or the years immediately afterward. The music seemed to drift from further down Bold Street, where visibility had become strangely poor despite the street lights. Martin walked forward. Later he admitted this was the decision he regretted most, because the deeper he moved into the street, the more wrong everything became. Shop fronts appeared darker and older. Modern signage vanished beneath painted lettering. The windows looked different, some fogged from within by warm yellow light. Martin noticed one building displaying blackout curtains partially drawn across its windows, despite the fact such things had disappeared generations earlier. Then he saw the soldiers. 3 young men in military uniform stood outside a doorway, smoking cigarettes beneath an awning while rainwater dripped from their caps and shoulders. Martin later insisted the uniforms looked authentic in every detail, not theatrical replicas. One of the soldiers laughed at something another had said, and Martin could actually see cigarette smoke mixing with rain mist beneath the street light. For several moments he simply stared because the scene felt too solid to process. The soldiers were not ghosts. They were exhausted young men sheltering from rain. Then one of them looked directly at him. Martin described an immediate change in atmosphere the moment eye contact occurred. The soldier's expression collapsed from casual amusement into confusion and then suspicion. One of the others turned to follow his gaze. Martin suddenly became horribly aware of his own modern clothing, his waterproof jacket, the reflective stripes on his work trousers, the van keys still clutched in his hand. He later said the men looked at him exactly the way people stare at somebody behaving strangely in public. And then the music stopped. Not faded, stopped. The silence that followed frightened Martin so badly he turned and hurried back toward his van without looking behind him. Halfway there he heard shouting somewhere further down the street, followed by what sounded unmistakably like an air raid siren beginning to rise through the rain. At that exact instant, modern Liverpool returned. The brighter white-orange glow of modern streetlights snapped back into place. Traffic sounds reappeared in the distance. The old storefronts vanished. The music disappeared completely. Martin reportedly sat inside his van, shaking for nearly 20 minutes before driving home. Years later, after reluctantly discussing the experience with a local researcher, Martin became disturbed by historical photographs from Liverpool during the Second World War, because several details matched precisely what he believed he had seen, including blackout curtains and military patrols moving through the city centre during air raid periods. The timing also unnerved him, because Bold Street and surrounding districts had suffered heavily during the May Blitz of 1941, when German bombing devastated large sections of Liverpool overnight. Thousands across the city witnessed fires, collapsing buildings and bodies pulled from rubble. Some paranormal writers later became fascinated with the possibility that traumatic events left impressions strong enough to linger physically within places. But Martin insisted the soldiers were not replaying history mindlessly. They saw him, and the stories kept becoming stranger. One of the most unsettling, lesser-known incidents involved a woman named Elaine who reportedly experienced a time slip while inside a clothing shop on Bold Street during the late afternoon sometime around 1998. Elaine had entered the shop intending to browse winter coats while waiting for a friend arriving by train at Central Station. According to her later account, the shop had been relatively quiet at the time, with only a handful of customers scattered between racks. Music played softly overhead. Rain tapped against the front windows facing the street. Everything felt completely ordinary until Elaine noticed the staff behind the counter had disappeared. Not walked away, disappeared. Elaine later said she initially assumed they had moved into a back room, but the silence inside the shop became increasingly uncomfortable. The music overhead abruptly stopped. She could no longer hear traffic outside. Even the fluorescent light seemed dimmer somehow. Then she realized the clothing around her had changed. The racks nearest the entrance no longer displayed modern winter fashion. Instead, they contained older garments in darker colors and heavier fabrics than moments earlier. Elaine remembered touching one coat sleeve specifically because the material felt unusually coarse beneath her fingers. When she looked toward the mirrors along the wall, the reflections themselves appeared wrong. The lighting inside the shop had shifted to a softer yellow tone, unlike modern retail lighting. And then she noticed somebody standing beside the front window. An elderly woman wearing a dark hat and gloves stood staring outward onto Bold Street, as if waiting for somebody to arrive. Elaine later described feeling immediate dread because the woman looked too detailed, too alive, to belong inside any hallucination. Rainwater glistened on the glass beside her. Elaine could see tiny wrinkles in the fabric of her gloves. The woman slowly turned her head toward Elaine, with an expression so deeply startled that Elaine instinctively stepped backwards. At that exact moment, the woman dropped her handbag. The sound reportedly echoed through the entire shop. Elaine later insisted the woman looked genuinely terrified before everything changed at once. Modern lighting returned, music resumed overhead. The racks contained ordinary clothing again. Staff members reappeared near the register, carrying on conversations as though nothing had happened. But the detail Elaine could never explain came afterward. Near the front window, lying on the floor exactly where the elderly woman had stood moments earlier, was a small metal hair clip, unlike anything Elaine recognized as modern. She reportedly picked it up in shock before eventually handing it to one of the confused employees nearby. According to later retellings, the clip appeared heavily tarnished and old-fashioned in design. Nobody inside the shop could explain where it had come from. Stories like these transformed Bold Street into something larger than a simple urban legend because they created the uncomfortable impression that the incidents were becoming increasingly physical. Witnesses were not simply seeing another Liverpool, they were interacting with it. Objects appeared displaced, sounds carried across whatever boundary existed between decades. People inside the older versions of the city reacted visibly to modern intruders, and perhaps the most frightening possibility emerged from a small cluster of accounts connected specifically to Liverpool Central Station. Several witnesses over the years claimed the area surrounding the station felt particularly unstable during these incidents. Some described sudden overwhelming sensations of vertigo while descending underground. Others claimed entire corridors appeared altered briefly before returning to normal. One anonymous account shared online during the late 2000s described a commuter emerging from the station onto Bold Street, only to find the buses gone, replaced instead by older vehicles and crowds dressed in wartime clothing. moving rapidly through heavy fog. The witness claimed the atmosphere felt panicked, tense, urgent, unlike the quieter slips reported elsewhere. Air raid sirens reportedly echoed faintly somewhere across the city before modern Liverpool abruptly returned. That account spread widely among local paranormal enthusiasts for one disturbing reason. The witness specifically described seeing ash falling through the air like dirty snow. Because the deeper people looked into the history beneath Bold Street, the more they began noticing a pattern. Most of the reported decades witnesses slipped into were periods when Liverpool itself stood under extraordinary pressure. Wartime Liverpool, industrial Liverpool, Dockland Liverpool, hungry Liverpool. The city seemed less likely to reveal moments of comfort than moments of tension, exhaustion, and survival, as though whatever remained beneath Bold Street was strongest where suffering had once been greatest. By the time the Bold Street stories began travelling beyond Liverpool, the street had already taken on the character of a place that behaved differently depending on who entered it. Some people walked there every day for 30 years and never saw anything stranger than rain on the shop windows. Others crossed it once at the wrong hour and came away with the fixed, unsettled stare of somebody who had glimpsed a version of the city that was never meant to be visible. That is one of the most quietly disturbing parts of the whole mystery. Bold Street does not perform on command. It does not open for the curious. It does not seem to respond to cameras, ghost hunts, late-night dares, or people deliberately trying to catch it out. It appears, instead, to choose ordinary moments. Someone going to buy a book, someone hurrying to the station, someone leaving work, someone carrying shopping bags, someone looking down at their phone at exactly the wrong second. Then the street shifts, and for a brief moment, the witness is no longer walking through Liverpool. They are walking through Liverpool's memory. One of the more obscure accounts concerns a woman usually referred to as Helen, who had worked in and around the city centre for years and considered herself almost impossible to frighten. Helen's experience reportedly happened near the top end of Bold Street, closer to St. Luke's, the bombed-out church whose roofless shell already gives that part of Liverpool a haunted gravity. She was walking after dark on a weekday evening, not terribly late, but late enough that the shops had begun closing, and the street had thinned into that uneasy hour when a city centre feels neither busy nor asleep. Rain had fallen earlier, and the pavement reflected the remaining lights in long broken strips. Helen later said she had just passed a restaurant when she became aware of footsteps behind her. Not hurried, not threatening exactly, but measured and heavy, the sort of footsteps made by hard leather soles rather than trainers. At first, she assumed a man was simply walking behind her at the same pace, but when she glanced over her shoulder, nobody was there. The footsteps continued. Helen walked faster, irritated with herself for feeling nervous, and then noticed something ahead that made the fear sharpen into confusion. The shops further down the street appeared darker than they should have been, not closed, but different, as though their fronts had retreated into shadow and older facades had pushed forward through them. She remembered one sign in particular, painted in faded cream letters across dark wood, advertising goods she could not fully make out. The lettering looked worn by weather, not stylized, and the glass beneath it was fogged from the inside. Then the street lamps changed. Helen described them not as switching off, but softening. The modern glare collapsed into something duller and yellower. She could no longer hear the familiar city sounds from behind her. No distant buses, no music, no echo from groups further down the hill. Instead, she heard murmuring from somewhere ahead, and the faint scrape of a chair being dragged across a floor. That detail frightened her deeply because it sounded domestic, intimate, as if she had wandered too close to somebody's private life in a year where she did not belong. When she turned again, the street behind her seemed longer than it had been. The familiar landmarks had shifted just enough to make her feel trapped. Then she saw a woman in a doorway. The woman wore a dark dress and a pale apron, her hair pinned back severely, one hand resting on the doorframe. Helen later said the woman looked exhausted, with the grey, hollowed face of somebody who had been working since dawn. She was not transparent, she was not misty, she was solid, breathing, present. For several seconds, the two women stared at each other across the wet pavement. Helen said the woman's eyes moved from Helen's shoes to her coat to the handbag on her shoulder, and then her expression changed into unmistakable fear. The woman stepped backward into the building and shut the door. The sound of the door closing echoed far too loudly. Helen broke into a run. She did not stop until she reached the brighter stretch near the station, where the modern world seemed to reassemble around her in pieces. First the sound of tyres on wet road, then the glow from shop signs, then voices, then the ordinary smell of food and exhaust and damp clothing. When she later tried to describe where the doorway had been, she could not match it exactly to any modern entrance. The building was there, or something like it was there, but the doorway was wrong. The proportions were wrong. The height of the step was wrong. The whole thing had the awful logic of a dream, except Helen insisted she had never felt more awake in her life. Another account, quieter, but in some ways more sinister, came from a man who claimed to have worked briefly in a restaurant kitchen off Bold Street. He never gave his full name publicly, but the story circulated under the name Anthony among local paranormal writers. Anthony said the incident happened during a split shift when he had stepped outside into the back passage behind the premises for a cigarette. Anyone who has worked hospitality knows those back spaces. Wet stone, bins, extractor fans, delivery crates, cigarette ends crushed into corners, the less glamorous underworld behind the pretty fronts of restaurants. Anthony said the passage was completely normal when he went out. He could hear kitchen noise behind him, pans clattering, someone shouting for service, the extractor humming overhead. Then the extractor sound stopped. He turned, expecting a power cut, but the kitchen door behind him was no longer the same door. Instead of the modern rear entrance, he saw a heavier wooden door, blackened at the edges and fitted with older ironwork. The wall beside it seemed older too, darker, damp with age. He thought for one disorienting moment that he had stepped into the wrong passage entirely. But his cigarette was still in his hand, and the bins that had been beside him were gone. In their place were stacked wooden crates, some stamped with lettering so faded he could not read it. Then somebody coughed behind the door. Anthony said the cough was followed by a man's voice, close and irritated, speaking in what sounded like a Liverpool accent, but older in rhythm, rougher, with words he could not fully catch. A second voice answered. Then the door handle moved from the inside. Anthony panicked, backed away, and hit his shoulder against the wall. The pain was sharp enough that he always used it as proof to himself that he had not fainted or drifted into some half-dream state. Before the door opened, the kitchen noise returned all at once. The extractor roared overhead. The modern metal door was back. Someone inside shouted his name and asked if he had died out there. But Anthony later noticed something odd on his jacket. The shoulder he had struck against the wall was smeared with black soot. He insisted the modern passage wall was painted brick and wet with rainwater, but not soot blackened. He checked it himself before going back inside. Nothing on that wall should have left a mark like that. The soot was real enough that he wiped it off with a damp towel in the kitchen. He never liked using the back passage again, and when other staff joked about Bold Street being strange, he did not laugh with them. Then there is the story of the young couple near Brooks Alley, one of those small details in the Bold Street lore that feels especially unnerving because it involves not just seeing another time, but almost entering it. The couple, whose names are often withheld, were said to be walking down Bold Street after visiting a bar, arguing mildly about where to eat, when they noticed a side turning that neither of them remembered. The woman thought it might lead toward another restaurant or shortcut. The man insisted it had not been there earlier. The alley looked narrow and damp, with older brickwork and a faint yellow glow at the far end, like lamplight rather than street lighting. What made them approach was the sound coming from within it. A small crowd, glasses clinking, a woman laughing, music playing faintly, as if from behind thick walls. They stepped into the passage and immediately felt the temperature drop. The woman later said the change was so obvious she could see her breath. The man claimed the sound from Bold Street behind them became muffled after only a few steps, as though a door had closed over the mouth of the alley. Ahead, the yellow light seemed brighter now. They could smell beer, pipe smoke, and wet wool. At the far end of the passage, instead of the ordinary continuation they expected, they saw what appeared to be the entrance of an older public house. Men stood outside in caps and heavy coats. One man had his back against the wall with a pint in hand. Another turned slowly and looked towards the couple. Then every conversation stopped. The couple both remembered this part, which is why the story lingers. It was not one person imagining fear. They both said the sound ceased at exactly the same moment, as if every person at the end of the alley had become aware of them. The woman grabbed her partner's arm and whispered that they needed to leave. The man, trying to appear calm, took one more step forward, and the man holding the pint raised his hand slightly, not in greeting, but warning. That was enough. They turned and hurried back the way they had come, but the passage seemed longer leaving than entering, and for several seconds they could not see Bold Street at all, only black brick and wet stone stretching ahead of them. When they finally burst back onto the street, everything was modern again. The music from bars, the glow from restaurants, the ordinary movement of people. They turned around shaken and embarrassed, and found only a narrow service passage that did not appear to lead anywhere like the scene they had just witnessed. There was no pub entrance, no yellow light, no men in caps, but the woman said she could still smell pipe smoke on her scarf when they got home. The strongest and strangest accounts all share that same unpleasant intimacy. The past is not presented like a film on a wall. It is a place with people inside it, and those people are not always passive. They look back, they react. Sometimes they seem afraid, sometimes they seem suspicious. Sometimes, as in one deeply peculiar account from the Whitechapel end of the shopping district, they appear almost to be waiting. This account involved a man named David, a railway enthusiast who had come into Liverpool to photograph older station architecture and compare surviving city features with archive maps. David was not, according to the telling, a spiritual man or a believer in anything paranormal. He was interested in transport history, old alignments, vanished tram routes, station changes, the physical mechanics of how cities alter over time. He had spent the afternoon between Lime Street, Central, and the surrounding streets, photographing facades and noting older features above modern shop fronts. While cutting back towards Bold Street, he noticed a shop window displaying items that appeared far older than anything around it. Leather gloves, hats, collars, small boxes, and a handwritten sign advertising prices in pre-decimal currency. David thought it was a vintage display. Then he noticed movement inside. A shop assistant stood behind the glass, writing in a ledger. David later said she was young, perhaps in her 20s, with dark hair pinned close to her head and a white collar at her throat. The interior behind her looked narrow and deep, lit by warm lamps rather than modern lighting. He lifted his camera, intending to take a photograph of the display. The moment he did, the young woman looked up sharply. According to David, her expression changed from concentration to horror. She raised one hand toward the glass, palm outward, as if telling him not to take the picture. David lowered the camera instinctively, and at that moment a bus passed between him and the shop. When the bus moved on, the window had changed completely. The old display was gone. In its place was an ordinary modern frontage he recognized from earlier. David, more shaken than he wanted to admit, checked his camera. The photograph he had taken just before she raised her hand showed only a blur of light and a dark vertical smear where the window should have been. He told one friend later that the blur looked disturbingly like a figure turning away. The failed photograph became part of the story, not because it proved anything neatly, but because it matched the behaviour of the place. Bold Street never gives quite enough. It gives a vanishing sign, but not a preserved document. It gives a witness, but not a crowd. It gives an object that might be old, a smell that should not be there, a smear of soot, a dead phone signal, a stranger's terrified glance. The mystery survives because the evidence arrives in fragments, and the fragments point in the same direction. There are also accounts where the slip lasts no more than a few seconds, but those seconds seem to affect the witnesses for years. A woman leaving Central Station claimed she emerged onto the street and saw, for one impossible instant, a boy in short trousers standing alone in the rain, crying beside a stack of crates. His face was dirty, his hair plastered to his forehead, and he appeared to be looking for someone in the crowd. Before she could speak, 2 modern pedestrians crossed in front of her, and when they moved aside, the boy was gone. What disturbed her was not merely that she saw him, it was that she heard him. She remembered the little broken inhale of a child trying not to sob. She remembered the sound of his shoes scraping the pavement. She remembered the awful certainty that he had been as lost as she felt. Another witness described seeing a funeral procession crossing Bold Street, where no procession could possibly have been. This account is usually unnamed, but it is one of the bleakest in the wider lore. A man walking in the late afternoon saw several figures in black moving slowly through rain, following a horse-drawn hearse with glass sides. The horses wore dark plumes, wet and heavy from the weather. The coffin inside the hearse was small, too small. He stopped on the pavement, chilled by the sight, while modern shoppers seemed to vanish around him. For several seconds he heard nothing except hooves, wheels, and rain on wood. Then a woman among the mourners looked straight at him, her face hidden behind a veil, and he felt such a violent wave of grief that he began crying before the vision ended. When Bold Street returned, he was standing among ordinary pedestrians with tears running down his face, and no idea whose sadness he had just carried. That detail matters because not every Bold Street slip is merely visual. Some witnesses describe emotional transfer as if the past does not only show itself, but presses its feelings into the living. Fear, grief, urgency, shame, the sense of being late for something terrible, the sense of searching for someone who will not come. These impressions are difficult to describe and impossible to file neatly, but they appear often enough in the stories to become part of the pattern. Bold Street does not simply reveal old Liverpool. It reveals charged moments, human moments, moments with unfinished emotional weight. And this is where the mystery becomes much darker than a charming local legend about time travel. Liverpool is not an ordinary backdrop. It is a city of departures and arrivals, of docks, migration, poverty, wealth, war, music, empire, loss, and reinvention. For centuries people passed through Liverpool carrying everything they owned, or leaving with nothing, or returning changed beyond recognition. Ships left the Mersey for distant ports. Families waited at windows for men who never came back. During the war, bombs fell hard enough to erase streets from maps. Buildings that now hold restaurants and shops may stand above cellars where people once sheltered in terror while the city burned overhead. And Bold Street, sitting within that dense historical web, seems in these accounts to behave less like a street and more like a seam. A seam can hold, a seam can split. The final story belongs not to one named witness, but to the street itself, because so many accounts end in almost exactly the same way. The witness returns. They go back days later, sometimes with a friend, sometimes alone, sometimes determined to prove they imagined it. They stand in the same spot. They search for the sign, the doorway, the alley, the window, the pub, the woman, the child, the soldiers, the cart, the hearse, the impossible shop. And there is nothing. Bold Street is only Bold Street again. People are drinking coffee. Someone is carrying flowers. A bus hisses past in the rain. Students laugh outside a restaurant. Music plays from a doorway. The city appears whole, modern, sealed. But the witness is not sealed. Something has opened in them. That may be the real horror of Bold Street. Not that people vanish there, because most of them do come back. They return to the present with their shopping bags, their phones, their wet coats, their trembling hands. They go home. They tell the story badly at first because language is too small for it. They search old photographs. They compare shop names. They ask older relatives about businesses that closed before they were born. They discover crypts really existed, Kaplans really existed, the trams really ran, the uniforms match. The street once looked that way. The windows once had that shape. The city once carried those smells. And then they have to live with the knowledge. For most of us, the past is supposed to be safely behind glass. It belongs in books, museums, photographs and plaques on old buildings. It can be mourned, studied, romanticized or forgotten. But it is not supposed to step into the road in front of us. It is not supposed to look back. Yet on Bold Street, if the witnesses are telling us the truth, the past is not behind glass at all. It is close enough to touch, close enough to smell, close enough for a woman in an old doorway to see your clothes and be frightened, close enough for a soldier in the rain to stop laughing, close enough for a child from another Liverpool to cry where commuters now hurry for trains. And perhaps that is why the stories have never died. They are not neat enough to be solved, and they are not ridiculous enough to be dismissed. They sit in the mind like a lit window at the end of an alley, warm and impossible, inviting you closer while every sensible part of you says, turn back. Bold Street remains busy, ordinary, alive. People still walk there every day without incident. They check messages, meet friends, buy books, miss trains, shelter from rain, and never suspect the street beneath their feet may be remembering them. But if you ever find yourself there when the sound drops away, when the air grows heavy, when your phone dies in your hand, and the smell of coal smoke drifts through the rain, do not keep walking, just to see what happens. Look at the shop signs, look at the windows, look at the people. If they begin to look back, you may already have gone too far. And somewhere in Liverpool, in a year that no longer exists, someone may be telling a story about you. In 1985, firefighters in England began noticing something they could not explain, or at least something they stopped trying to explain out loud. Entire rooms would be blackened, ceilings collapsed, curtains gone, furniture reduced to wet ash and broken springs. Yet hanging there, sometimes crooked, sometimes fallen face down beneath plaster and soot, was the same picture. A little boy with tears running down his face. The frame might blister, the glass might crack, but the child remained. After enough fires, enough houses, enough uneasy glances between fire crews, people stopped calling it coincidence. They began taking the paintings off their walls before anything happened at all. The first public spark came on Monday, the 2nd of September 1985, not in a national newspaper, but in the Rotherham edition of the Star, the evening paper out of Sheffield. The article was written by journalist John Murphy and ran under the headline, "Family Hit by Curse." It told the story of Ronald Hall, a redundant miner, and his wife May, whose terraced council house in Swallownest, South Yorkshire, had been badly damaged by fire. Swallownest was not some gothic village invented for atmosphere. It was a real coal mining community, the sort of place where people knew one another's business before breakfast, and where a house fire was not an abstract tragedy, but something that left a family standing in the road with smoke in their clothes and neighbours watching from behind curtains. The hall's son, David, a 25-year-old fitter at Kiverton Park Colliery, had been cooking chips when the fire took hold. It spread quickly through the downstairs rooms, hard and fast enough to leave serious damage behind, and David was photographed for the paper with his arm bandaged. A domestic accident suddenly turned into something much stranger. What made the story travel was not the chip pan, because Britain in the 1980s knew chip pan fires only too well. What made it travel was what remained in the lounge after the flames had finished. On the wall was a framed print of a weeping child, signed G. Braglin. The Halls believed the print was cursed. They said so openly enough for it to become the centre of the article, and the paper framed the story with two images: David Hall with his bandaged arm on one side, and the tearful boy himself on the other. The opening line told readers that the distraught Hall family believed the curse of the crying boy print had struck their home, and from that moment the object stopped being mere decoration. It became a suspect. 2 days later, on Wednesday, the 4th of September, 1985, The Sun took the local story national with the headline that made the legend famous: Blazing Curse of the Crying Boy Picture. The paper did not present it as a mild curiosity. It presented it as something already known in fire stations, something whispered about by men who had walked through too many burned houses and seen the same face staring back from the ruins. The print, The Sun said, was the portrait that firemen claimed was cursed, and that phrase mattered because it dragged the story out of the Hall's living room and placed it inside the professional memory of the fire service. Ron and May Hall were not alone anymore. Their fire became one case in a pattern. Ron Hall's own family connection made the claim harder to brush aside. His brother, Peter Hall, was connected with the fire service, and the story that reached the public was not simply that one unlucky household blamed a picture. It was that firefighters had seen this before. They had gone into homes where the heat had taken furniture, wallpaper, doors, and carpets, yet the crying child survived. The little boy's face was said to remain clean, or almost clean, as though the fire had chosen to leave him readable. That is the part people remembered, not the technical cause of one kitchen blaze, not the insurance details, not the damp aftermath when families picked through what could be saved, but the image of a child crying in a room where everything else had burned. The painter's name only deepened the unease. Giovanni Bragolin sounded elegant, European, and faintly theatrical, but it was a name wrapped in uncertainty. The artist behind it is generally identified as Bruno Amadio, an Italian painter who used more than one name and whose tearful children were reproduced in enormous numbers after the Second World War. Some were sold under Bragolin, some associated with other names, and the children themselves seemed to multiply in slightly different versions: dark-haired boys, pale girls, solemn toddlers, wide eyes, damp cheeks, shabby clothing, and expressions that looked less like ordinary sadness than like testimony. These were not cheerful nursery prints. They were grief made decorative, and Britain had hung them above mantelpieces by the thousands. That is one of the strangest historical details in the whole affair. The crying boy was not rare, hidden, or expensive. It was common. It was domestic. It belonged to the world of mail-order prints, furniture shops, market stalls, and living rooms where the television set glowed in the corner and cigarette smoke drifted upward in the evenings. It entered homes quietly, without ceremony, and sat there for years watching. People forgot when they bought it. Some had received it as a gift. Some inherited it with a house. Some could not even remember why they liked it in the first place. Then, in September 1985, they saw the newspaper and looked up at their own wall. After the Sun published its first article, the paper was reportedly flooded with calls and letters from readers who said the same thing had happened to them. On the 5th of September, the follow-up headline was "Crying Boy Curse Has Jinxed Us Too," and the stories began arriving from different parts of the country with the same cold little detail at the centre: a fire, a ruined room, a surviving child. Some accounts involved homes gutted by flames, others spoke of repeated bad luck, accidents, or incidents that seemed to begin after the print entered the house. The public did not need every case to be identical. The pattern was enough. When a thing appears once, it is an oddity. When it appears again, people lean closer. When it appears again and again, they begin making space for dread. Station Officer Alan Wilkinson of Rotherham became one of the names most closely attached to the story. He had reportedly kept account of numerous fires in which crying boy prints were found intact, with some later versions putting the number around 50 cases. What mattered, dramatically, was not that he stood on a stage declaring the supernatural to be real. What mattered was that a serving fire officer had noticed the recurrence at all. Firefighters see more burned rooms than most people will ever imagine. They know what heat does. They know what smoke does. They know how randomly fire can choose its survivors. So, when a fire officer's name becomes attached to a repeated object, the public hears something more than gossip. It hears experience. By October of 1985, the story had thickened into a national fever. On the 24th of October, the Daily Mail reported on the family of Kevin Godber in Herringthorpe, South Yorkshire, who were made homeless by a fire. In that case, the detail was especially sharp. The crying boy print reportedly remained unscathed, while pictures on either side of it were destroyed. That is the sort of detail that gives a curse its teeth. It is one thing for an object to survive because it happened to be away from the worst of the flames. It is another for the objects flanking it to be taken while the crying child remains between them, untouched enough to be named again in print. It creates the impression of selection, and selection is what turns an accident into a haunting. The next day, the 25th of October, the Sun carried another story under the headline, "That Damn Curse Again," involving an explosion at the home of the Amos family in Heswall, Merseyside. This was not merely another chip pan story passed around a neighbourhood. It involved an explosion, a home violently damaged, and not one but two crying boy prints reportedly recovered unharmed from the living room and dining room. 2 rooms, 2 prints. The same child, or at least the same family of weeping children, surviving where they had no right to seem so calm. Mr. Amos was said to have destroyed the jinxed paintings afterwards, and that reaction feels almost more telling than the survival itself. People do not destroy ordinary pictures with that sort of urgency. They do it when an object has crossed a line. Also on the 26th of October, the Shropshire Star reported a fire in Telford involving Fred Trower, an ex-fireman. His house had been damaged and he had a crying boy print in the hallway. Trower did not fold immediately into panic. He reportedly refused to believe in the curse and said the print would stay where it was unless there was a second fire. That single detail is eerie because it gives the story the shape of a dare. A former fireman, a man who should have been harder to frighten than most, leaves the picture hanging with a condition attached. One more fire, and the boy comes down. The legend did not need to punish him on the page for that moment to work. The threat was already there, suspended in the hallway. On the 31st of October, Halloween itself, the sun leaned into the season with another crying boy story, Crying Flame. By then, the newspaper had become almost part of the ritual. Readers were no longer just consuming the legend, they were participating in it. They sent letters, made phone calls, compared prints, clipped articles, and inspected their own walls. This was Britain in the middle of the 1980s, under strip lights and coal smoke and tabloid headlines, turning a mass-produced picture into something like a household omen. The timing mattered. Halloween gave the paper a theatrical stage, but the fear underneath was not seasonal. It had been growing for weeks in ordinary homes. Then came the disposal campaign. The Sun invited frightened readers to send in their crying boy prints, promising to destroy them and, in effect, lift the curse. Thousands reportedly arrived. Some were wrapped carefully, as though the owners did not want to offend the thing even while getting rid of it. Others were likely shoved into parcels with the impatience of people who had slept badly since reading the first headline. By the end of October, the paper staged a mass burning, a great tabloid exorcism in which the unwanted children were committed to flames. That image is almost too perfect. A newspaper that had spread the fear now standing over a bonfire of crying faces, declaring itself the thing that could end what it had helped awaken. But even the burning carried a strange irony. The legend had begun because the prints would not burn when they were found in ruined homes. Now the solution offered to the public was to burn them deliberately, in quantity, under supervision, as though a curse that resisted accidental fire could be broken by ceremonial fire. There is something ancient hiding inside that logic, whether anyone admitted it or not. The modern tabloid had stumbled into the shape of an old folk rite. Identify the cursed object, gather it from the community, destroy it before witnesses, and announce that the danger has passed. It could have happened in a village centuries earlier with a witch bottle, a poppet, a blood-stained cloth, or a charm nailed behind a door. In 1985, it happened with mass market prints and a national newspaper. The cases did not stop neatly at Halloween. On the 12th of November, the Sun reported that Malcolm Vaughan of Church Down, Gloucestershire, had destroyed a neighbour's crying boy print, only for his own living room to catch fire later. That story has the quality of punishment about it, which is precisely why it belongs in the darker heart of the legend. It suggests that the picture did not merely endanger those who owned it, it resented interference. To destroy another person's print, to involve yourself in the curse without being its chosen host, was to invite attention. Whether Vaughan believed that before the fire is almost beside the point. Afterward, the narrative was waiting for him. By February of 1986, the story had taken on an even more sombre tone. On the 24th of February, the Sun reported the death of 61-year-old William Armitage in Weston-super-Mare, Avon, after a house fire. The room was gutted. A crying boy print was reportedly found on the floor near him, unscathed. That is not a detail to linger over crudely, and we do not need to. The image is disturbing enough without forcing it. A man gone, a room ruined, and the tearful child lying nearby as though it had watched the last of the smoke drift upward. A fireman was quoted as finding it odd, and sometimes that's the most powerful word in a case like this. Not impossible, not supernatural, just odd. Odd enough to be remembered, odd enough to be printed, odd enough to keep the boy alive. There were other threads too, smaller ones, stranger ones, the sort that cling to a legend because they fill in the spaces official reports leave blank. Some people said the curse could be softened by hanging a crying girl beside the crying boy, as though the child needed company or balance. Others claimed kindness to the print brought luck, while contempt brought danger. There were whispers that the boy in the picture had been an orphan, that he had lost his parents to fire, that he himself had caused fires wherever he went, that the artist had been warned not to paint him, that the studio burned, that the child vanished, that the painter later regretted capturing him at all. These stories are difficult to pin to dates and documents, but they matter because they show what people felt was missing. The fires were frightening, but a curse needs a face, a motive, and a wound. The public looked at the painted child and invented, or remembered, a wound big enough to explain the flames. That is why the crying boy legend has never behaved like a simple newspaper panic. It had evidence, names, dates, headlines, injured families, fire crews, regional papers, national coverage, and repeated reports of the same image surviving where others did not. But it also had something stranger, emotional accuracy. The painting looked cursed before anyone said it was. It looked like the aftermath of something. It looked as though the child had been caught at the exact moment before a sob, or after a punishment, or during some private terror no adult in the room had bothered to stop. When that face began appearing in burned houses, people did not have to stretch their imaginations very far. The picture already seemed to know grief. The fires only gave it a language. By the time November settled across Britain in 1985, the story no longer belonged to newspapers. It had crossed into that older, harder to measure territory where rumour becomes memory and memory becomes warning. People no longer said, "Did you read about that painting?" They said, "My aunt had one. My neighbour took theirs down. A bloke at work swears his mother's kitchen went up after they bought it." The crying boy had stopped being a picture and become an object people discussed with lowered voices. Even those who laughed at the story often knew exactly which painting was being referenced. They could picture the damp eyes, the dark background, the expression that never quite looked frightened, only resigned, as though the child already knew something unpleasant was coming. Part of the unease came from how ordinary the fires were. They did not erupt inside castles or abandoned churches. They began in homes that resembled thousands of others across England: semi-detached houses, terraces, council estates, small front gardens, net curtains, electric fires, wallpaper with faint floral patterns, the sort of places where nothing supernatural was expected to happen. If the crying boy had appeared only in grand or theatrical settings, people might have dismissed it as a gothic curiosity. Instead, it seemed to arrive precisely where life was most normal. That made the legend harder to escape. Anyone could own one. Anyone could unknowingly hang it above a fireplace and forget about it for years. The public obsession deepened because newspapers kept finding new cases, and each case added another layer to the same growing pattern. One report described a woman who claimed she had removed her crying boy print after reading about the curse, only to suffer an electrical fault. Days later, that blackened part of her kitchen wall. Another family reportedly blamed a sequence of small fires on the painting after several unexplained incidents inside the home: curtains smouldering, wiring overheating, smoke when no cause could immediately be identified. Individually, none of these events proved anything. Together, they formed a rhythm, a suggestion that the painting did not always destroy immediately. Sometimes it lingered first. There was an unusual consistency in how witnesses described seeing the image after fires. The frame might be damaged, the cord burned through, glass shattered or cracked, but the face itself often remained visible enough to recognize immediately. Firefighters entering ruined rooms would reportedly notice the picture because it stood out against destruction. Human eyes search for familiarity in chaos. A face attracts attention instinctively. Imagine stepping into a charred sitting room where everything has collapsed inward, where smoke still hangs low near the ceiling, where furniture is no longer furniture, but blackened shapes without identity. And somewhere in that ruin a child's expression survives intact enough to stare back. It is not difficult to understand why people remembered. One detail repeated in multiple accounts was the strange positioning of the picture after fires. Several reports claimed the print often ended up face down on the floor, with only minor scorching visible. That detail matters because it gave the impression of movement. Not movement in the supernatural sense necessarily, but movement enough to suggest the object behaved differently than expected. Fire destroys upward, heat climbs, smoke gathers near ceilings. Yet the crying boy frequently appeared to escape with less damage than nearby materials. To families standing among wreckage, that difference felt meaningful. In tragedy, people look for intention. They look for signs that something chose to survive. The newspapers were not the only source feeding the legend. Local conversations did much of the real work. Fire stations became part of the mythology. Stories circulated that some crews disliked attending calls where the picture was found. Others reportedly joked about refusing to allow one inside the station. Whether every account was true hardly mattered anymore. Legends do not spread because every witness agrees. They spread because enough people repeat similar emotions: unease, hesitation, recognition. A firefighter might say he had seen the picture before in another burned house, and that single remark could travel through an entire neighbourhood by evening. South Yorkshire remained central to the narrative because that region produced several of the earliest documented cases. Rotherham, Sheffield, Swallownest, Herringthorpe. These places became geographical anchors for the curse. The repetition of location gave the impression that the phenomenon had roots, almost as though something had started there and spread outward. The coal towns of northern England already carried a heavy atmosphere in the mid-1980s. Mining strikes, economic strain, closures, uncertainty. Whole communities lived with tension beneath the surface. Against that background, the crying boy story felt less like fantasy and more like another layer of bad luck settling over ordinary people. The painting itself seemed to encourage projection. Unlike many decorative portraits, the crying boy did not reveal much about setting or identity. There was little context, no toys, no landscape, no obvious period clothing, just a child against darkness. That emptiness allowed stories to grow around him. People imagined backgrounds, histories, loss. The absence of explanation made the face more powerful. If a painting tells you too much, mystery disappears. The crying boy revealed almost nothing. His sadness seemed private, and private sadness always invites speculation. By late autumn, newspapers began exploring the painter himself. Giovanni Bragolin became less of a signature and more of a shadowy figure. Articles repeated the name without clarifying much about who he truly was. Some reports described him as Venetian, others simply called him an Italian artist. Few readers investigated further. The uncertainty added to the atmosphere. Multiple aliases only deepened suspicion. Bruno Amadio, Franco Seville, Giovanni Bragolin. Different names attached to the same style of painting. It felt slippery, difficult to pin down. That ambiguity allowed the artist to become part of the mystery rather than a straightforward historical figure. Rumours surrounding the origin of the crying boy intensified rapidly during this period. One story claimed the child in the painting had been discovered wandering through post-war ruins. Another insisted the artist met him in Madrid. Some said the boy was mute. Others claimed he rarely spoke because tragedy had damaged him. The most persistent version described him as an orphan whose parents died in a fire, after which strange accidents followed wherever he went. According to this account, villagers nicknamed him Diablo, or the Devil Child, because buildings supposedly burned soon after he visited them. Whether this story existed before 1985 or gained shape afterward is difficult to determine. But by the height of the panic, it circulated widely enough to become inseparable from the legend. In several tellings, the painter became fascinated by the child despite warnings. Locals allegedly urged him not to paint the boy. They said misfortune followed him, yet the artist painted him anyway. preserving his likeness in oil. One version claims the artist's studio later burned. Another suggests the painter eventually refused to discuss the portrait entirely. Some stories say he survived but regretted capturing the child's face. Others imply the boy himself died in a fire years later, struck by a vehicle while wandering roads after his life became consumed by tragedy. These details shifted from telling to telling, but they shared a common theme. The image itself carried history, not merely representation. This mattered because it transformed the painting from decoration into relic. A cursed object requires a narrative wound, something unfinished, something carried forward. The crying boy did not simply depict sadness. According to growing folklore, it preserved it. Every copy became a reproduction, not just of an image, but of whatever attached itself to that original moment between painter and child. Some households reportedly hid their prints rather than discarding them. That distinction is important. Throwing something away suggests disbelief. Hiding it suggests uncertainty. A number of people described wrapping the picture in blankets, placing it in lofts or garages, or storing it face down in cupboards. They no longer wanted to look at it, but neither did they entirely trust destroying it. There is a particular psychology behind that behavior. When people truly dismiss an object as nonsense, they feel no hesitation. The hesitation itself reveals belief, even if partial. The crying boy seemed to create exactly that sort of uneasy compromise. The national press increasingly treated the phenomenon as both entertainment and warning. Tabloids understood fear. Fear sells newspapers, but fear also reflects what people secretly already suspect. If readers had rejected the story completely, it would have faded within a week. Instead, circulation increased. Follow-up stories continued. Editors recognized that the public was not merely amused, they were unsettled. Thousands of readers would not have mailed in their prints if they viewed the matter as harmless, and the sheer number of prints submitted remains one of the strangest parts of the entire episode. Newspapers reportedly received sacks of them. Parcels arrived daily. The paintings appeared stacked in offices, leaning against walls, wrapped in paper, sent from frightened households across the country. Some included notes describing fires. Others simply asked for the picture to be destroyed. There is something profoundly eerie about imagining an editorial office slowly filling with identical crying faces, each one sent by someone who no longer wanted it inside their home. Journalists themselves reportedly grew uncomfortable handling them. That detail appears in recollections surrounding the event. Staff joked nervously. Some hesitated to keep the paintings nearby overnight. Even skepticism has limits when repetition becomes overwhelming. It is one thing to laugh at a single cursed object. It is another to stand in a room containing dozens of identical ones, all associated with the same stories of flame and loss. Around this time, the crying boy began to appear in conversations beyond newspapers. Paranormal enthusiasts collected reports. Local storytellers added details. Ghost investigators referenced it alongside haunted mirrors, cursed jewellery, and objects believed to retain emotional residue. Unlike ancient relics or religious artifacts, however, the crying boy felt modern. That modernity made it more believable to ordinary people. This was not something found in an Egyptian tomb. It was something bought at Woolworth's or a market stall and hung above a sofa. There was also a subtle discomfort in the expression itself that became more noticeable once people associated it with tragedy. Faces change when context changes. Before the fires, the child looked sentimental. After the fires, the same eyes seemed to hold accusation. Viewers began noticing details they had ignored before. The slight darkness beneath the eyes, the dampness of the cheeks, the way the mouth appeared almost tight with restraint rather than openly crying. It no longer looked like a decorative portrait of sadness. It looked like someone enduring something. By the end of 1985, the crying boy had become one of the most recognizable cursed images in Britain. Children heard stories about it from parents. Adults checked charity shops for copies. Some reportedly avoided buying second-hand frames out of fear one might contain the print beneath another picture. That sounds irrational, until one remembers how thoroughly the story embedded itself in public imagination. Once an object acquires narrative power, people begin seeing connections everywhere. And perhaps the most unsettling aspect of all was that nobody could point to a single definitive origin. There was no first victim, no clear beginning, no official investigation closing the case. Only fragments, fires, articles, witnesses, repetition. A child's face surviving destruction often enough that people stopped finding it funny. Because once enough homes burn, and once enough families stand outside in dressing gowns watching smoke leave broken windows, while the same picture emerges from the wreckage again and again, disbelief becomes harder to maintain. Some of the darkest versions of the story did not come from newspapers at all. They appeared later, carried through retellings, late-night radio discussions, pub conversations, and old paranormal books that treated the crying boy not merely as a cursed object, but as the final trace of something deeply human and deeply damaged. These stories rarely agreed perfectly, yet they circle the same disturbing idea. The children in the paintings may not have been invented faces at all. According to certain accounts, Giovanni Bragolin, or Bruno Amadio, depending on which name one believed, had painted real children. Not professional models, not imagined figures, but displaced or orphaned children encountered in post-war Europe. Children marked by grief severe enough that it remained visible even when they stood perfectly still. The years after the Second World War left enormous numbers of children without families. Entire cities across Italy, Spain, Germany, and parts of Eastern Europe carried the scars of bombing, poverty, displacement, and disappearance. Railway stations filled with abandoned miners. Churches sheltered children whose parents never returned. Streets held boys and girls who survived because they learned how to disappear into crowds. Against that historical backdrop, the crying boy paintings begin to feel less decorative and more documentary, as though someone had attempted to preserve sorrow itself. Some believers claimed Bragolin travelled through poorer districts, searching for faces that carried visible tragedy, selecting children whose expressions already looked burdened by something beyond their age. In these versions of the legend, the tears were not artistic invention. They were memory. One name appears again and again inside the darker folklore, Don Bonillo. Sometimes written as Don Bonillo, sometimes Don Bonillo the Orphan, and in other tellings merged into a nickname that translated more ominously as Diablo, meaning devil. According to the legend, this boy was not merely sad, but feared. Certain versions place him in Spain during the 1960s, wandering between villages after surviving a devastating fire that allegedly killed his parents. The details shift depending on who tells it, but the essential thread remains remarkably consistent. Wherever the child went, strange fires supposedly followed. Homes caught alight after his arrival, barns burned, small accidental blazes occurred in places where no clear cause was ever fully understood. Villagers began associating him with destruction, not because he was seen starting fires directly, but because disaster appeared to gather around him. The story claims that people became afraid to shelter him. Families who took him in reportedly experienced misfortunes soon after. In some tellings, priests refused to house him overnight. In others, he was passed between orphanages or temporary homes because staff believed bad luck accompanied him. The child himself was said to be quiet, withdrawn, deeply watchful. He rarely smiled. Some versions claim he barely spoke. Others insist he avoided eye contact entirely. Whether these details were added later to strengthen the legend or existed from the beginning becomes impossible to separate. The mythology grew because the face in the painting already supported it. When viewers looked into those eyes, they could imagine silence. They could imagine loss. They could imagine a child carrying something unseen. The most persistent version of the Don Bonillo story claims Bragolin encountered the boy despite warnings from locals. The painter allegedly became fascinated by him, seeing not danger but sadness. Villagers are said to have advised him against bringing the child near his studio. Some accounts describe whispered warnings that the boy attracted fire. Others claim neighbours called him cursed long before the artists arrived. Yet Bragolin supposedly ignored these warnings and painted him anyway, producing the image that would later become one of the most reproduced prints in Britain. In darker tellings, the artist painted the child multiple times, each portrait preserving a slightly different expression, as though trying to capture something difficult to explain. The folklore becomes even stranger after this point. According to some stories, shortly after completing the portraits, Bragolin's own studio allegedly suffered a fire. In other versions, several unrelated fires occurred in locations connected to him. Whether these claims can be historically verified matters less to believers than the emotional logic behind them. A curse story strengthens when the creator becomes trapped within it. If the artist himself suffered consequences, the object gains authenticity. It no longer feels like superstition imposed later by frightened owners. It begins to feel like something that followed the painting from the very beginning. Another unsettling thread suggests that Bragolin eventually regretted creating the Crying Boy series altogether. Rumours spread that he disliked discussing the paintings later in life. Some accounts claim he refused interviews concerning the child's identity. Others insist he became uneasy when the paintings achieved mass popularity, as though he never intended them to circulate so widely. There are stories that he distanced himself from the work, perhaps because he feared what had attached itself to the image, or perhaps because he no longer wished to revisit whatever inspired it. The uncertainty surrounding the artist's later years only strengthened these rumours. A painter who disappears into ambiguity becomes easier to mythologize. One particularly persistent legend claims the child later died in a violent accident involving fire or impact, though accounts vary wildly in detail. Some say he perished beneath a vehicle after years of drifting between towns. Others claim he vanished entirely, leaving behind only the paintings. These endings sound almost too perfect, which is exactly why they survived. Legends prefer emotional symmetry. A cursed child should not grow old peacefully. He should disappear into tragedy. That expectation tells us as much about the people repeating the story as it does about the story itself. The fires associated with owners of the prints became part of this mythology because they gave physical proof to emotional fear. Newspaper reports had already established that homes burned while the paintings often remained, but folklore extended that idea further. Some claimed the prints brought escalating misfortune rather than immediate catastrophe. Small accidents first, burned toast, electrical faults, minor kitchen incidents, smoke alarms triggered unexpectedly, scorch marks, the feeling that something in the house was subtly wrong before the major event ever arrived. These details rarely appeared in official reporting, yet they surfaced repeatedly in oral retellings, giving the curse the structure of slow contamination rather than sudden attack. A number of owners reportedly described unease around the painting long before they heard of the newspaper stories. Some said they disliked being alone in rooms where it hung. Others claimed visitors commented on it immediately. A few insisted children disliked the picture instinctively, refusing to sleep in rooms where it was visible. These details are difficult to verify, but they matter because they reveal how people experience the object psychologically. The crying boy did not inspire neutral reactions. Even before the curse became famous, many found it oddly uncomfortable to live with. And perhaps that discomfort explains why the darker legends endured. A cursed object rarely becomes famous unless it already contains something people struggle to explain emotionally. The crying boy looked sorrowful enough to invite sympathy, but not soft enough to feel harmless. There was restraint in the expression, a heaviness, a sense that the child had already seen too much. When fires entered the story, they attached naturally to a face that already appeared haunted by something invisible. By the beginning of 1986, the panic had quieted in the newspapers, but that did not mean it disappeared. Public fear rarely ends when headlines stop. It simply changes location. It moves indoors. It settles into memory. The crying boy stopped appearing daily in print, yet people continued speaking about it in private, and that may be more unsettling than any tabloid campaign. Newspapers can exaggerate. Rumours can swell. But when a story survives after the attention fades, when it remains alive without promotion, it suggests something deeper has rooted itself inside people's minds. The strange thing about cursed objects is that they rarely announce themselves loudly. They enter quietly. They arrive through ordinary circumstances, a market purchase, a gift from a relative, a forgotten frame hanging in a second-hand shop, a decoration already mounted on the wall when someone moves into a house. The crying boy was never expensive enough to be protected, and never rare enough to be memorable at first glance. That made it dangerous in a different way. People did not study it closely when they bought it. They simply hung it and went on with life. Years could pass before anyone thought twice about the child watching from the wall. Many of the surviving reports describe the same uncomfortable moment occurring after the story became famous. Someone would read an article, glance upward, and realize they owned one. That instant mattered. Recognition changed the relationship immediately. The painting that had blended into wallpaper suddenly became impossible not to notice. People described becoming aware of its eyes in rooms they had passed through for years. They noticed how the face emerged from darkness. They noticed how little warmth existed in the expression. Some said the child no longer looked sad once the curse entered public imagination. He looked patient. There are accounts from people who insisted they removed the picture immediately after reading about it, unwilling to risk leaving it indoors another night. Others waited. Curiosity held them in place. They wanted to believe it was nonsense. But even skepticism can become fragile when an object gathers enough stories around it. Some owners reportedly turned the painting to face the wall before sleeping. Others moved it into sheds, garages, loft spaces, places where it could remain technically present but no longer visible. There is something revealing in that reaction. A person does not hide what they truly dismiss. Hiding suggests uncertainty. Uncertainty is where fear begins. Several paranormal researchers who later revisited the legend noted that the crying boy cases rarely depended on one dramatic incident alone. Instead, the fear grew from repetition. A single surviving painting might be explained away. 10 become strange, 50 become difficult to ignore. What made the crying boy different from many haunted objects was scale. It did not belong to one family or one location. It appeared everywhere. Thousands of copies existed. Thousands of households potentially carried the same image. That transformed the curse from isolated folklore into something disturbingly democratic. Anyone might already own one without knowing its history. Some former firefighters later admitted that the painting became memorable precisely because they kept seeing it after fires. Not every blaze involved one. Not every crying boy survived untouched. But enough stories circulated inside stations that the image gained a reputation. Firefighters are not generally people given to superstition during emergencies. They focus on exits, smoke movement, structural collapse, oxygen flow, timing. Yet repeated exposure creates instinctive reactions. If a crew sees the same object often enough inside burned homes, even coincidence begins to wear thin. There were also claims, quieter, harder to trace, that people who destroyed the painting sometimes experience unease afterward. Not necessarily fires, sometimes only regret, bad dreams, anxiety, a feeling they had involved themselves in something unnecessarily dark. This may say more about human psychology than anything supernatural, but legends survive because emotion outlasts logic. Once an object becomes associated with fear, destroying it does not always create relief. Sometimes it creates the feeling that attention has been drawn toward you. One detail continues to linger around the crying boy more than almost any other. The expression never changes. yet it seems different each time people look at it. During daylight, the child appears sorrowful. In dim lighting, the face becomes heavier. At night, especially in older homes where a hallway lamp throws indirect light across a room, the eyes seem more reflective than painted. This may be nothing more than varnish, glass, shadow, and suggestion. But suggestion is powerful. Suggestion is enough to make people glance twice while passing a doorway. Collectors of haunted objects occasionally seek out crying boy prints intentionally. Some believe owning one is harmless, others claim they keep them stored rather than displayed. A few insist they notice unusual things around them: smoke alarms behaving oddly, electrical problems, unexplained heat, dreams involving fire. None of this proves anything. Yet the persistence of these claims matters because the legend refuses to die. Most tabloid scares vanish completely within a decade. The crying boy did not. It survived into documentaries, paranormal archives, radio shows, urban legends, and private conversations. That endurance gives it weight. And perhaps the strangest part is how recognizable the image remains. Even now, decades later, many people in Britain can identify it immediately. Not because they owned one, but because they remember being warned about it. They remember grandparents discussing it, parents pointing one out in a charity shop, a newspaper clipping folded into memory. Recognition itself became part of the curse. The face entered collective memory so completely that seeing it unexpectedly can still produce a small, involuntary pause. There is something deeply unsettling about a cursed object that does not look dramatic. No horns, no violent imagery, no obvious horror. Just a child crying, a child who appears vulnerable enough to pity, yet distant enough to distrust. The painting asks nothing, it explains nothing, it simply remains. And perhaps that is why the story never entirely faded. Fire leaves behind absence. Burned rooms become empty spaces where ordinary life used to exist. The crying boy, according to countless stories, remained present in those spaces after everything else had gone. You can still find the prints today. They appear in antique markets, online auctions, forgotten charity shops, estate clearances, old storage boxes, and dusty frames tucked behind other pictures. Usually they are discovered unexpectedly. Someone clearing a loft, someone buying a box of mixed frames, someone moving furniture in an older house and finding a portrait wrapped in newspaper at the back of a cupboard. The moment of discovery matters because recognition arrives quickly. People know the face almost instantly, even if they cannot remember where they learned it. And when they do recognize it, many hesitate. They hold it a little longer than necessary. They look at the eyes. They wonder where it has been. They wonder whose wall it hung on before. They wonder why someone stored it instead of displaying it. They wonder whether the frame smells faintly of old smoke, or whether that part is imagination. Then comes the small decision every owner eventually makes. Do you hang it? Or do you put it back where you found it and quietly close the lid? Because the unsettling truth about the crying boy is not that every house burned. The unsettling truth is that enough people believed something was wrong with it that they removed it from their homes voluntarily. Thousands of households, thousands of people who looked at the same face and decided they no longer wanted it watching them. And somewhere tonight, in an older house, there is almost certainly still one hanging unnoticed in a hallway or above a fireplace, blending quietly into the room, waiting for someone to finally recognize it. Not every object becomes a legend. Most things are forgotten. This one never was. A princess left China with a secret hidden in her hair. At the border, no guard dared touch her headdress, and by the time anyone understood what she had carried across the desert, an empire's most guarded mystery had already begun to hatch. Long before Khotan became a place of ruined shrines and wind-buried walls, it was a living kingdom on the southern edge of the Taklamakan Desert, where caravans came out of the east half blinded by sand and went west with jade, silk, medicines, stories, and sometimes things far more dangerous than goods. The Chinese knew the region as Yutian. The Tibetans called it Li Yul. To travellers, it was the green miracle between desert and mountain, an oasis fed by rivers that came down from the Kunlun range, with orchards, monasteries, markets, and roads that seemed to lead everywhere at once. But the story we are following tonight does not begin with a battle, or a murder, or a body found in a lonely place. It begins with something smaller, quieter, and in its own way, far stranger. A cluster of silkworm eggs, a few mulberry seeds, and a young royal woman named Punyeshvar, sent away from the Chinese court to marry a king in a foreign land. The old accounts do not tell us the private things we want to know about her. They do not tell us the colour of her robes on the day she departed, or whether she looked back when the palace roofs vanished behind her, or whether she was frightened when the envoy explained what Khotan lacked. But they do preserve the essential outline, and that outline is sharp enough to cut through centuries. In Khotan, there were no mulberry trees, there were no silkworms, there were no women unravelling cocoons into thread, no looms singing softly in shaded rooms, no shimmering robes made from the living secret that China had guarded for generations. The king of Khotan, Vijaya Jaya, knew this. His court knew this. The merchants who passed through his kingdom knew this. And perhaps most importantly, China knew it too. Silk was not merely luxury in those days. It was influence. It was tribute. It was diplomacy folded into cloth. It could buy horses, secure alliances, reward soldiers, dress monks, flatter rulers, and pass from hand to hand like money. It moved across Asia with such quiet authority that whole routes would one day be named for it, although the people who made those journeys did not think of themselves as travelling something called the Silk Road. They were traders, pilgrims, translators, envoys, guards, servants, refugees, and spies moving from oasis to oasis, trying not to die between wells. And somewhere behind all of them, behind every bolt of silk that reached foreign hands, there was a secret China had no intention of giving away. The secret was not simply that silk came from an insect. That alone was strange enough to those who had never seen it. The deeper secret was that silk production depended on an entire living chain. You needed the eggs of the domesticated silk moth. You needed the worms that emerged from them. You needed mulberry leaves, fresh and constant, because the worms were delicate feeders and could not simply be scattered into any countryside like ordinary livestock. You needed knowledge of temperature, timing, reeling, sorting, twisting, dyeing, weaving. You needed women and men trained to see the difference between a cocoon ready for thread and a cocoon already ruined. You needed rooms kept clean, trays kept watchfully, leaves cut correctly, and hands steady enough to draw one astonishing filament from what looked like a small white shell. China possessed all of this. Khotan did not. According to Xuanzang, the monk and traveller who preserved one of the most important versions of the story in the 7th century, the king first tried the obvious path. He sent an envoy to China to request mulberry seeds and silkworm eggs. It was a diplomatic approach, almost polite in its innocence, as if one could simply ask an empire to hand over the source of its wealth. But the Chinese ruler had forbidden such things to pass beyond the frontier. The seeds were not to leave. The eggs were not to leave. The technique was not to leave. It was not cloth being guarded, but the origin of cloth. And so the envoy failed. That failure matters, because it means the smuggling was not accidental. This was not a princess casually tucking away some pretty seeds from her father's garden. This was not a sentimental bride bringing familiar comforts to a new country. The first attempt had already been blocked. The border had already been made dangerous. The king knew what he wanted, China knew what he wanted, and everyone involved understood that the living source of silk was contraband of the highest order. That is where the story begins to darken, because Vijayajaya then asked for something China could give him, without realizing what would come with it. He requested a marriage alliance. The marriage was granted. A Chinese princess would be sent to Khotan, and in the Tibetan version of the old Khotanese tradition, she is named Punyashva. It is the closest thing we have to a personal name, and for our purposes, it is the name we will give her, because an anonymous princess is too pale a figure for a story like this. Punyashva was not just a bride in a pretty legend. She was the carrier of a forbidden technology, the hinge between one world and another, and if the accounts have preserved even a shadow of the truth, she understood exactly what she was doing before she ever reached the frontier. The envoy who came to escort her is one of the most quietly suspicious figures in the whole affair. Xuanzang's account says that he informed the princess that if she wished to have fine silk robes in Khotan, she would need to bring the means herself. It sounds almost gentle when told quickly, like a practical warning passed to a young woman leaving home. But listen to the shape of it. The king's first envoy had already been denied. The Chinese border guards were already instructed not to allow mulberry seeds or silkworm eggs to pass. The escort now tells the princess, privately, that her new home cannot supply what she has always known. He does not merely say, "There is no silk there." He points her toward the solution. Bring the worms, bring the seeds, bring the secret in a form small enough to hide. So Punyashva prepared. Imagine that preparation not as a fairy tale scene, but as a piece of royal espionage carried out by lamplight. Silkworm eggs are tiny, easily overlooked if one does not know what one is seeing, but they are also living things. They must be kept safe. Mulberry seeds are small too, but they are not decorative beads. Someone had to procure them. Someone had to know which eggs would hatch, which seeds could grow, how they might be packed, how long the journey might take, and how to prevent them from being discovered. If she took them from palace stores, someone may have noticed. If servants helped, then servants knew. If an official looked the other way, then the conspiracy had already reached into the machinery of the court. The story gives us the headdress, but not the hands that filled it. That headdress is the image that survived, not a saddlebag, not a chest, not a sealed diplomatic parcel. Her headdress, the most visible thing about her, and, paradoxically, the safest. In the British Museum's painted panel from Dandan Wilik, the princess sits with the secret literally indicated by an attendant pointing toward her hair. It is such a strange, deliberate gesture that it feels almost like a confession. The painter wanted the viewer to understand where the mystery lay. The woman on the left points. The central figure sits calm and composed. Before her is a basket of cocoons, the proof that the hidden thing lived. To the side, another figure stands by a loom, holding a weaver's comb. Between them appears a four-armed deity associated with weaving or the divine guardianship of silk. It is not just an illustration. It is a visual memory of a crime that became sacred. There is something wonderfully eerie about that panel. It was found not in a palace archive, but in a shrine cellar at Dandan Wilik, one of those ruined Silk Road sites left to the desert, and later excavated by Sir Mark Orelstein. The painted wooden plaque is small, only around 46 centimeters wide, yet it contains an entire world. The royal woman, the attendant who knows, the basket of unpierced cocoons, the loom, the deity, the old red outlines around the figures, the black detailing over the eyes and brows. It is devotional, historical, and incriminating at the same time. A royal smuggling operation turned into holy art. A border violation preserved as a miracle. The border crossing itself is the point where the whole story holds its breath. Punyashva reaches the frontier between the Chinese world she is leaving and the Khotanese world waiting to receive her. The guards are there. They know the law. They know what cannot be taken out. They know mulberry seeds and silkworm eggs are forbidden. They may even know that Khotan had recently requested exactly those things. But the princess is royal, and her body is not treated like a merchant's pack. Her headdress is not searched. The official, in the old telling, does not dare examine it. That single hesitation changes everything. No one stops her. No one reaches up to remove the ornaments. No one opens the lining. No one shakes loose the seeds. No one sees the eggs. The princess passes beyond the controlled world of imperial secrecy and continues toward Khotan with the living foundation of silk hidden above her face. It is such a delicate escape that it almost feels impossible. Yet that is precisely why the story stayed alive. It rests on a social truth as much as a political one. Power protects itself in unexpected ways. The same royal status that made Punyashva useful as a diplomatic bride also made her difficult to search. The law guarded silk, but etiquette guarded the princess. After crossing the frontier, she did not immediately enter the palace. This is one of the smaller details that gives the story its uncanny texture. Xuanzang's version says that when she first arrived in Khotan, before her formal entry into the royal palace, she stopped at a particular site, the place where a convent or monastery would later be founded. There she left the silkworms and mulberry seeds, not in the royal storeroom, not in the women's quarters, not in some hidden workshop beneath the palace, at a place that later became sacred. Why there? Why pause before the palace? Was it simply practical, a safe place, chosen by the escort? Was there already a sanctuary there, or an estate under royal protection, or women ready to receive what she carried? The accounts do not spell it out, and that absence is part of the mystery. But they do preserve the sequence. First the smuggling, then the stopping place, then the planting, then the worms, then the cocoons, then the birth of an industry. The sacred site appears almost as a witness, as though Khotan remembered not only that silk arrived, but the exact place where the secret first touched its soil. From the mulberry seeds grew the first trees. Their leaves fed the worms when the proper time came. The little hidden eggs became larvae. The larvae fed, and after days of near constant appetite, the worms spun their cocoons. Try to picture the first basket of them in Khotan, pale, silent, almost weightless, and yet more valuable than jewels. A cocoon is a sealed room. Inside, the creature is transforming. Outside, a human hand sees thread, wealth, cloth, power. In China, silk production often required killing the pupae before they emerged, because once the moth breaks through the cocoon, the continuous filament is damaged. But here the story takes a strange turn. Punyashva, now queen, is said to have issued an edict engraved on stone. The cocoons were not to be worked until the moths had emerged. The creatures were not to be killed for the sake of stealing silk. In the Khotanese telling, this was not a minor rule. It was a moral foundation. The worms had crossed the frontier as contraband, but once in Khotan, they were placed under protection. The queen who smuggled them in became their guardian. That detail is one of the reasons this story feels different from a simple tale of industrial theft. It is not merely how Khotan got silk. It is the story of a forbidden life carried across a border and then protected by royal decree. The silk could be taken only after the moth had left the cocoon, which meant the thread would not be the same long, unbroken filament prized in the usual way. It would be rougher, shorter, less perfect. But the worms lived. The queen had risked herself to bring them, and then she forbade her people from destroying them carelessly. There is something almost ritualistic in that. The stolen secret must not be stained by unnecessary death. The punishment for violating this rule was also peculiar. Those who killed the silkworms in order to take the silk secretly were not simply fined or beaten in the version passed down by Stein from Xuanzang. They were forbidden from rearing silkworms for a number of years. That punishment only makes sense in a culture where silkworm rearing had become a privilege, almost a trust. To be denied the worms was to be cut off from the queen's gift. It suggests a regulated industry, yes, but also something older and more reverent, as though the worms belong not merely to farmers, but to the moral order of the kingdom. And around the place where the first worms were bred, a religious house was founded. The old mulberry trunks remained nearby, or so people said, and Xuanzang heard that they were the remnants of the first trees planted from Punyashva's hidden seeds. This is one of the most haunting parts of his account. He was not describing the event as if he had seen it happen, of course. He came centuries later, but he visited Khotan and encountered a living tradition in which the landscape itself still pointed back to the princess. Here was the monastery. Here were the old trunks. Here was where she stopped. Here was where the worms were first bred. Here was where silk began. Think of that for a moment. By Xuanzang's time, the story was already old. The princess had become a figure of memory. The smuggling had become a founding myth. Yet people were still locating it in specific ground. They were not saying vaguely, "Long ago, silk came here." They were saying, "It happened here." That specificity matters. Legends often drift, but this one clung to place. It had a site, a shrine, trees, rules, images, and a local identity built around the moment of arrival. Khotan itself was the perfect setting for such a secret to survive. It was not a minor village at the edge of nowhere. It was a Buddhist kingdom of real importance, sitting where the southern Silk Road skirted the terrible expanse of the Taklamakan. Its people spoke Iranian languages, wrote in scripts that changed across time, traded jade eastward into China, received influences from India, Tibet, Persia, and the Chinese courts, and maintained monasteries that connected it to a wider Buddhist world. Caravans passing through brought rumours as naturally as they brought goods. A monk could hear a story in one monastery, see its painting in another, and find its echo in a royal genealogy. This is how a secret becomes both history and legend. But the central mystery remains: who exactly was Punyeshvar? The Chinese account does not give her personal name. The Khotanese and Tibetan traditions preserve one. She is tied to King Vijayajaya, a ruler placed in the older royal genealogy of Khotan, and the introduction of silk cultivation is set in his reign. Some chronologies point to the 1st century CE, while Xuanzang's version places the introduction later, around the early 5th century. That conflict in dating might seem like a problem if we were trying to flatten the story into a textbook, but for this kind of mystery, it makes the matter even more intriguing. There may have been more than one transmission. There may have been an older event remembered through later forms. There may have been a queen whose actions were so useful, so politically charged, or so sacred to Khotan that different traditions pulled her toward different centuries. And yet the elements remain stubbornly consistent. The king wants silk, China refuses, the marriage is arranged, the princess is warned, the worms and seeds are hidden in her headdress. The border guard does not search her. Khotan receives silk, and the event is remembered in religious art. These are not random floating details. They fit together too neatly, like fragments of a broken panel reassembled in lamplight. There is another oddity. The panel does not present Punyeshvar as ashamed or frightened. She is not painted as a thief. She is composed, central, almost enthroned. The attendant points toward her headdress, but not as an accusation. It is revelation. The basket of cocoons in front of her is not evidence in a trial. It is proof of blessing. The loom and comb show that the secret has become work. The deity shows that the work has become sacred. If China saw the act as a breach, Khotan saw it as salvation. That difference is where the story begins to feel larger than silk. A woman is sent across a border to seal a political relationship, but she carries something that changes the receiving kingdom forever. She obeys the structure of the marriage while quietly subverting the structure of empire. She becomes both bride and smuggler, both diplomat and saboteur, both royal ornament and living archive. No wonder Khotan remembered her. No wonder her headdress became the centre of the image. It was not merely decoration, it was the hiding place of history. By the time the caravans began arriving in Khotan, asking for locally produced silk, people along the trade routes were already whispering that something impossible had happened in the desert. China's monopoly had not collapsed overnight, but a crack had opened in it. And the strange thing is that nobody seemed entirely certain how the crack had formed. Some said a princess had betrayed her homeland for love. Others claimed Buddhist monks had assisted her in secret. A few stories insisted the silkworms were carried not in a headdress, but hidden inside the padding of a crown, wrapped in layers of cloth soaked lightly to keep the eggs alive during the crossing. There were even later accounts from Central Asian oral tradition suggesting the worms were treated almost like sacred relics during the journey, guarded more carefully than gold. And perhaps they were. A bolt of finished silk was valuable, yes, but it could still be lost, stolen, burned, cut apart, or worn to threads. The eggs were different. The eggs could reproduce. The eggs contained continuation. That was the real secret. Once another kingdom possessed viable silkworm eggs and mulberry trees, the Chinese court could no longer fully control the source. A living monopoly had escaped into the world. What fascinates me most is how tiny the operation actually was. People imagine caravans piled high with contraband, but the whole thing may have depended on objects no larger than fingernails. Silkworm eggs are astonishingly small, dark specks barely distinguishable from grains or seeds to an untrained eye. A handful could fit easily into a hidden compartment. The mulberry seeds were no larger than peppercorns. An empire protected itself against armies and invasions, but in the end its greatest industrial secret may have slipped across the frontier, hidden in the folds of a woman's ceremonial hair ornaments. And Khotan was the ideal place for it to take root, because Khotan already understood luxury. The kingdom had grown wealthy on nephrite jade, mined from nearby rivers and mountains. Chinese records describe Khotanese jade reaching imperial China for centuries before the silk story emerged. The region's rivers carried pale green stones down from the Kunlun mountains, and prospectors searched the riverbeds obsessively. There are old descriptions of men standing waist deep in freezing currents, turning over rocks beneath glacial water, while guards watched nearby to prevent theft. Jade from Khotan entered royal Chinese workshops, imperial tombs, ceremonial blades, ornaments, and burial suits. So when the silk secret arrived, it did not enter a poor or primitive kingdom. It entered a place already accustomed to dealing in objects associated with prestige, ritual, and power. That matters because it explains why the secret spread so successfully there. Khotan already possessed wealthy elites, organized trade routes, palace workshops, religious patronage, and long experience handling delicate luxury goods. Silk production could be absorbed into the kingdom almost immediately, and once it began, the transformation appears to have happened quickly enough to leave an impression on foreign visitors. Chinese pilgrims travelling westward through Khotan later described a prosperous Buddhist kingdom filled with monasteries, banners, fabrics, and devotional art. Xuanzang himself claimed there were around 100 monasteries and thousands of monks in the region during his journey in the 7th century. The place had become deeply connected to Buddhist identity, and that connection to Buddhism may explain why the silkworm story took on such an almost spiritual tone in Khotanese tradition. There is a strange moral inversion inside the legend that keeps pulling at me. The princess commits an act that China would likely have viewed as treasonous industrial theft. Yet the Khotanese stories frame her not as criminal, but almost as compassionate. The worms are protected. The cocoons are treated carefully. Monasteries become tied to the memory of their arrival. It is as though the secret changes character once it crosses the frontier. In China, it is guarded properly. In Khotan, it becomes sacred knowledge. One surviving account claims the first silkworms were raised near a convent, supervised by women attached to the royal household. Another says monks recited blessings over the mulberry groves during their first planting season because nobody knew whether the trees would survive the climate. The Taklamakan region could be merciless. Summer heat scorched the ground until the horizon trembled. Winter winds cut through layered robes. Entire settlements vanish beneath shifting sand. Even today, abandoned Silk Road cities emerge half swallowed by dunes like drowned things rising from water. So imagine the anxiety surrounding those first mulberry saplings. If they died, the secret died with them. And perhaps that is why the Queen's protection became so intense. There are old references to regulations surrounding who could rear silkworms and how they were to be treated. One later, Central Asian retelling claims the worms were kept in quiet rooms, where loud noises were discouraged because people believed sudden sounds could disturb their spinning. Chinese sericulture manuals contain similarly eerie details. Women raising worms were instructed to avoid strong odours, smoke, shouting, and abrupt temperature changes. Doors were opened carefully. Trays were cleaned obsessively. Mulberry leaves had to be fresh and dry. Dampness could bring disease. Heat could kill entire hatchings overnight. The worms themselves added to the strange atmosphere, because they do not behave like ordinary animals. When thousands feed together, they produce a faint, constant sound, a dry clicking rustle, like light rainfalling on paper. Ancient Chinese writers noticed this centuries ago. So did later travellers. Imagine entering a dim room in Khotan and hearing that sound for the first time. Row upon row of pale caterpillars consuming mulberry leaves beneath oil lamps, while attendants moved silently between them. To people unfamiliar with sericulture, it must have felt uncanny, almost ritualistic. Tiny white creatures devouring leaves day and night, then sealing themselves alive inside cocoons that humans unwound into shimmering thread, and all of it traced back to a hidden compartment in a princess's headdress. There are other peculiar fragments attached to the story that rarely get mentioned. One tradition claims that the princess continued wearing silk from China even after arriving in Khotan, not out of vanity, but to conceal the fact that local production had not yet begun. Another says she personally supervised the first hatchings because nobody else in Khotan understood the process. If true, that means the knowledge transfer was even more intimate than usually imagined. She would not simply have delivered the worms. She would have taught people how to keep them alive. That idea becomes even more interesting when you remember that sericulture in ancient China was closely associated with women. For centuries, elite Chinese women participated symbolically in silk rituals. Empresses sometimes performed ceremonial acts connected to mulberry gathering and silkworm rearing. Silk production was not merely industry, it was bound to gender, labour, ritual, dynastic order, and imperial legitimacy, which means Punyeshvar may have carried not only physical contraband, but specifically female knowledge rarely discussed openly outside controlled circles. That changes the emotional shape of the story completely. It is no longer simply a king stealing a state secret through marriage. It becomes a royal woman carrying the intimate domestic knowledge of one civilization into another, and quietly rebuilding an entire industry from memory. And there is evidence Khotan understood exactly how important she was. The painted panel from Dandan Wilik is not the only clue. Some Khotanese traditions refer to silk as a gift associated directly with the queen's arrival, rather than merely a technical innovation. Her memory fused with the origin of prosperity itself. The silk workshops became part of the kingdom's identity. Foreign visitors began describing Khotanese silk alongside Chinese silk. Eventually, Khotan became famous for producing silk textiles of its own, some combining Chinese weaving techniques with Persian and Indian artistic motifs. The stolen secret did not merely survive, it evolved. One of the strangest surviving details concerns the timing of cocoon harvesting. In standard high-quality silk production, the pupa inside the cocoon is usually killed before emergence, so the silk filament remains intact. But Khotanese tradition surrounding Punyeshvar insisted the moth should emerge naturally first. That creates broken fibres called spun silk, rather than the prized continuous filament. Technically inferior, perhaps, but spiritually cleaner, according to the tradition. There is something deeply symbolic about that. The kingdom, founded on a smuggled, living secret, refused to kill the creatures unnecessarily for perfection. Some scholars later suggested this may reflect Buddhist influence, especially ideas surrounding compassion towards living beings. But the old stories make it feel more personal than doctrinal. The worms crossed deserts, hidden against the princess's body. They survived because she protected them. In return, the kingdom protected them too. And yet, despite all this reverence, there remains an undercurrent of danger running through the story. China did not simply forget what had happened. The state secret had escaped. Silk workshops outside imperial control now existed in Central Asia. Trade routes were shifting. Wealth was moving differently. Nobody declares open war over silkworms in the records, but the anxiety surrounding silk production continued for centuries. Even later Byzantine accounts about smuggling silkworm eggs westward carry the same tone of espionage and forbidden knowledge. Procopius, writing in the 6th century about Emperor Justinian, describes monks returning from Serinda often interpreted as China or regions connected to silk production, carrying hidden silkworm eggs concealed inside hollow stuffs or bamboo canes. According to the story, they convinced the emperor they could bypass Persian intermediaries and bring silk production directly into Byzantine territory. Again, the same pattern appears. Tiny living contraband hidden inside innocent-looking objects, carried across impossible distances by people who understood exactly what they possessed. It almost feels less like economic history and more like the movement of magical objects through folklore, hidden eggs, sacred trees, desert kingdoms, secret knowledge guarded by empires, women and monks carrying living contraband through mountains and dunes, ruined monasteries preserving painted memories of the act centuries later. And the more you look into Khotan itself, the stranger the setting becomes. Early explorers who entered the region found remnants of lost Buddhist cities swallowed by the desert. Sir Aurel Stein described abandoned temples with paintings still visible beneath sand and dust, manuscripts preserved by dry air, wooden tablets scattered in ruined compounds, and ancient pathways half erased by shifting dunes. Entire communities had vanished into silence. In some places, only fragments remained: a carved beam, a faded face painted on plaster, scraps of silk buried beneath collapsed walls. Dandan Wilik, where the princess panel was found, was one of those places. By the time Stein reached it in the early 20th century, it was already a ghost. Sand pressed against ruined structures. Ancient timbers protruded from the ground like bones. The painted panel survived because the desert had hidden it. Think about that for a moment. The visual memory of the silk-smuggling queen lay buried beneath the Taklamakan for centuries before being pulled back into daylight by archaeologists. And even then, the image still pointed toward her hair. That consistency across versions is what makes the whole thing so compelling. Different centuries changed details, names shifted, dates drifted, but the essential image remained untouched. A royal woman carrying forbidden life hidden above her brow while crossing the edge of empire. There are even whispers in later retellings that the border officials suspected something but intentionally allowed her to pass. No hard evidence survives for that, of course, but it refuses to disappear from oral tradition. Some stories say the guards noticed unusual care surrounding the headdress. Others claim a faint rustling sound was heard when attendants adjusted it during the journey. One account from much later folklore insists a guard briefly touched the crown and felt warmth inside it, as though it contained living things, probably embellishment, but exactly the kind of embellishment that appears when people are trying to explain how such an impossible smuggling operation succeeded. Because when you strip everything away, that is still the central mystery. How did one of the most protected industrial secrets in the ancient world leave China so quietly that it became legend before anyone could stop it? No army stormed the border. No thieves raided imperial storehouses. No assassins crept through palace corridors. A princess smiled, bowed her head beneath an elaborate crown, and rode west into the desert, carrying the future hidden in her hair. By the time Punyeshvar became queen of Khotan, the secret hidden in her headdress had already begun changing the world beyond anything she could possibly have imagined. At first, the transformation was quiet. A few mulberry groves planted near the rivers, a few carefully warmed trays of eggs surviving their first winter, a few women learning how to feed the worms through the night without letting the leaves dampen or spoil. Then came the cocoons, then the thread, then the looms, and then came the caravans. The first merchants who carried Khotanese silk westward probably did not realize they were transporting the consequences of one woman's decision at the frontier, but they were. Every bolt of silk leaving Khotan carried the proof that China's most guarded living secret no longer belonged entirely to China. That mattered enormously because silk was not just fabric to the ancient world. Silk altered economies, religions, diplomacy, fashion, espionage, and even mythology itself. Roman senators condemned it while secretly wearing it. Persian nobles draped themselves in it. Buddhist monks wrapped sacred manuscripts in it. Byzantine emperors fought to control it. Kings used it as tribute. Priests used it in ceremonies. Nobility were buried in it. Some early Christian writers complained that silk was morally dangerous because of its softness and transparency. Others treated it as a material almost worthy of heaven. And through all of it, the true origin remained strangely hidden. Most people who touched silk had never seen a silkworm. Many had no idea the thread came from insects at all. The process remained so mysterious that wild stories spread across continents. Some claimed silk grew underwater. Others believed it came from flowers combed by eastern maidens beneath moonlight. Even after trade routes expanded, the truth still sounded too strange to many people. Tiny worms sealing themselves alive inside pale cocoons that humans unwound into thread finer than hair. It felt less like agriculture than alchemy. That mystery increased the value. Silk became more than cloth because nobody fully understood it. It represented distance, secrecy, and unreachable places. When Roman gold flooded eastward in exchange for silk, writers like Pliny the Elder openly worried that entire fortunes were vanishing into foreign lands for the sake of luxury. He complained about Rome draining itself for silk garments and Eastern indulgence. Yet the demand never stopped, it only grew. And somewhere behind that endless hunger stood Punyeshvar. That is the eerie part. Most of the world forgot her name while continuing to live inside the consequences of what she carried. Her act did not merely enrich Khotan, it weakened the idea that silk could belong forever to one empire. Once sericulture escaped China successfully, the secret would continue moving westward little by little, century after century, hidden inside monasteries, merchant routes, royal marriages, and diplomatic exchanges. Khotan became the breach in the wall. From there, silk knowledge spread farther into Central Asia and India. Eventually, by the 6th century, the Byzantine Empire was desperately trying to bypass Persian middlemen controlling silk trade routes. Emperor Justinian wanted direct production under imperial authority. According to Procopius, monks returning from the east smuggled silkworm eggs concealed inside hollow staffs or bamboo canes. The pattern repeated itself almost exactly. Tiny hidden eggs, secret crossings, empires trying to steal life itself from one another. By then, the idea had already proven possible because of Khotan, because of her. And if the old stories are true, Punyeshvar did not disappear quietly into royal obscurity after the smuggling succeeded. Khotanese tradition treated her almost like a founding mother of prosperity. The monastery connected to the first mulberry planting became sacred ground. The silk industry itself carried echoes of her authority. In some versions, she personally oversaw the first hatchings and instructed attendants in the proper treatment of the worms. In others, she continued issuing protective decrees over sericulture long into her reign. There is something deeply human about that image, not a faceless princess from a distant chronicle, but a woman standing inside warm silkworm chambers, listening to the soft rustle of thousands of feeding larvae, while snow gathered beyond the windows of Khotan. The same royal figure who once crossed the frontier under suspicion, now moving quietly between trays of worms with lamplight against lacquered wood. The old stories say she never regretted bringing them. And why would she? Silk transformed Khotan into something richer and more influential than it had ever been before. Trade expanded, workshops multiplied. The kingdom became famous not only for jade and Buddhism, but for silk itself. Foreign travellers described banners, textiles, embroidered garments, and monastic decorations woven from locally produced silk. What had once been impossible became ordinary. That may be the strangest thing about secrets. Once they escape, they stop feeling miraculous. People forget there was ever a time before them. But the memory of the queen endured because Khotan understood exactly how fragile the whole thing had been. One border inspection could have ended it. One suspicious official, one opened compartment, one frightened servant confessing under pressure. The entire future of Khotanese silk may have depended on a moment lasting only seconds when a guard chose not to search a royal headdress. That almost unbearable fragility is what gives the story its power. And then there is her fate. No definitive historical record tells us how Punyeshvar died. That silence leaves room for something more haunting. Some Khotanese traditions imply she lived long enough to see silk production firmly established across the kingdom. Others suggest she became associated so closely with prosperity and sacred protection that later generations remembered her less as an ordinary queen and more as a culture bringer, almost mythic in status. Personally, I suspect the truth was quieter and sadder than myth usually allows. I imagine a woman who never again saw the Chinese court where she was born, a woman who crossed deserts into a foreign kingdom carrying a secret that could have condemned her if discovered, a woman who likely spent the rest of her life between worlds, neither fully Chinese nor fully Khotanese in the eyes of everyone around her. Her homeland may have viewed her as the instrument through which a state secret escaped. Khotan viewed her as the mother of its silk. Imagine the loneliness of that. And yet her choice outlived empires. The Han dynasty fell. Khotan itself eventually vanished beneath conquest and time. Buddhist monasteries collapsed, trade routes shifted, the Silk Road fractured, the desert reclaimed entire cities, but silk remained one of the most desired substances on earth for nearly 2,000 years afterward. Medieval Europe obsessed over it, Renaissance courts obsessed over it, Ottoman sultans obsessed over it, French kings built fortunes around it. Entire industries emerged from knowledge that may have crossed a frontier hidden in a woman's hair. That almost sounds impossible, but history is full of moments exactly like this. Tiny acts that quietly rearrange civilization. A hidden letter, a poisoned cup, a marriage proposal, a ship blown off course, a few living eggs carried across a desert. And what lingers with me most is the final image preserved by the old traditions. Not the caravans, not the emperors, not the fortunes made from silk across centuries. The image that survives is simpler than that. A princess riding west toward Khotan beneath the immense sky of Central Asia, while hidden life travelled with her in silence. Inside the headdress above her brow were mulberry seeds that would become groves. Inside those groves would come leaves. Inside those leaves would come worms. Inside those worms would come cocoons. Inside those cocoons lay thread, and inside that thread waited kingdoms, religions, wealth, obsession, beauty, envy, and centuries of human longing, all of it hidden at first in something no guard dared touch. There is a little book in Budapest that has waited nearly 2 centuries for someone to read it, and every time a scholar leans close enough to believe the door is opening, the door seems to move. It is small enough to hold in one hand, thick enough to feel important, filled with drawings of crosses, crescents, soldiers, temples, angels, executions, suns, moons, and men who appear to be receiving instructions from somewhere beyond the page. Its script is not Latin, not Greek, not Hebrew, not Hungarian, not Romanian, not Ottoman Turkish, not anything that can be comfortably named. And if the Rohonc Codex is what it appears to be, then someone once wrote hundreds of pages of urgent sacred knowledge in a language the modern world has lost. The first thing to understand about the Rohonc Codex is that it does not behave like a curiosity. It behaves like a survivor. It entered recorded history in 1838, not with thunder or discovery in a ruined monastery, but quietly, as part of a noble library passing into the hands of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. Count Gustav Batthyány, a Hungarian aristocrat, bibliophile, a member of one of the most powerful families in the old Kingdom of Hungary, donated his vast collection to the Academy, and among the thousands of books was a small, thick, handmade manuscript from the family seat at Rohonc, a town in western Hungary which is now Recknitz in Austria. That is where the Codex gets its name, not because anyone knows it was written there, but because that was the last place it belonged before scholars began trying to interrogate it. It was catalogued in the Academy's manuscript collection under the call number K114, which sounds dull until you picture what that means. A mystery with no author, no title, no known language, no known date of writing, and no clear origin was placed into an archive, assigned a number, and left for the educated men of 19th century Europe to explain. They had explained ruins, they had classified languages, they had built national histories from fragments. They were living in an age that believed the past could be sorted, labelled, translated, and owned. Then this little book appeared, only about 12 by 10 centimetres, roughly the size of a pocket devotional, and refused to yield. The book has 224 surviving folios, giving 448 written pages. Some leaves at the beginning and the end appear to be missing, which is one of those details that should never be passed over too quickly, because it means the manuscript we have is not quite the manuscript that once existed. Something is absent. We do not know whether the missing pages held a title, a dedication, a key, a warning, a list of symbols, a prayer, a date, a name, or the one clean sentence that might have explained everything. All we know is that the book arrived already wounded, already incomplete, as though history had taken the first and last words before handing the rest to us. The pages are filled with a dark, dense script made of strange signs repeated carefully across line after line. It is not the mess of an idle prankster. It has rhythm, it has spacing, it has groupings, it has signs that return in similar positions, signs that cluster, signs that seem to perform functions, signs that behave with enough regularity to keep serious people awake for years. The number of distinct symbols is far larger than a normal alphabet, often described around 150 or more, depending on how one counts variants, and that alone creates the first trap. If it is an alphabet, it is too large. If it is a syllabary, it is difficult to match. If it is shorthand, it may compress meaning in ways that distort every obvious method. If it is a code system, each sign may not represent a sound at all, but a word, a phrase, a sacred concept, an instruction, or something stranger. The direction of the writing adds another layer of unease. The text is generally understood to move from right to left, and the codex itself appears to be read from what a modern European reader would instinctively think of as the back of the book. The foliation becomes reversed. The manuscript looks like it is turning away from you even as you open it. You begin where your habits tell you to end, and you follow the line in the direction your schooling tells you is wrong. That might sound like a technicality, but with a book like this, every technicality becomes mood. The object is not merely unreadable, it makes the reader physically wrong-footed. Then there is the paper. One of the few material clues points toward northern Italy, likely Venetian paper, with a watermark suggesting the 16th century as the earliest plausible period after which the manuscript could have been written. That does not prove the text was composed in the 16th century. It could have been copied from an older source onto paper that was already available. It could have been written years or decades after the paper was made, but it gives us a shadow of a world, trade routes, church borders, Ottoman pressure, Habsburg territories, multilingual frontier regions, monasteries, noble libraries, wandering clerics, scribes, soldiers, refugees, converts, and communities living between alphabets. That is the world the Rohonc Codex seems to breathe from. Not a tidy medieval fantasy world, but a border world. Central and Eastern Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries was a place where Latin Christianity, Orthodoxy, Islam, Hebrew scholarship, folk tradition, imperial administration, and local memory could exist within walking distance of one another. It was a place where a man might hear church bells in one town and the call of another power in the next. It was a place of moving armies, shifting rulers, contested loyalties, and sacred fear. If a secret book were to be born anywhere, a book with crosses and crescents and suns sharing the same breath, that is the sort of country one imagines. The illustrations are the reason the book feels alive. There are 87 drawings, small and rough, yet oddly forceful, showing religious scenes, military scenes, buildings, altars, executions, angels, crowned figures, and celestial arrangements. Some are recognizably Christian: the Annunciation, the Adoration of the Magi, the Crucifixion, Christ before Pilate, the Resurrection, the empty tomb, Mary Magdalene, perhaps Moses with the tablets, perhaps apocalyptic scenes. But even when the subject seems familiar, the handling is strange. The figures do not have the polish of elite manuscript art. They are blunt, almost childlike at times, but not careless. The simplicity makes them more disturbing, because they look less like decoration and more like witness marks. Some scenes show architecture that scholars have compared to Central European forms, temples with steeples, naves, apses, and buildings that do not point easily to a Near Eastern origin. Some weapons resemble halberds, which gives the drawings a late medieval or early modern atmosphere rather than an ancient one. Yet the religious symbols do not sit comfortably inside one clean category. There are Western Christian elements, Orthodox-looking details such as extra crossbeams, and Islamic-looking crescents, sometimes appearing in ways that do not feel like simple enemy imagery. This is one of the Codex's most powerful little discomforts. It does not merely depict a Christian world fighting a Muslim world. It seems to depict a symbolic world in which signs of different faiths exist inside the same visual system. That matters. A hoaxer can draw nonsense. A devout scribe can copy scripture. A borderland community can preserve a language of symbols no longer obvious to outsiders. The Rohonc Codex feels, at its most haunting, like the third thing. It feels like a book made by someone who understood a religious world that later generations forgot how to read. One scholar, Benedict Lang, has treated the Codex as a serious historical riddle rather than a cheap parlour trick. He has looked at it through the lens of cryptology, manuscript culture, and the history of codes. His position is cautious, but the important thing is that he does not simply wave it away. He considers the possibility that if the text is not a hoax, then it may be consciously encoded or enciphered. Perhaps a cipher, perhaps shorthand, perhaps a constructed system. And that is where the mystery becomes much deeper than nobody can read the funny symbols. A lost alphabet would be difficult enough. A private code system designed by a religious community, using symbols to compress sacred narratives and prayers, would be far worse. Because then the question is not only what the symbols mean, the question is who was meant to read them. A normal book wants readers. A secret book wants chosen readers. The Rohonc Codex does not feel like a book made for the public. It feels intimate, portable, devotional, perhaps even dangerous. Its size suggests something that could be held close, carried, concealed, used privately. It is not a grand illuminated Bible chained to a lectern. It is a small, thick object, dense with images and code. The sort of book a person might keep under cloth, bring out at night, read aloud in a room where everyone already understood the signs, and if that sounds too dramatic, ask why else anyone would produce hundreds of pages in such a system. This was not a casual doodle. This was labour. Paper had value. Time had value. Ink had value. A book of 448 pages required intention. Someone sat with these pages and filled them. Again and again, they returned to the script. They maintained its forms. They placed drawings at certain points. They structured the material. They made choices. Even if we imagine one author alone, we are dealing with a mind that built an entire written world and then carried it through to completion. If we imagine a community behind it, the mystery widens into something almost frightening. The early scholars knew they were looking at something unusual. In July 1842, only a few years after the Codex entered the Academy, János Zserne, a Hungarian historian and traveller, fascinated by the origins of Hungarian history, gave a lecture on it. Imagine that room, men of letters, national scholars, the 19th century's hunger for origins, and this little unreadable book lying at the centre like a locked box. Zserne did not solve it. No one did. But the fact that it drew scholarly attention almost immediately tells us it was never merely a forgotten oddity. From the beginning, it seemed to offer something and withhold it. Later, other names approached the book and failed to tame it. Józef Jireček and his son Konstantin Jireček, both respected scholars connected to Prague and the study of Slavic and Balkan history, examined portions of it in the 1880s. Bernhard Jung, a professor at Innsbruck, was consulted. Mihály Munkácsy, the celebrated Hungarian painter, took the Codex with him to Paris between 1890 and 1892 to study it. That last detail is strangely beautiful. A famous painter, a man who understood images, light, faces, gesture, and dramatic scenes, carrying this mute little manuscript into Paris at the end of the 19th century, perhaps hoping that the drawings would speak where the text would not. They did not. Or perhaps they did, and not enough was understood. That is the trouble with the Rohonc Codex. It keeps offering half doors. The images seem to identify scenes from the life of Christ, but the accompanying text remains locked. The script behaves systematically, but not in a way that ordinary alphabets behave. The paper gives a 16th century clue, but not the date of the writing. The symbols suggest meaning, but not the language. The religious imagery suggests Christianity, but the crescents, cosmological drawings, and frontier atmosphere complicate any simple devotional label. The book is constantly almost understood. There is a particular scene that lingers in my mind, a crowned person praying to the sun, with marks inside the sun that some have compared to the Hebrew tetragrammaton, the sacred name of God. Whether that reading is exact or not, the image feels like the Codex in miniature, a ruler or holy figure facing a celestial object that is not merely the sun, but a vessel of divine writing. Light becomes text. Text becomes worship. The picture says something we cannot quite hear. There are also drawings that seem cosmological, spheres, heavenly bodies, perhaps the structure of the world. A book that begins to move from gospel scenes into diagrams of creation or cosmic order is no ordinary prayer manual. It suggests that the author was not only recounting sacred history, but mapping reality. That is the thread to pull if you want the mystery to tighten around the listener. The Rohonc Codex may not simply be telling stories, it may be arranging a universe. Then there is the Passion sequence, which some researchers have argued runs continuously through an early portion of the book. The scenes of Christ's trial, suffering, crucifixion, burial, and resurrection appear with enough recognizable structure that they become possible anchors for decipherment. Gabor Tokaj and Levente Zoltan Kirali, in their years-long work on the Codex, argued that the manuscript system may not be a simple substitution cipher or an ancient alphabet, but a code system, and that parts of it may contain paraphrases of New Testament material along with non-biblical traditions and prayers. Whether one treats their proposed readings as final or partial, the important thing for our story is that even modern attempts did not make the Codex smaller. They made it stranger. Because a code system is not an accident. If Kirali and Tokaj are even partly right, someone did not merely write in a forgotten language. Someone transformed sacred material into a system that modern code breakers have found deeply resistant. They proposed that the code does not indicate the inner structure of words in the ordinary way, which would explain why so many earlier attempts failed. People kept trying to make the book behave like a language wearing a mask, when it may be a sacred machine built from symbols, abbreviations, concepts, and rules known only to its maker. That is almost more unsettling than a lost alphabet. A lost alphabet says, there was a language and we have mislaid the key. A code system says there was an intention to conceal, compress, or transform meaning. It implies a reason. What reason? Fear is the obvious one. Not necessarily fear in the dramatic sense of inquisitors at the door, though that cannot be entirely dismissed in a region shaken by religious conflict. It could be fear of profanation, fear that sacred text should not be read by the uninitiated, fear that a community's private tradition would be destroyed, mocked, stolen, or misunderstood. It could be protection. It could be devotion. It could be a way of making scripture portable in a world where identity itself was dangerous. There are people who dislike that sort of speculation because it gives the manuscript too much atmosphere. But atmosphere is not evidence against a thing. Sometimes atmosphere is what evidence feels like before it can be translated. The Codex's religious world is not clean enough to be boring. Crosses appear, but so do crescents. Christian narrative appears, but not always in a familiar Western style. There are possible Orthodox features, possible Islamic markers, possible Hebrew echoes, possible apocalyptic imagery, possible cosmological diagrams. There are soldiers and buildings, ritual scenes and sacred objects. It is a manuscript of contact, pressure, and overlap. If it came from a Central European or Balkan environment, then its mixed symbolic language may not be confusion at all. It may be the exact visual grammar of a region where civilizations pressed against each other for generations. Picture the author not as a forger at a desk laughing at future scholars, but as a person living at the edge of several worlds. Perhaps they heard Latin prayers, Slavic speech, Hungarian administration, German merchants, Ottoman power, Orthodox liturgy, and old local tradition surviving beneath official religion. Perhaps they belonged to a small group whose teachings did not fit neatly inside the approved categories of their age. Perhaps the Codex was a devotional book, but not for the church as an institution. Perhaps it was for a household, a sect, a border community, a hidden congregation, a wandering teacher, or a man who believed he had preserved the true arrangement of sacred history. The manuscript itself gives the impression of compression. It is small, but thick. Its drawings are not luxurious, but numerous. Its script is not decorative, but relentless. It looks like a thing made to contain a great deal in a form that could survive movement. One could imagine it passing from hand to hand, a reader in one town, a priest in another, a noble collector later, a family library after that. By the time Count Battiani's collection reached the Academy, the people who understood it may have been dead for centuries. And that may be the true horror of the Rohonc Codex. Not that no one ever knew what it meant, but that someone did. Someone may once have opened this book and read it with ease. Someone may have followed the lines from right to left, from the back of the book toward the front, murmuring the symbols as naturally as a priest reading a psalm. Someone may have pointed to the crude little figures and explained them to a child. Someone may have known why the crescent was above that temple, why the sun held marks within it, why certain signs repeated beside Christ, why certain scenes were arranged in the order they were. To that person, K114 was not a puzzle, it was a book. Then the chain broke. That is how knowledge dies. Not always in fire, not always with conquest. Sometimes one generation fails to teach the next. One community disperses. One last reader grows old. One language of signs becomes inconvenient, embarrassing, dangerous, or useless. And then a book becomes silent. It is still there. The ink remains. The drawings remain. The paper remains. But the voice is gone. The 19th century tried to restore that voice and could not. The 20th century tried with better methods and could not. The 21st century brought computational tools, statistical analysis, cryptological history, digitized images, and renewed interest, and still the Codex stands in that unnerving middle ground between solved and unsolved. Some researchers have proposed readings, some have rejected them, some have called it a hoax, some have insisted the structure points to meaning, but the Codex itself has not submitted to one final, uncontested translation. It has not walked out of the dark and introduced itself, and that is why it belongs in the same haunted cabinet as the Voynich manuscript, but not as a lesser cousin. The Voynich is beautiful and botanical and dreamlike. The Rohonc Codex is rougher, darker, more severe. It is not full of impossible plants and bathing women. It is full of religion, trial, death, resurrection, worship, weapons, temples, celestial order, and signs no one can confidently speak. The Voynich feels like a dream of nature. The Rohonc feels like a service held after midnight in a frontier chapel where the congregation knows something outsiders do not. Even the accusations of forgery carry their own strange energy. In 1866, the historian Karoli Szabo suggested the codex might be the work of Samuel Literati Nemes, a 19th century antiquarian known for creating historical forgeries that fooled learned people. Nemes is the shadow that skeptics keep placing behind the book. He is useful because he gives the mystery a villain, a clever faker, a man capable of deceiving scholars. But there is a problem with using Nemes as a tidy exit door. There is no specific evidence tying him directly to the Rohonc Codex. The association is suspicion, not a confession. And more importantly, if one imagines him producing this manuscript, one still has to explain the scale of the performance. Hundreds of pages, a consistent script, dozens of drawings, religious sequences, structural regularities, a writing direction, a physical object on paper with a 16th century clue. Enough internal behaviour to keep trained readers uncertain for generations. That would not be a joke. That would be a private cathedral of fraud. And if the only way to dismiss a mystery is to imagine a forger so committed that he accidentally created a masterpiece of concealed structure, then perhaps dismissal is not as comfortable as it first appears. In calm criminal terms, the hoax theory does not kill the story. It only creates a second mystery. Why would anyone build a locked church no one could enter? But for our purposes, we are not following the coldest path tonight. We are following the book as if it matters, because every interesting line of evidence suggests that it does. The Rohonc Codex survived in a noble library, entered the Hungarian Academy, resisted journey, interested Jiricek, travelled with Munkachi, puzzled cryptologists, and still sits under a call number, like a prisoner with no known name. That is enough. The manuscript asks to be treated as genuine, not because every scholar agrees, but because it has the gravity of a genuine thing. It has that presence certain objects acquire when too many intelligent people fail in front of them. You can feel it in the way its story repeats across generations. Someone approaches, someone proposes, someone doubts, someone revises, someone leaves, and the codex remains. Its silence has become active, and in the centre of that silence are the drawings, those rough little witnesses. Christ before Pilate, a crucifixion, a tomb, a resurrection, priests at altars, a possible tree of knowledge, the structure of the world, a crowned figure praying to the sun. These are not random scenes, they are a sequence of ultimate things: law, judgment, sacrifice, death, return, paradise, cosmos, divine light. Whoever made the book was not writing shopping lists. They were concerned with the largest questions a human being can ask. Where did the world come from? Who rules it? What happened at the cross? What lies beyond death? Which signs belong to God? Which people are chosen to understand them? That is where Chunk 1 should leave the listener, not with the codex as a funny old puzzle, but as a forbidden devotional object from a fractured world, a book that may have carried the sacred map of a lost community. And the most unsettling part is that it is not buried in a cave, not lost in a private vault, not hidden by a cult in the mountains. It is kept in a library. It has been photographed. It has been studied. It is available to the world. And still, after all this time, the book has not truly opened. One of the strangest things about the Rohonc Codex is that the deeper researchers travelled into it, the less the manuscript resembled a normal, unreadable text, and the more it began to resemble a deliberately engineered system. That distinction matters enormously. A lost language is tragic. A constructed sacred code is intentional. And the Codex increasingly gives the impression that someone wanted meaning preserved, but not exposed casually to outsiders. The Codex is not chaotic. That is the first trap it sets for intelligent people. Real nonsense eventually breaks apart under scrutiny. Patterns collapse, symbols wander randomly, internal structures fail. The Rohonc Codex does the opposite. Researchers noticed recurring sign clusters appearing in positions that felt grammatical. Certain symbols appear frequently at the beginnings of lines. Others gather near illustrations. Some behave almost like separators or liturgical markers. The text seems aware of itself. That awareness becomes particularly unsettling in pages surrounding the Passion sequence. The illustrations depicting Christ's arrest, crucifixion, and resurrection are not isolated drawings dropped into empty symbolism. The surrounding text appears structured around them with deliberate consistency, almost as though the script itself is reacting to sacred moments in the narrative. This led later researchers to suspect that portions of the manuscript may function less like ordinary prose and more like compressed devotional commentary. And then there is the density. The Codex's pages are crowded, tight, economical. Whoever produced it was not wasting material. There are very few large decorative flourishes, very little empty space, very little indulgence. The manuscript feels practical in a way many luxury medieval books do not. It resembles something meant to preserve knowledge rather than display wealth. That practicality becomes more disturbing when you remember the manuscript's physical dimensions. The book is tiny, smaller than many modern paperbacks, thick, compact, portable. You could hide it beneath clothing, carry it wrapped in fabric, store it inside a wooden chest. A travelling priest, merchant, exile, monk, or sectarian teacher could move with it quietly across borders. And borders matter here. The Rohonc Codex almost radiates frontier atmosphere. Researchers have long noted that its imagery appears influenced by multiple religious traditions at once. Some crosses resemble Western Christian forms. Others resemble Orthodox designs with additional bars. Crescent imagery appears repeatedly. Certain architectural depictions resemble Eastern Christian churches, while others seem influenced by Central European forms. Even the soldiers depicted in some illustrations wear clothing and carry weapons that suggest a world under constant military pressure. This is not the atmosphere of peaceful monastery life deep inside a stable kingdom. This feels like a manuscript born somewhere contested. The 16th and 17th centuries in Hungary and surrounding regions were catastrophic. Ottoman armies moved repeatedly through the region. Fortresses changed hands. Villages vanished. Refugees scattered westward. Entire populations lived under overlapping authorities. Catholic rulers, Protestant movements, Orthodox traditions, Ottoman governance, and local identities collided constantly. The Kingdom of Hungary itself fractured after the Battle of Mohacs in 1526, one of the great disasters in Hungarian history. The old medieval kingdom shattered beneath Ottoman expansion, leaving regions divided between Habsburg rule, Ottoman control, and the semi-independent Principality of Transylvania. That historical fracture hangs over the Codex like weather, because if a secretive religious community wanted to preserve teachings privately during periods of upheaval, this is exactly the sort of landscape where such a text might emerge. There are illustrations within the Codex showing battle scenes besides sacred imagery, and that pairing is important. Medieval manuscripts often separated the spiritual from the military in tone. The Rohonc Codex does not feel so compartmentalized. Warfare and theology seem to occupy the same symbolic world. Soldiers stand near holy structures. Ritual scenes unfold under celestial signs. The manuscript gives the impression that earthly conflict and divine order were inseparable to its author. One particularly eerie detail involves the possibility that portions of the manuscript may represent apocalyptic material. Some illustrations appear to depict cosmic events, heavenly structures, or symbolic scenes that researchers have struggled to categorize neatly. Certain pages feel less narrative and more visionary, as though the manuscript occasionally shifts away from historical storytelling into cosmological revelation. That matters because apocalyptic literature has historically been one of the strongest motivations for coded religious writing. Groups expecting catastrophe often conceal teachings. Groups fearing persecution often conceal teachings. Groups believing themselves guardians of sacred truth often conceal teachings. And the Rohonc Codex feels repeatedly like concealment. There are also recurring suggestions that the manuscript may contain numerological or symbolic ordering principles hidden beneath the text. Certain symbol frequencies behave strangely compared to normal linguistic expectations. Some researchers suspected shorthand systems, others proposed artificial language structures, others suggested mnemonic compression, where the symbols may represent remembered liturgical content known orally by initiates. That last possibility is chilling. Imagine a community whose sacred knowledge is mostly transmitted aloud through ritual recitation, while the manuscript itself functions as a memory scaffold rather than a direct readable text. In such a system, the Codex would not need to explain itself to outsiders because it was never designed for outsiders at all. It would operate more like a ceremonial key for readers already initiated into its symbolic language. This would also explain one of the Codex's most maddening characteristics: its resistance to straightforward decipherment despite centuries of effort. Because perhaps people have been asking the wrong question, not "What language is this?" but "What kind of object is this?" There is a subtle but profound difference between those questions. A normal text wants decoding. A ritual object may only partially reveal itself, even to those capable of reading it. The 19th century produced several attempts to force the Codex into known national narratives. This was partly because nationalism was surging across Europe at the time. Scholars desperately wanted ancient proof of national origins, heroic histories, and forgotten literary traditions. Some hoped the Rohonc Codex might preserve early Hungarian material. Others wondered whether it represented Dacian, Romanian, Cuman, or even Hunnic remnants. Each theory carried emotional stakes beyond scholarship. Whoever owned the Codex symbolically gained a piece of deep historical legitimacy. But the manuscript resisted becoming anyone's national treasure in the simple sense. It remained slippery. Even its illustrations refuse easy alignment. One page may appear deeply Christian, another introduces crescents or symbols associated with Islamic worlds, another seems almost mystical or cosmological rather than doctrinal. The Codex behaves like a border civilization speaking several symbolic languages simultaneously. This ambiguity became especially fascinating to later cryptologists because genuine hoaxes tend to overcommit. Forgers usually want a recognition eventually. They leave trails toward a solution, hidden jokes, linguistic fingerprints, or stylistic indulgences. The Rohonc Codex does not appear interested in rewarding the reader. It behaves almost indifferently to human frustration. There is also the deeply strange issue of repetition length. Certain sign groups recur frequently, while others appear rarely or in unusual positions, suggesting layered structures rather than random invention. Some analyses proposed that the manuscript may contain abbreviations similar to medieval scribal systems, where sacred names, prayers, or repeated liturgical formulae were compressed into symbolic shorthand. If true, this would mean the Codex's apparent complexity may partially mask repetition beneath the surface, much like medieval liturgical texts themselves. Entire theological concepts could be compressed into small clusters of symbols recognized only by trained readers, and that possibility transforms the manuscript psychologically, because suddenly the book no longer resembles a lost novel or diary. It resembles a liturgical machine. One of the more haunting details rarely discussed outside specialist circles is the emotional quality of the illustrations themselves. Though crude by comparison to elite illuminated manuscripts, the drawings possess a strange sincerity. The human figures often appear rigid, frontal, solemn. Faces are simplified almost to anonymity. There is very little humour or ornamentation. Even scenes that should feel triumphant, such as resurrection imagery, often retain an oddly severe atmosphere. The Codex does not feel joyful, it feels burdened. That burden becomes especially noticeable in scenes involving authority figures, judgment, or sacred ritual. There is a repeated visual emphasis on witnessing. Figures observe, kneel, stand before symbols, gather beneath heavenly signs. The manuscript creates the sensation that human beings exist under constant observation from powers beyond themselves. Several researchers also noticed that the Codex's visual sequencing occasionally resembles iconographic storytelling traditions found in Eastern Christianity more than Western manuscript traditions. Rather than highly individualized Renaissance-style scenes, the images sometimes feel timeless and symbolic, almost like portable icons translated into coded narrative form. That Eastern atmosphere deepens the manuscript's frontier identity. Hungary and surrounding regions were not cleanly divided worlds. Eastern and Western Christian traditions overlapped continuously. Ottoman influence added another symbolic layer. The Rohonc Codex seems to emerge from precisely that unstable cultural crossroads where identities blurred and religious survival often required adaptation. Then there is the matter of secrecy surrounding the Codex itself after its arrival at the Academy. Not conspiracy secrecy, academic secrecy. For long periods the manuscript remained difficult to access, difficult to reproduce, and poorly circulated outside specialist circles. This unintentionally fed its mystique enormously. The Codex became one of those whispered, scholarly objects people referenced more often than they actually handled. Many knew of it. Very few truly engaged with it directly. That scarcity of familiarity allowed myths to grow in the dark spaces around it. And myths absolutely did grow. By the 20th century, the Rohonc Codex had become almost legendary among certain circles interested in unsolved manuscripts, cryptography, occult history, and forgotten civilizations. Unlike the Voynich manuscript, which gained broad international fame relatively early, the Rohonc Codex retained a more shadowed reputation. It felt regional, esoteric, Eastern European, harder to romanticize commercially, which oddly made it feel more authentic to many enthusiasts. There is something psychologically powerful about a mystery that never becomes fashionable enough to be fully absorbed into pop culture. The Rohonc Codex still feels hidden, even now. And perhaps the single most unnerving detail of all is this. The Codex may not contain one text. It may contain layers. Some researchers suspected the manuscript includes multiple textual modes operating simultaneously. Devotional content, coded structures, abbreviations, symbolic insertions, liturgical sequencing, and perhaps mnemonic devices. In other words, the manuscript may have been designed to function on several levels at once depending on the reader's knowledge. That would explain why no single decipherment attempt has fully conquered it. People may be trying to flatten a multi-dimensional system into ordinary prose. The more one studies the Codex, the more it begins resembling sacred compression technology from a vanished intellectual world. And vanished is the right word, because one of the darkest possibilities surrounding the Rohonc Codex is that the community capable of reading it may have been erased almost completely by history, war, religious suppression, assimilation, migration, disease, political collapse. Central Europe consumed countless small communities across the centuries. Entire dialects vanished, entire sects disappeared, entire local traditions dissolved into larger empires and national identities. If the Rohonc Codex belonged to one such group, then the manuscript may represent one of the final surviving shadows of a worldview otherwise lost forever. think about that for a moment. A people may have existed. They may have prayed, buried their dead, taught their children, recorded sacred knowledge, encoded cosmology, developed symbolic systems, passed down rituals, and now all that remains is one tiny, unreadable book, sitting under controlled temperatures in Budapest. That possibility gives the Codex a terrible emotional gravity. Because the manuscript does not merely resist translation, it may be mourning extinction. As the 20th century deepened and Europe changed around it, the Rohonc Codex slowly acquired a second life beyond academia. Scholars continued trying to classify it, decode it, contextualize it, but outside the universities, another kind of fascination began spreading through collectors, occult enthusiasts, amateur cryptographers, fringe historians, and people who were less interested in whether the Codex could be solved than in what sort of world could have produced it. And, strangely enough, the further one drifted from conventional scholarship, the more the manuscript began to feel dangerous. Part of that danger comes from the Codex's atmosphere. Certain objects acquire reputations not because of proven supernatural events, but because they seem to generate obsession. The Rohonc Codex has that quality. People do not merely study it, they disappear into it. Entire years vanish into symbol charts, comparative alphabets, line sequencing, image studies, numerical structures, and theological speculation. There are researchers who spent decades circling the manuscript, only to emerge uncertain whether they had moved closer at all. That alone gives the Codex a strange gravity, because normal hoaxes eventually become boring. The Rohonc Codex never becomes boring. It keeps producing the sensation that something coherent is hiding just beyond reach. One obscure theory proposed during the 20th century suggested the manuscript may preserve traces of a deliberately hidden Christian sect operating somewhere in the Hungarian-Ottoman frontier during the 16th century. The idea emerged partly because the Codex's religious imagery does not behave comfortably within a single doctrinal tradition. The manuscript seems aware of Catholic symbolism, Orthodox symbolism, and Islamic visual presence simultaneously. Certain researchers wondered whether this reflected not confusion but adaptation. A secretive borderland congregation living under unstable political conditions might intentionally blend symbolic systems to survive. Crosses might be disguised among crescents. Sacred meanings might be compressed into coded notation recognizable only to insiders. A manuscript could pass through dangerous territory, appearing meaningless to outsiders, while remaining entirely readable to initiates. That possibility becomes darker when one remembers how brutal confessional conflict became across Central Europe after the Reformation. Entire populations were pressured into conversion repeatedly, depending on who controlled a territory. Protestant rulers replaced Catholic ones. Ottoman authorities tolerated certain communities while taxing or restricting others. Border villages learned to conceal identity as a survival instinct. Under such conditions, a coded, devotional manuscript no longer sounds eccentric. It sounds practical. Another fringe theory claims the Codex may preserve remnants of an otherwise vanished liturgical language connected to a lost monastic order. Supporters of this idea point to the manuscript's repetitive symbolic structures and devotional sequencing, arguing that the Codex behaves less like narrative prose and more like ritual performance notation. According to this interpretation, the symbols may not represent spoken language directly at all. They may indicate chants, prayers, ceremonial actions, or meditative formulas performed in sequence. Some even compare the manuscript to mnemonic systems used in mystical traditions, where symbols trigger memorized sacred recitations rather than literal reading. If true, the Codex might never be fully decipherable through ordinary linguistic analysis, because it was not designed primarily for reading in the modern sense. It may have functioned more like a ceremonial interface between memory and ritual. Certain signs may have represented entire theological concepts, known only within the community that produced it. A single cluster of symbols could signify a prayer, a sacred name, an apocalyptic teaching, or an oral passage too dangerous or holy to record directly. Then there are the astronomical theories. Some researchers became fascinated by the manuscript's repeated celestial imagery. Suns, stars, circular diagrams and cosmic arrangements appear often enough that several fringe historians proposed the Codex may contain encoded astronomical or cosmological knowledge. One particularly obscure interpretation suggested the manuscript was built around a sacred calendar system tied to planetary alignments and feast days. According to this theory, the illustrations are not merely decorative religious scenes, but markers within a hidden cosmic timetable. Certain figures appear beneath specific celestial arrangements. Certain symbols recur near solar imagery. Some pages seem to combine worship with astronomical orientation. Most mainstream scholars remain cautious about such interpretations, but the important detail is that the manuscript repeatedly invites them. The Rohonc Codex feels cosmological. It gives the impression that the author was concerned not merely with earthly events, but with the structure of reality itself. Heaven, judgment, divine order, sacred chronology, celestial authority, apocalypse, resurrection. These themes pulse quietly beneath the pages. One of the stranger rumours surrounding the Codex emerged among Hungarian enthusiasts during the 20th century, and involved the possibility that the manuscript had been partially understood privately by certain scholars who later withdrew from public claims. There is no hard evidence for a hidden, full translation locked in some archive, but the rumour persisted because several researchers approached the Codex with confidence, only to retreat into silence after years of study. To believers, this silence became suspicious. Why abandon a manuscript after dedicating years to it, unless the text itself became psychologically overwhelming, spiritually disturbing, or impossible to reconcile with accepted history? Naturally, more extreme minds carried that idea much further. By the late 20th century, the Rohonc Codex had accumulated a shadow mythology online and in fringe historical circles. Some claimed the manuscript preserved antediluvian knowledge passed down through surviving priesthoods after a prehistoric catastrophe. Others connected it to Bogomils, Paulicians, Cathars, or other persecuted religious movements believed by conspiracy theorists to possess hidden cosmological teachings suppressed by official churches. A few even proposed the manuscript represented evidence of a forgotten synthesis religion blending Christianity, Islam, and older pagan traditions into a secret frontier theology. And then there are the theories involving the manuscript symbols themselves. Several independent analysts became convinced the script contains deliberate visual encoding beyond phonetics. Certain signs resemble stylized crosses, celestial forms, or ritual gestures. Some appear almost architectural. Others resemble compressed iconography rather than alphabetic characters. According to this interpretation, the script itself may have functioned symbolically on multiple levels simultaneously. A sign could represent a sound, a sacred concept, and a visual theological reference all at once. This idea sounds extravagant until one remembers that medieval sacred culture often treated writing as spiritually alive. Letters themselves carried mystical significance. Hebrew traditions, Christian mystical traditions, Islamic calligraphic traditions, and esoteric schools across Eurasia frequently regarded sacred writing as more than communication. Writing could embody divine order. Symbols could possess power independent of literal meaning. In that historical context, a coded devotional script no longer sounds impossible. It sounds terrifyingly plausible. There is also the deeply unsettling issue of emotional consistency inside the manuscript. Researchers repeatedly noted that despite stylistic roughness, the Codex maintains a remarkably coherent psychological atmosphere. The images do not fluctuate wildly in tone as random forgery often does. They remain solemn, burdened, devotional, and apocalyptic. The manuscript feels emotionally unified, as though produced by someone inhabiting a stable, symbolic worldview over a long period of time. That emotional unity is difficult to fake accidentally across hundreds of pages. The more one studies the Codex, the more it resembles a sealed world rather than a prank. Some of the wildest theories emerged only after digital scans of the manuscript became more widely available in the modern era. Once high-resolution images circulated online, independent cryptographers and amateur analysts from around the world began scrutinizing every detail obsessively. Symbol frequencies were mapped, illustration sequences were reconstructed, theological comparisons multiplied. Some claimed hidden acrostics existed within the sign patterns. Others proposed numerical encoding tied to biblical chapter structures. One particularly strange analysis argued that portions of the manuscript may intentionally mirror liturgical movement through sacred space, meaning the text was designed to accompany physical ritual progression through a chapel or ceremonial chamber. Whether any of these theories are correct almost becomes secondary after a certain point. What matters is the manuscript's ability to generate them without collapsing under scrutiny. Most fake mysteries deteriorate when examined closely. The Rohonc Codex becomes more labyrinthine. Even its physical survival feels improbable. Europe lost countless manuscripts through war, fire, neglect, occupation, flood, religious destruction, and simple indifference. Yet somehow this tiny coded book survived through centuries of instability, passed quietly into noble ownership, entered the academy, endured modern history, and reached the digital age still fundamentally unread. It feels less discovered than preserved. There is a detail about the Codex that always lingers with me. Many medieval devotional books were kissed by readers during prayer, touched repeatedly, held against the chest, opened beside beds during illness and death, carried during travel, used during private worship. The Rohonc Codex's compact size strongly suggests intimate handling. This was not a ceremonial display object chained in a cathedral. It was personal, which means there may once have been people who opened these pages with reverence rather than confusion. Someone understood this book emotionally before anyone failed to understand it intellectually. And that may be the saddest part of all. Imagine the final reader, not the final owner, the final reader. A person somewhere in Central Europe centuries ago who still knew the meanings of the symbols. Perhaps they belonged to a dwindling community, already aware their tradition was disappearing. Perhaps war had scattered them. Perhaps children stopped learning the code. Perhaps authorities made possession dangerous. Perhaps migration severed the chain. Perhaps the final reader opened the codex knowing there might never be another after them. And then one day the manuscript closed. Not dramatically, not in fire, not beneath collapsing ruins, just silence. Generations passed, empires rose and fell, borders shifted, languages evolved, armies crossed the same lands again and again. The people who once breathed meaning into the codex vanished into history, and the manuscript became an object without a voice. Then, centuries later, scholars opened it again and discovered something profoundly unnerving. The structure was still there. The symbols still behaved intelligently. The illustrations still implied sacred sequence. The emotional coherence still survived. The hidden architecture of meaning remained intact. Only the key was gone. And perhaps that is why the Rohonc Codex unsettles people so deeply. It forces us to confront the possibility that entire systems of human thought can disappear almost completely while leaving behind only one stubborn fragment, refusing to explain itself. A civilization does not need to vanish like Atlantis to become unreachable. Sometimes all that's required is enough time for memory to fail. Tonight the Codex still sits in Budapest, beneath controlled light and temperature, catalogued politely as manuscript K114. Researchers continue studying it. New theories emerge. Old theories collapse. Computers analyze the symbols. Scholars debate code systems, liturgical structures, and historical context. But after nearly 2 centuries of concentrated attention, the manuscript remains what it has always been. A sealed conversation from another world. And somewhere inside those pages, hidden behind rows of symbols no living person can confidently read, may still exist prayers spoken by forgotten mouths, warnings written for vanished believers, descriptions of heavens nobody remembers, and the final surviving theology of a people history erased so completely that only their silence remains. There was a little cloth bag in old Louisiana that could ruin a household without ever being opened. It might be found under a doorstep, inside a mattress, beneath the hearth bricks, or tied in secret beneath someone's clothes. And the strangest thing was not that people feared it, but that judges, planters, police, priests, enslaved people, free people of colour, wealthy clients, and the most powerful families in New Orleans all seemed to agree on one thing. Whatever was inside that bag had power. The word was gris-gris, sometimes written gris-gris, sometimes heard as gris-gris, and by the time it reached Louisiana it had already travelled farther than most people who feared it would ever understand. Its older roots led back across the Atlantic into West African protective traditions, especially among Mande-speaking peoples, where written charms, folded prayers, sacred numbers, herbs, leather pouches, and hidden words could be carried close to the body for luck, protection, judgment, or survival. But in Louisiana, under French rule, Spanish rule, Catholic bells, sugar plantations, fever seasons, slave markets, and the thick, damp air of New Orleans, the gris-gris became something else as well. It became a secret language. It became a warning. It became a weapon that did not need a blade. It became the thing slipped beneath the door when ordinary justice had failed. In the oldest accounts, it was not treated like a parlour trick. In 1773, colonial Louisiana court records describe enslaved people being tried for allegedly conspiring to kill their enslaver by means of gris-gris, making it one of the earliest legal traces of Louisiana voodoo, and conjure appearing not as gossip, but as a matter serious enough for the authorities to prosecute. That detail matters. Long before the tourist shops, long before cheap paper packets and plastic charms, long before outsiders turned voodoo into theatre, there was a moment in a Louisiana court when the authorities looked at enslaved Africans and decided that a hidden charm was part of a murder plot. Not a joke, not a superstition to be laughed away, a plot, a charge, a threat that went into the record. To understand why that's so strange, you have to imagine Louisiana before it became the Louisiana of postcards and ghost tours. This was a place where enslaved West Africans were forced into Catholic baptism, but carried older spiritual understandings with them, where saints could stand beside spirits, where candles, bones, roots, water, prayers, shells, hair, grave dust, and scripture could all belong to the same hidden universe. French observer Antoine Simon Lepage Dupratz wrote in the early 18th century that enslaved Africans sometimes gathered in groups of 300 or 400, and he specifically noted their use of protective charms called gris-gris. That was not a late legend invented after emancipation. That was colonial Louisiana, with Africans still newly arrived, forming communities under surveillance and preserving a sacred technology that frightened the people who claimed to own them. The first great mystery of the gris-gris is that it appears in the record almost as soon as anyone bothered to look closely. The enslaved people of Louisiana were not leaving diaries explaining what each object meant. They were not permitted that kind of open life. Their religion, their healing, their protective work, their curses, their justice, their mourning, and their escape plans had to hide inside ordinary things. a folded scrap, a red flannel packet, a string with knots in it, a coin rubbed smooth, a bit of bone, a root chosen at the right time, a prayer spoken under the breath, a charm small enough to fit in a palm, and yet large enough to terrify a plantation. By the 19th century, New Orleans had become the great city of these crossings. In 1809, nearly 10,000 refugees from Saint-Domingue arrived after the Haitian Revolution, including white refugees, free people of colour, and enslaved people, bringing with them memories of the only successful slave revolt that created a black republic in the Atlantic world. That arrival changed New Orleans. It reinforced African and Afro-Catholic religious practices already there, and it brought a special charge to anything associated with hidden ritual power. To white authorities who had watched Haiti burn its way to freedom, a charm in a pocket was not merely a charm, it was a possible signal, a possible oath, a possible beginning. This is where the gris becomes more than an object. It becomes the perfect mystery of enslaved resistance, because it sat exactly between the visible and the invisible. The person carrying it might say it was for protection. The accuser might say it was for death. The maker might know it had another purpose entirely. And the record, usually written by frightened outsiders, gives us only fragments. A bag is found. Someone is accused. A master falls ill. A rumour spreads. A woman is called in to remove it. A trial begins. Then the archive goes quiet. In old New Orleans, there were people known as voodoo queens and voodoo doctors, spiritual leaders who gave private consultations, performed healing ceremonies, and prepared gris for clients. The most famous was Marie Laveau, born around 1801 and dead by 1881. Remembered as the Voodoo Queen of New Orleans, she lived in a world where spiritual authority could cross racial and class lines in ways that ordinary society pretended were impossible. Wealthy white clients, free people of colour, enslaved people, politicians, servants, lovers, prisoners, and desperate mothers all came looking for help. They came for marriage trouble, court cases, illness, childbirth, money, influence, revenge, protection, and luck. And very often, what they wanted was something tangible to carry away. A candle, a powder, a bottle, a packet, a gris. Marie Laveau's own life is full of strange gaps, which suits this story almost too well. Some documents point to 1794 as her birth year, while other research supports 1801. She married Jacques Paris, a Creole man from Saint-Domingue, in 1819, and after he disappeared and was later reported dead, she became known as the Widow Paris. Then she entered a long relationship with Jean-Louis Christophe Duminy de Glapion, with whom she had several children. She worked as a hairdresser, which sounds ordinary until you realize what that meant in 19th century New Orleans. She moved through homes, she heard private things, she touched people's heads. She listened while wealthy households spoke too freely in front of servants. And then, when clients came to her for counsel, she seemed to know things she should not have known. That was part of her power, and perhaps part of the gris mystery itself. A charm works better when it arrives with knowledge attached. If Marie Laveau gave someone a packet and told them exactly what trouble was sitting inside their marriage, their court case, their business, or their enemy's house. The object would not feel symbolic, it would feel alive. The powder, the herb, the folded paper, the saint's image, the hair, the charm. All of it would seem to carry information from places the client could not see. And in a city like New Orleans, information itself was almost supernatural. The authorities knew that too. In a slave society, secrets were dangerous. A secret meeting was dangerous. A secret song was dangerous. A secret charm was dangerous. Anything that allowed enslaved people to believe they possessed protection beyond the master's reach was dangerous. That is why the gris frightened the plantation world so deeply. It was not only the fear of poison, though. That fear appears again and again in Southern records. It was the fear that the enslaved had access to a power system the enslaver could neither read nor control. On plantations, the strangest stories often begin with discovery. Someone sweeping a cabin finds a bundle hidden in a wall. A child pulls a packet from under the steps. A planter notices a small object tied beneath a gate. A house servant finds a bag beneath a pillow. Inside might be roots, red pepper, pins, hair, feathers, grave dust, beads, bones, scripture, sulphur, salt, or something that no one wants to name too clearly. And then the sequence begins. Someone becomes ill. A horse refuses to cross a threshold. Milk spoils. A field hand will not enter a room. A mistress hears scratching beneath the floorboards. A master orders the object burned, only to be warned that burning it may release whatever had been tied inside. That warning appears in different forms across conjure traditions. Do not open what was not meant for you. Do not burn what was made with intention. Do not step over what has been laid down. Do not mock what you do not understand. In Louisiana, where Catholic ritual, African spiritual systems, Congo-influenced root work, and local folk practice intertwined, the gris could be made for love, control, protection, gambling luck, courtroom luck, escape, illness, or vengeance. But the darkest stories are the ones where it was found after something had already begun to go wrong. One of the oddest documented details comes from October 1849, when New Orleans authorities reportedly arrested an enslaved man for carrying a human finger wrapped in flannel, which he believed brought good luck. That is the sort of detail that sounds invented until it appears in the historical discussion of gris practice. Human remains, especially graveyard materials, became associated with some forms of conjure and root work in New Orleans, particularly as Congo-influenced practices blended into the city's spiritual life. The finger in flannel is so specific it is hard to forget. Not a vague charm, not a symbolic trinket, a human finger, wrapped carefully, carried for luck through the streets of a city already crowded with cemeteries, epidemics, tombs, and the dead. New Orleans was the perfect city for such a story, because the dead were never far away. Yellow fever came again and again, flood water rose. Burials were stacked in above-ground tombs. Cemeteries became cities of their own, with narrow lanes and whitewashed vaults. The living walked beside family crypts, and those who knew how to work with the dead were believed to understand another sort of influence. Graveyard dust was not just dirt. Bones were not just bones. A name scratched on paper and folded into a packet was not just writing. The city itself seem built on layers of prayer, fever, water, and remains. This is where the gris becomes difficult to separate from fear. Outsiders often wrote about voodoo and conjure with exaggeration, disgust, or theatrical panic. That has to be handled carefully. But even when you strip away the insulting language and the lurid imagination of hostile observers, the pattern remains. People believed these objects worked, people paid for them, people hid them, people accused others of using them. Courts noticed them, police noticed them, plantation owners feared them, and archaeologists have continued finding concealed objects in African American living spaces that appear to have been placed deliberately for spiritual protection, empowerment, or control. At Ashland Bell Helene Plantation in Darrow, Louisiana, archaeologists and historians have identified evidence interpreted as Congo and Central African spiritual practices within slave cabins, including shells, coins, beads, polished stones, bones, and other protective objects. These were not random bits of rubbish. They were placed, carried, hidden, and preserved in ways that suggest intention. In other words, the gris did not disappear into legend. Its relatives remained in the ground, waiting beneath floorboards and foundations, holding their silence until someone lifted them into the light. That is one of the most unsettling parts of this entire subject. A written account can lie, a hostile newspaper can exaggerate, a frightened planter can misunderstand, but an object hidden beneath a threshold is harder to dismiss. Someone put it there, someone chose the materials, someone knew the place mattered, someone expected it to do something, and thresholds mattered. Doors, windows, hearths, corners, beds, and crossroads appear again and again in folk magic because they are places of passage. A door is not just wood, it is where the outside enters. A bed is not just furniture, it is where the body becomes defenseless. A hearth is not just heat, it is the centre of domestic life. A crossroads is not just an intersection, it is a place where choices, spirits, strangers, and fates meet. If you wanted to protect a person, influence a person, trap a person, or unsettle a person, you chose the boundary carefully. Imagine then an enslaved woman in Louisiana forced to live under the eye of people who controlled her time, her body, her children, her food, and her movement. She has no recognized power in law, but she knows roots, she knows prayers, she knows which saint is petitioned for which kind of trouble. She knows what her grandmother carried, she knows where the doorway creaks, she knows when the mistress sleeps, she knows which child is ill, she knows where the master steps each morning. And one night she places something small beneath the threshold. By dawn, nothing looks different, but the house has changed. That is the kind of mystery the gris gives us. Not lightning, not monsters, not a ghost walking down the stairs in a white gown. Something quieter, a hidden packet, a man refusing to cross a doorway, a family convinced that illness began the week the object appeared, a charm removed and then returned, a person freed, protected, ruined, or warned, with no visible hand involved. In New Orleans, the public face of voodoo could be seen at Congo Square, where enslaved and free African people gathered on Sundays, danced, drummed, traded, worshipped, remembered, and rebuilt pieces of community under surveillance. Major private rites were associated with places such as Bayou St. John and Lake Pontchartrain, especially around St. John's Eve on June 23rd, when fire, water, drumming, singing, bathing, and the old midsummer sense of a thin boundary between worlds all came together. But the gris-gris belonged just as much to the private room. It belonged to the person standing alone with a problem too delicate for public prayer. That private quality is what makes the subject so rich and so hard to pin down. Gris-gris was never one single recipe. It was not a fixed object you could define and be done with. It changed depending on the maker, the client, the need, the spirit, the danger, the material available, and the tradition behind it. One bag might be worn for protection against violence. Another might be used for luck in court. Another might be hidden to keep a lover faithful. Another might be laid down to bring punishment. Another might be made so a person could pass through danger unseen. The word itself carried both promise and threat. In New Orleans, gris-gris could mean the charm itself, but it could also mean the act of bewitching. Someone could wear gris-gris. Someone could put gris-gris on you. Someone could go to a doctor to have gris-gris removed. The grammar of the word already suggests a world where object, action, and force are not separate. The bag is the spell. The spell is the act. The act is the relationship between the maker, the target, the spirit, and the material. And then there is the silence of the enslaved makers themselves. That silence is not empty. It is full of things deliberately hidden, because if a gris-gris worked by secrecy, then the archive was never meant to understand it. The recipes were guarded. The words were spoken softly. The meaning of each item could be known only to the person who knew how to read the object correctly. A white official might open a bag and see bones, pepper, hair, and paper. The maker might see a sentence. That sentence might say, "Protect this child." It might say, "Bring him home." It might say, "Let the judge's mind turn." It might say, "Make the cruel one weak." It might say, "Do not let them sell me south." It might say, "Let the gate open." It might say, "Let the dogs lose the scent." That last possibility is especially haunting, because in stories of escape, charms were sometimes believed to protect a runaway from dogs, patrols, and capture, whether hidden in clothing, carried close to the skin, or prepared by a conjure worker before departure. Such objects gave the fugitive something more than physical aid. They gave courage. They gave the sense of being accompanied, and in a world designed to make enslaved people feel watched, hunted, and alone, that sense of unseen protection may have been one of the most powerful things imaginable. This is why the gris-gris cannot be reduced to superstition. To do that would miss the deeper mystery. In Louisiana, it functioned as medicine, theology, psychology, resistance, coded communication, social intelligence, and spiritual technology all at once. It helped people survive conditions that were deliberately made unsurvivable. It also frightened those who relied on domination, because domination depends on convincing the dominated that there is no other power available. But the gris-gris said otherwise. It said power could be folded, It said power could be tied. It said power could be hidden in cloth and carried beneath the shirt. It said a person with nothing recognized by law could still possess something no law could read. By the late 19th century, police pressure, public ridicule, Protestant condemnation, and sensational newspaper accounts pushed many voodoo and hoodoo practices further underground. But underground is where the gris had always been most comfortable. Beneath boards, beneath brick, beneath speech, beneath the official version of events. And that is why, even now, when one of these caches is found in an old house or former plantation site, it feels less like an artifact and more like an interruption, because the question is never simply, what is this? The question is, who put it there? What were they trying to change? And did it work? That is the question that sits at the center of this story. And the deeper we go into old Louisiana, into the plantations, the fever wards, the slave cabins, the cemeteries, the courtrooms, and the candlelit rooms where people waited for Marie Laveau, the more the gris begins to look like one of the strangest unresolved powers in the American South. A small hidden object that left almost no words behind, yet somehow made everyone afraid to ignore it. In Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, and the old plantation belt stretching through the deep South, gris entered history not through grand rituals, but through discovery. A hidden packet beneath a doorstep, a knot of feathers inside a chimney, a bottle buried beneath a porch, a pouch sewn into clothing, a scrap of folded paper tucked into cracks in a wall. The stories survive because people wrote down their fear after finding them. Fear leaves records. Quiet belief usually does not. One of the earliest recurring plantation legends involved objects discovered beneath thresholds. Plantation journals from the 19th century occasionally mention servants refusing to cross certain doors after a charm had been uncovered. This sounds minor until you understand the social structure of plantation life. Refusal was dangerous. Fear strong enough to override obedience had to come from somewhere deeper than simple superstition. On several Louisiana estates, records survive describing household panic after hidden objects were discovered beneath entryways, particularly when illness or conflict followed shortly afterward. At the plantation, later known as Laurel Valley near Thibodaux, oral histories collected decades after emancipation described an ensophanes woman known only as Celeste, remembered by descendants as someone who fixed things. That phrase appears often in Southern oral history. It did not necessarily mean healing, it meant altering outcomes. According to family testimony preserved in local folklore archives, Celeste was believed capable of preparing gris for protection against overseers. One story tells of a field hand who carried a sewn red packet inside his shirt while working cane rows. He claimed whippings never struck him as badly after he received it. Another claimed dogs lost his trail during an attempted escape. Whether true or not, the belief itself mattered enough that multiple descendants repeated the account generations later. There is something unusual about these stories when they repeat through families rather than newspapers. Newspapers often sensationalized. Families tended to preserve only what felt meaningful. The stories remain strangely consistent. a packet made by someone trusted, instructions not to open it, warnings about keeping it dry, directions about where to bury it when its purpose was complete. In Old New Orleans, one of the most persistent gris legends surrounds a woman called Dr. John, or Jean Montanet, a free man of colour reportedly born in Senegal and later active in 19th century Louisiana. He appears repeatedly in accounts alongside Marie Laveau. Some believed he possessed extraordinary knowledge of roots, charms and spiritual workings brought directly from Africa. Others claimed he carried powders capable of influencing luck, gambling, health, or love. Several 19th century newspaper references describe Dr. John receiving clients privately in rooms thick with incense and candle smoke. Visitors allegedly left carrying packets wrapped in cloth, instructed not to speak of what was placed inside. One account described a client paying a considerable sum to obtain protection against legal trouble after accusations of fraud. Another involved a man convinced he had been crossed by a rival merchant and sought a gris to reverse his failing fortunes. The curious thing about Dr. John is not simply that he existed, it is that wealthy clients reportedly sought him out while publicly denying belief in such things. That contradiction appears constantly in Louisiana records. Public disbelief, private desperation. The richer the client, the more secretive the visit. One New Orleans rumour repeated through multiple later histories claimed certain politicians quietly consulted voodoo practitioners before elections. Gris for influence, gris for persuasion, gris hidden inside clothing while speaking publicly. There is no single document proving this outright, but repeated mentions appear in late 19th century recollections. It would not have been impossible. In a city where political corruption, Catholic ritual, secret societies, gambling dens, and spiritual practitioners existed side by side, invisible advantages were always sought. One particularly eerie account emerged from the French Quarter during the 1850s. A merchant reportedly discovered a small cloth packet tied beneath the floorboards of his office after several months of increasingly strange events. Workers resigned suddenly, accounts went missing, rats appeared in unusual numbers, customers avoided entering the building. According to the story, when the packet was removed, several employees refused to touch it. One insisted it had to be buried at a crossroads before sunset, or the misfortune would follow whoever handled it. That detail appears often in gris folklore. Removal was more dangerous than discovery. The object itself might contain protection or punishment, but disturbing it incorrectly could reverse its purpose. This belief created a strange secondary profession in New Orleans. People who removed spiritual work placed by others, spiritual cleaning, uncrossing, reversal, and the language itself becomes revealing. People did not simply say they were unlucky. They said they had been fixed. They said someone had laid something down. They said something had been sent. Those phrases suggest agency, not random bad fortune, intention. In plantation communities, stories spread quickly when illness appeared without explanation. In the 19th century, fever, parasites, infections, contaminated water, and poor sanitation could kill without warning. Yet within enslaved communities, unexplained sickness sometimes became attached to spiritual suspicion, particularly when conflict preceded it. One story recorded in Works Progress Administration interviews during the 1930s involved an elderly, formerly enslaved woman from Mississippi recalling a man known as Isaac, who allegedly found a tied cloth hidden beneath his sleeping mat. He had recently argued with another labourer over a woman. Shortly afterward, he became weak, fearful, and unable to sleep. According to her memory, he believed himself worked on. Whether psychological or spiritual, the effect appeared real enough to those around him. She described him refusing food, refusing church, and eventually disappearing from the plantation entirely after seeking help from a root doctor miles away. That detail matters because gris was rarely separated from travel. People walked long distances for help. Word spread quietly about who could remove something, who could prepare something, who could identify whether an object carried protection or harm. Some names survive, many do not. The anonymous nature of these practitioners only deepens the mystery. Their work existed in shadows by necessity. In coastal South Carolina and Georgia, Gullah communities preserved related traditions involving conjure bags and spiritual packets that strongly resemble Louisiana gris. These traditions often included blue beads, roots, iron, shells, graveyard dirt, and biblical verses folded tightly into cloth. The blending of Christian scripture and African protective systems appears repeatedly across the South. A psalm written on paper might sit beside bone fragments or herbs. That combination disturbed outsiders because it blurred categories. Was it religion, medicine, magic, protection, revenge? The answer often seemed to be yes to all of them. One particularly persistent southern legend concerns hidden bottles buried beneath houses. Archaeologists now call them witch bottles or protective caches, though many were likely connected to African diasporic spiritual practice. In Virginia, North Carolina, Louisiana, and Mississippi, sealed glass containers have been found beneath hearths and thresholds containing nails, pins, hair, liquid residue, bones, and roots. At first glance, these appear almost absurdly simple. But placement matters. These bottles were hidden where people crossed boundaries, beneath entrances, beneath fireplaces, beneath sleeping areas. They were not decoration, they were concealed deliberately. At the Levi Jordan plantation in Brazoria County, archaeologists uncovered evidence interpreted as African spiritual practice among enslaved quarters, including concealed caches beneath floors and corners of rooms. Some researchers linked these placements to Bakongo cosmology, where spiritual protection involved boundary lines and directional placement. These discoveries suggest that gris was not merely folklore remembered later. It left material traces. And material traces are difficult to dismiss. In one especially unsettling Louisiana legend, a plantation mistress reportedly became convinced she had been cursed after finding a tied packet hidden inside her pillow stuffing. According to the story, she had recently arranged the sale of an enslaved child away from his mother. Shortly afterward, she allegedly suffered recurring nightmares and severe insomnia. Household servants whispered that the object had been placed intentionally. Whether guilt, suggestion, or something stranger, the legend claimed she ordered priests, doctors, and spiritual practitioners to inspect the house. Nothing helped. Eventually the bed was burned. The room was abandoned. The detail that survives most often is not her illness. It is the servants refusing to enter the room afterward. That detail carries weight because fear flowed both directions. Gris was not merely feared by white plantation owners, it was respected within black communities as something that demanded caution. Another story attached to Marie Laveau involves prison visits. Several accounts claim she regularly visited condemned prisoners at Orleans Parish Prison. Some say she prayed with them. Others say she carried charms or packets intended for comfort or spiritual passage. One repeated legend claims a condemned man awaiting execution requested a gris from her shortly before death. He believed it would protect his soul from wandering. The strange thing is how often gris appears in moments of transition, birth, trial, marriage, illness, travel, escape, death. The object itself often appears when someone stands at a threshold between one state and another, and thresholds, in Southern folk belief, were never ordinary places. In Louisiana folklore collected during the 20th century, there are repeated mentions of gris being buried near crossroads. The crossroads itself holds enormous symbolic weight in African diasporic traditions. It is where choices meet, where paths divide, where spirits may travel, where bargains are whispered. A gris buried there could be activated, released, hidden, or abandoned. Some stories say a person removing a harmful charm had to leave it at a crossroads without turning around afterward. Turning back mattered, looking back mattered. That rule appears repeatedly across traditions. Do not look back. Do not check whether it remains. Do not call attention to it once released. That silence creates an unusual tension. These practices survive not through explanation, but through instruction. Do this. Do not do that. Never open it. Never speak the name aloud. Carry it close. Bury it before sunrise. Wash your hands afterward. Do not tell anyone who made it. That language feels older than folklore. It feels procedural, like memory passed carefully from one person to another. One of the strangest recurring Southern beliefs held that a gris could become stronger the longer it remained hidden. Time itself mattered. A buried object beneath a home might remain active for years. Some families reportedly refused renovations because disturbing old foundations risked uncovering spiritual work placed generations earlier. This may explain why modern archaeology occasionally encounters concealed objects unexpectedly. A coin placed beneath a corner, a shell buried near a wall, bones wrapped in cloth, glass hidden beneath floorboards. The person who placed it never expected explanation, only effect, and perhaps that is the most difficult part of this mystery. The gris was never meant to be understood by outsiders. It was not performance. It was private, functional, directed. Someone had a problem. Someone needed influence. Someone wanted protection. Someone feared another person. Someone hoped to survive. And so they created something small enough to hide, but important enough to trust with their future. That trust remains one of the strongest clues we have, because people under extraordinary pressure rarely waste faith on things they believe are empty. And throughout the American South, across plantations, prisons, cemeteries, cabins, kitchens, churches, docks, bayous, and cramped New Orleans rooms lit by candles after midnight, people continued to make gris long after authorities tried to erase it, which suggests something uncomfortable, that even in a world ruled by violence and ownership, there existed another system running quietly beneath it, a hidden system, one that could not be legislated, one that could not be fully translated, one carried in cloth, tied shut and kept close to the skin. There is one final story that lingers in Louisiana longer than most, not because it can be proven, but because nobody who heard it ever seemed comfortable dismissing it. It comes from the old river parishes west of New Orleans, carried through families near sugar country, where plantation roads disappeared beneath live oaks, and the ground stayed damp enough to keep secrets for a very long time. In the early 1890s, according to local accounts later collected in fragments by regional historians, a small plantation house near the banks of Bayou La Fourche was occupied by a widowed landowner who had inherited the property after the deaths of both his brothers within a span of 4 years. Their deaths were not considered suspicious. One died of fever. Another reportedly drowned after falling from a skiff during heavy fog. Yet neighbours began quietly remarking that the property itself felt wrong after the second death. Workers came and went quickly. Tenants refused long leases. Livestock wandered strangely near the rear tree line, and often would not cross a narrow stretch of ground behind the house. The widower, whose surname appears differently in surviving retellings, was said to be practical and dismissive of superstition. He mocked stories about gris openly. He reportedly laughed whenever workers warned him not to disturb old places on the property. According to the account, there was an abandoned slave cabin standing several hundred yards from the main house, partially collapsed and swallowed by vines. The roof had fallen inward years earlier. children from neighbouring farms avoided it. One local woman allegedly warned that nothing buried there should ever be touched. The man ignored her. During repairs to fencing after a storm, labourers clearing brush near the ruined cabin discovered a glass bottle buried upside down beneath the roots of an old cedar tree. The bottle was sealed with wax darkened almost black by age. Inside appeared to be tangled material pressed tightly against the glass. One worker reportedly refused to pick it up. Another suggested leaving it where it was found. The landowner ordered it opened. The wax seal was broken with a knife. Inside were several objects packed tightly together, rusted pins, what appeared to be hair bound with thread, small bones, red cloth fragments, and a folded scrap of paper too damaged to unfold cleanly. Witnesses later claimed a foul smell escaped immediately when the bottle opened, though no liquid remained inside. The contents were reportedly thrown into a fire that evening. Nothing happened at first. That detail matters because the best southern stories rarely begin immediately. They wait. Within days, strange things reportedly began around the property. One mule refused to enter the barn and had to be dragged. Chickens gathered beneath the abandoned cabin, despite no feed being present there. Lamps inside the main house burned unevenly. A servant claimed she heard footsteps crossing the attic during rainstorms, though no one was upstairs. Then came the sound. Several accounts described knocking beneath the floorboards near the widower's bedroom. Not loud, not violent, just a steady tapping after midnight, always from beneath the same section of floor. He initially blamed rats. Workers checked beneath the house. Nothing. The knocking continued for nearly 2 weeks. According to the story, the man grew increasingly agitated. He stopped sleeping properly. He began drinking heavily. One visitor later claimed he became obsessed with checking locks and windows before sunset. He reportedly accused servants of moving objects in the house. Chairs appeared slightly displaced. Doors left open were later found closed. One mirror in a hallway cracked without explanation. The strangest detail came from a neighbouring farmer who allegedly visited one evening and noticed fresh dirt tracked across the rear porch despite dry weather. The tracks did not resemble shoes clearly. They were described as smudged impressions, narrow and uneven, leading toward the back entrance and stopping at the threshold. No prints continued inside, only to the door. Then nothing. Several nights later, the widower reportedly disappeared. His horse remained in the stable. His bed had not been slept in. A lantern still burned in the kitchen when workers arrived at dawn. Search parties checked nearby marshland, riverbanks, neighbouring farms, and wooded areas. No body was recovered. The property changed hands within a few years. The abandoned cabin was eventually torn down, but according to later retellings, the cedar tree remained standing for decades afterward, and local workers refused to cut it down. One story claims a later owner attempted to remove the stump after lightning damaged the tree. During digging, labourers allegedly found fragments of dark glass beneath the roots. as though another bottle had once been buried there. The work stopped immediately. No one finished the removal, and perhaps that story alone would be enough to end here. But there is another. Near St. Martin Parish, a family oral history tells of a farmhouse where an elderly man became convinced something had been hidden beneath the foundation long before he moved there. He complained of movement beneath the floor after midnight. Dogs refused to enter one rear room. A smell like damp roots lingered near the fireplace even in dry weather. Eventually, after heavy rain softened the ground beneath the house, a hired woman crawled under the structure with a lantern and discovered a cloth packet tied carefully beneath one of the support beams. She refused to touch it. She came back pale and reportedly warned the family not to disturb what had been buried there. They ignored her. The packet was removed and placed on the kitchen table. It was wrapped in faded cloth darkened by soil and age. Nobody wanted to untie it. The woman returned later that evening and became visibly distressed when she saw it inside the house. She insisted it should be returned before nightfall. The family refused again. That night, the old man reportedly became frantic. Dogs howled without stopping. Someone heard knocking beneath the dining room floor. Lamps flickered repeatedly, though the air remained still. By morning, the packet was gone. Doors remained locked. Windows stayed closed. No one admitted moving it. The old man's condition improved almost immediately afterward. He slept through the night for the first time in months. The sounds ceased. The smell vanished. No one ever discovered where the object had gone. And that may be the final truth about gris in the American South. Not that every story can be proven. Not that every hidden packet held supernatural force, but that these objects existed in a space where belief and consequence became impossible to separate. They were hidden deliberately, buried carefully, carried quietly, feared privately, removed with hesitation, returned with caution. People laugh easily at things they truly do not believe. Yet throughout Louisiana and the wider South, gris was rarely mocked once it had been found. It was buried again, left untouched, handled gently, wrapped back in cloth. And somewhere beneath old foundations, beneath abandoned cabins, beneath cedar roots, beneath forgotten thresholds and ruined plantation soil, there may still be unopened packets waiting in darkness exactly where someone believed they needed to remain. Still tied, still hidden, still carrying whatever was folded inside. How many women have vanished from history simply because no one expected them to survive long enough to be remembered? Beneath the legends of the samurai, beneath the armor, the banners, the famous swords, and the names carved into temples and grave markers, there are scattered accounts of women who appeared in moments of catastrophe and war, with such violence, skill, and fearlessness that even hardened soldiers stopped to record what they had seen. They emerge in fragments. A woman standing alone on a castle wall, while arrows darkened the sky. another riding directly into cavalry lines with a blade longer than her own body, another requesting her own death before surrender, so her enemies could never claim her as a trophy. Their stories appear suddenly in old chronicles and battlefield accounts, then disappear again, as though history itself struggled to explain what these women were doing there. The deeper you go into the samurai world, the stranger it becomes, because hidden behind the famous warriors of Japan is evidence of something far less expected. An entire shadow lineage of female fighters who were not meant to exist, yet somehow kept appearing wherever battles became desperate enough. To understand the Onna Bugeisha, the women of the warrior class trained for battle, we have to begin with the samurai themselves, but not the polished version that appears now on posters and cinema screens. The samurai did not begin as noble philosophers carrying perfect swords beneath autumn leaves. They rose out of land, bloodlines, tax disputes, provincial rivalries, mounted raids, inherited grudges, private armies, and a world where distance from the capital could turn any powerful family into a kingdom of its own. In early medieval Japan, power was not cleanly held by one throne, one army, or one law. It was spread across imperial courts, temples, estates, governors, land stewards, retired emperors, military houses, and clans who understood that a written order mattered very little unless someone armed was willing to enforce it. The early warrior was not primarily the sword duelist of later legend, but a mounted archer, a man trained to ride, turn, draw, and loose arrows from horseback with terrifying precision. He was part soldier, part estate manager, part enforcer, part family representative, and sometimes part executioner. The famous sword would come to dominate the image of the samurai, but the older battlefield was a place of arrows first. Horses mattered, bows mattered, armour was built not for clean duels, but for surviving projectiles, blades, spears, mud, panic, and the crushing confusion of men and animals moving under banners. A warrior did not simply fight for himself. He carried a family name, a lord's expectation, and the knowledge that failure might mean the confiscation of land, the collapse of a household, or the death of people who never entered the battlefield at all. This is the part of samurai history that matters most for the women, because a samurai house was never just a house. It was a storehouse of weapons, documents, armour, marriage alliances, servants, children, family shrines, land records, and enemies. When the men rode out, the danger did not leave with them. Very often, the danger was precisely what they left behind. The women born into these households were not living in some delicate world untouched by war. They were raised inside a military class, and that meant their lives were shaped by the possibility of siege, betrayal, sudden attack, hostage-taking, and the need to preserve the family when the men were absent or dead. In some periods, women of warrior families had rights to inherit property and manage estates, and even when those rights narrowed later, the memory of responsibility remained inside the culture. The wife of a warrior was not merely ornamental. She might be expected to manage stores, discipline servants, protect children, receive messengers, guard family honour, and understand the political danger carried by every visitor at the gate. A daughter might be married into an alliance, but she might also be trained to recognize that an alliance could fail. The samurai household was a beautiful thing only from far away. Up close, it was a defended structure waiting for history to come knocking. This is why the Onna Bugeisha feels so mysterious. They were not exceptions in the way people sometimes imagine. They were the visible tips of something much larger and darker. Women trained in a warrior culture that rarely bothered to write women fully into the centre of the story. The records give us names, but not enough of them. They give us scenes, but not always the roads leading there. They give us moments of extraordinary violence, then go silent just when a modern listener wants to know more. That silence is not emptiness. It is the shape of erasure. It tells us there were women whose actions were remembered because they were too spectacular to remove. And it leaves behind the possibility that many others fought, killed, defended, endured, and vanished without anyone important enough deciding to preserve their names. Their weapon, more than any other, was the naginata, and if the katana became the symbol of the male samurai imagination, the naginata became something more secretive and, in certain hands, more frightening. It was a long weapon, usually a wooden shaft mounted with a curved blade, sometimes described too politely as a polearm, as though that word captures what it could do to a human body. The blade was sword-like, but the reach changed everything. A sword asked its user to come close. A naginata refused closeness. It created distance, controlled doorways, punished charges, and turned a narrow entrance into a killing place. Against a rushing attacker, the wielder could cut before the opponent's sword even became useful. Against a horseman, it could slash at the legs of the mount, hook, unbalance, or strike at exposed limbs as the rider passed. In a corridor, on a bridge, at a gate, beside a staircase, or in the cramped approach to a residence. It was not merely elegant, it was monstrous. The lethality of the naginata came from the marriage of blade and radius. A curved cutting edge at the end of a long shaft does not behave like a sword. It gathers speed across distance. It can sweep low, rise high, reverse direction, and attack from angles that are deeply unpleasant to read when it is moving toward you. A trained fighter could use the butt end to strike, the shaft to block, the blade to cut, and the whole weapon to keep an opponent trapped at the exact range where he was in danger and she was not. A sword fighter wanted entry. The naginata fighter denied entry. That single fact made it ideal for women defending interiors, thresholds, and the bodies of children behind them. It allowed a fighter with less upper body strength than a larger male opponent to weaponize timing, distance, rotation, footwork, and nerve. Strength mattered, but it was not the only law in the room. There is an uncomfortable truth in this, and old martial cultures understood it better than modern people sometimes do. Men and women do not move through combat in identical ways, and a weapon built around reach, rhythm, and balance could become especially terrifying in the hands of a woman trained from childhood to fight without wasting force. A man might rely on collision, intimidation, and the expectation that his body alone would carry the exchange. A woman with a naginata could become something else entirely. She did not need to meet him strength for strength. She could force him to cross a blade-filled distance while she remained calm behind the weapon's arc. She could cut the hands that reached for her. She could take the knee before the chest came close. She could strike the throat as the body leaned forward. In battlefield terms, that is not symbolic empowerment. That is practical violence. The naginata also suited a kind of psychological warfare that belongs very naturally to the stories of the Onna Bugeisha. Imagine an attacking force entering a residence expecting women to scream, hide, or submit, only to find a line of them waiting with pole arms levelled in the half-light. Imagine the first man through the entrance losing the use of his hands before he understands what has happened. Imagine the second trying to push past him and finding the blade already coming back from another angle. In an open field, numbers and armour often decided everything, but inside built spaces the geometry changed. A smaller defender who understood the room could become more dangerous than a stronger attacker who did not. Women knew the interior spaces of households, castles, kitchens, corridors, storehouses, and inner gates. That knowledge was not soft. In war, domestic familiarity could become a map of ambush. The naginata was not their only weapon. The kaiken, a short dagger carried close to the body, belonged to another kind of fear. It was not a battlefield weapon in the grand sense. It was intimate, concealed, and final. A woman could hide it in clothing, keep it within reach while travelling, or use it inside the crushing closeness of an attack, where a polearm became useless. The kaiken carries with it some of the darkest implications of samurai women's lives, because it was connected not only to self-defense, but to the refusal to be captured. In a world where defeat could mean humiliation, ransom, forced marriage, assault, or being used as a political object, a hidden blade meant choice at the last possible moment. That is not schoolbook history. That is a woman living with the knowledge that the world might give her no mercy, and preparing steel in answer. There were also bows, and the bow should not be forgotten simply because the sword became more famous later. The olden samurai world respected archery deeply. The Japanese longbow, the yumi, was asymmetrical and powerful, requiring discipline, breath, posture, and years of training. A woman defending a castle wall did not need to ride into the open to become lethal. From a tower, behind a slit, or from a raised walkway, she could send death downward into men who thought the castle's women were only waiting to be captured. The spear, the yari, mattered as well, especially in defensive positions. A spear is simple, only to someone who has never faced one. In a doorway or passage, it turns forward movement into risk. The sword, of course, remained present, along with the tanto and other blades, but the deeper mystery of the female warrior tradition lies in the way these weapons matched the spaces women were expected to defend. This is where the story begins to move away from ordinary history and into the strange borderland where evidence, memory, and legend stand shoulder to shoulder. Because the Onna Bugeisha were not merely theoretical, their names appear at moments of crisis, and the scenes attached to them are so vivid, they feel almost cinematic. Tomoe Gozen riding beneath the banners of Minamoto no Yoshinaka, Hangaku Gozen standing on the defense works of a besieged fort, firing arrows until an enemy shaft brought her down, Kai Hime of Oshi Castle facing the flood tactics of Ishida Mitsunari while one of the most powerful military campaigns in Japan closed around her home. Nakano Takeiko leading women into gunfire at Aizu after the age of swords had supposedly begun to die. These women appear centuries apart, under different regimes, different wars, different weapons, different kinds of collapse, and yet the pattern repeats. At the edge of catastrophe, a woman steps forward, armed and unforgettable. That repetition is the mystery. Not one woman, not one isolated legend, not one romantic exception created later to satisfy a need for drama. Across Japanese war memory, women appear again and again at precisely the moments when the official order breaks open. A lord is surrounded, a castle is abandoned by its main force, a rebellion is failing, a domain is being crushed, an old world is being replaced by a new one. The women are often not supposed to be there, and yet there they are, fighting with such force that male chroniclers, enemy observers, later storytellers, local traditions, temple records, and festival memory preserve them. Sometimes the account is literary, sometimes it is historical, sometimes it arrives through later retelling. But for this story, those things do not weaken the mystery, they deepen it. A woman erased entirely leaves nothing. A woman remembered through a war tale, a temple grave, a festival procession, or an old family account has already defeated silence. The most famous of them is Tomoe Gozen, and her entrance into history feels less like a biography and more like an apparition on horseback. She appears in the tale of the Heike, the great war epic of Japan's Genpei War, a conflict fought between the Taira and Minamoto clans in the late 12th century. That war did not merely decide which family held power, it helped create the world in which the samurai would become the dominant military class. The old courtly order was breaking, and something harder was coming. Armies moved through snow, river crossings, mountain passes, temples, and burned settlements. Clan loyalty turned against blood. Cousins became enemies. Reputation was worth killing for, and defeat could follow a warrior into the next life. Tomoe served Minamoto no Yoshinaka, also known as Kiso Yoshinaka, a commander whose rise and fall had the shape of tragedy from the beginning. Yoshinaka was a Minamoto, but the Minamoto were not a single peaceful family marching in one direction. They were full of rivalry. Yoshinaka won victories, entered Kyoto, and seemed for a moment like a man who might claim enormous power. But power in that world drew knives from inside the same house. His cousin Minamoto no Yoritomo, the future founder of the Kamakura shogunate, moved against him, and Yoritomo's brilliant younger brother Minamoto no Yoshitsune became one of the forces sent to destroy him. That detail matters. Tomoe was not fighting in some small border quarrel. She was standing in the middle of one of the great turning points of Japanese history, beside a doomed lord whose own clan had become his executioner. The description of Tomo in the war tradition is extraordinary. She is remembered as beautiful, pale-skinned, long-haired, and graceful. But the account does not leave her there like an ornament. It turns sharply. She is also described as a powerful archer, a superb horsewoman, and a swordswoman worth 1,000 warriors, ready to face a demon or a god, mounted or on foot. That phrase has followed her for centuries because it contains something almost supernatural. Not merely brave, not merely skilled for a woman, worth 1,000. Fit to meet a demon, fit to meet a god. This is not the language of token admiration. It is the language of men trying to describe a battlefield presence they could not comfortably absorb. At the Battle of Owazu in 1184, Yoshinaka's forces were collapsing. The scene is one of the great final moments of samurai memory. A once rising commander reduced to a handful of fighters, pursued through winter ground, his enemies closing in, his fate already tightening around him. Tomoe was there. The tradition says Yoshinaka ordered her to leave because he did not want to die with a woman beside him, or because he could not bear the shame of having his last companion be female when the enemy found his body. But Tomoe did not simply vanish at his command. Before leaving, she chose one final act that made her name impossible to bury. A warrior named Onda no Hachiro Moroshige, sometimes identified in variants of the tale as a powerful enemy rider, came forward. Tomoe rode at him. This is the detail that matters. She did not merely defend herself, and she did not flee as a messenger or survivor. She charged, in the chaos of a lost battle, with her lord nearly doomed and enemy forces pressing around them. She rode directly into a final confrontation, seized Onda no Hachiro, dragged or forced him from his horse, pinned him, and took his head. Then, carrying the proof of the kill, she withdrew from the battlefield and disappeared into the fog of history. That disappearance is one of the strangest parts of her story. A woman capable of such a final act does not receive the long ending later readers crave. Some traditions say she became a nun. Others attach her to marriage, survival, or retirement. Some simply let her vanish. But that is exactly what makes her feel so alive. Tomoe does not end neatly, because women like her were never given neat endings by the men recording the age. She arrives, kills, leaves, and becomes a wound in the historical record. Her story has the sharpness of an eyewitness memory preserved inside epic form. A pale, long-haired warrior woman on horseback, appearing at the edge of a collapsing army, taking a head before the darkness closes. And Tomoe was not alone. Once her name enters the historical record, something unusual begins to happen. The further one travels through the military history of Japan, the more often women seem to appear at moments of collapse. Not during peace, not during ceremony, not during the orderly periods later romanticized in paintings and theatre. They appear when walls are breaking, when clans are desperate, when castles are running out of time, when men are dying faster than plans can be made. Their stories rarely begin in comfort. They emerge in the final chapters of battles, in rebellions already turning toward failure, in sieges where survival has become mathematical. It is almost as though these women only become visible when the world around them is coming apart. One of the clearest examples of this pattern is Hangaku Gozen, a woman whose story feels less like legend and more like a military memory preserved by people who could not quite forget what they had witnessed. Unlike Tomoe Gozen, who survives in epic literature, Hangaku enters history through rebellion and siege warfare. Her name is tied to the Kenin Rebellion of the early 13th century, a conflict that unfolded during the fragile years after the rise of the Kamakura shogunate. Japan had not become stable after the Genpei War. Stability is often an illusion created afterward by historians who already know who won. In reality, victory leaves behind resentment, dispossessed families, and men who believe the wrong side claimed power. The early military government was still consolidating authority, and rebellion remained possible in provinces far from the political centre. Hangaku was connected to families aligned with resistance against Kamakura rule, and she became associated with Torisaka Castle in Echigo Province, a fortified stronghold that would become the stage for her survival in memory. Siege warfare in medieval Japan was not merely about combat, it was about endurance. Defenders trapped inside a castle entered a different relationship with time. Every day became a negotiation between hope and diminishing supplies. Food had to be measured, water had to be protected, wounds became infections, sleep became shallow because attacks could come at any hour. A fortress under siege existed inside a state of waiting, and waiting can become more exhausting than battle itself. What separates Hangaku from most names buried inside these rebellions is the consistency of her image. Multiple historical traditions describe her not as a hidden noblewoman trapped inside a conflict, but as an active military presence standing on the defensive structures of the fortress itself. She is described directing resistance while armed with a bow, visible above the walls while attackers gathered below. This detail matters because visibility on a battlefield creates risk. A commander who remains visible becomes a target. Archers look upward, enemy soldiers identify movement. The person giving orders becomes someone to eliminate. The bow she likely used would have been the Yumi, the asymmetrical Japanese longbow that dominated warfare long before the sword became the most famous symbol of the samurai. The Yumi was a demanding weapon, not something handed casually to an amateur. It required years of physical conditioning and precision. The draw length was significant, the posture exacting, and the rhythm of firing depended on calm rather than aggression. A warrior using a Yumi from elevated castle walls gained an extraordinary advantage. Gravity extended range, elevation improved visibility. An archer firing downward could target soldiers clustered near gates, ladders, or siege equipment, while remaining partially protected behind wooden barriers and stone. Hangaku's role appears to have gone beyond simple defense. Some accounts describe her leading approximately 3,000 fighters within the rebellion, though numbers vary depending on the source. Whether that figure is exact or symbolic, the important detail is that she was remembered as someone directing resistance rather than merely participating in it. That distinction changes everything. It places her not at the edge of the story, but near its center. The image becomes easier to understand when imagined properly. The fortress is under pressure. Smoke rises from damaged structures. Men move quickly along wooden walkways carrying arrows and buckets of water. Messengers run between defensive positions. Enemy forces gather beyond range, testing weak points. Somewhere above the gate line stands Hangaku Gozen, bow in hand, watching the movement below while issuing instructions to defenders who know the walls cannot hold forever. Her presence is not symbolic, it is practical. She is there because she understands what is happening, and because the people around her accept her authority. Eventually, during the siege, an arrow struck her. The detail survives with unusual specificity. It pierced her thigh. That injury matters because it feels entirely unromantic. There is no glorious chest wound, no dramatic last stand described in poetic terms. The reality of warfare enters the story abruptly. A single arrow entering the body in the wrong place can change the course of a battle. Pain removes mobility, blood weakens concentration. A commander unable to move becomes vulnerable not only physically, but psychologically, because defenders begin to recognize that leadership itself has been wounded. After Hangaku fell, resistance weakened and the fortress was captured. Yet what followed may be stranger than the battle itself. She was not immediately executed. Instead, she was taken alive and brought before Kamakura authorities. Accounts suggest that her reputation preceded her. Rather than being remembered as a defeated rebel to erase quietly, she became an object of fascination. One tradition states that a warrior named Asari Yoshito requested permission to marry her after hearing of her courage and seeing her in captivity. This detail has survived for centuries because it feels almost impossible to reconcile with expectation. A woman captured after armed rebellion would not normally become admired by the victors. Yet Hangaku's story suggests something deeper, that battlefield courage had a strange ability to cross enemy lines. Respect could survive even where loyalty could not. Her survival complicates the narrative. She does not die heroically. She does not disappear immediately. She moves through rebellion, injury, capture, and then into a quieter existence that feels almost unreal after the violence surrounding her. Her story lingers because it leaves behind an uncomfortable question. How many women like Hangaku stood on walls, directed resistance, fired arrows, and vanished without chroniclers preserving their names? The survival of one name suggests the existence of many others lost beneath it. If Hangaku Gozen belongs to the atmosphere of rebellion, then Kaihime belongs to spectacle. Her story unfolds during one of the most violent periods in Japanese history, the Sengoku era, when warfare spread across the country with such frequency that entire generations grew up expecting conflict as a permanent feature of life. Castles multiplied across landscapes, alliances changed suddenly, armies marched through provinces almost continuously. It was a time when power belonged to whoever could hold it long enough to survive the next campaign. Kaihime was born into this world as the daughter of Narita Ujinaka, lord of Oshi Castle in Musashi province. Historical descriptions portray her as unusually beautiful, but beauty in samurai records rarely exists without an accompanying note of danger. Chroniclers repeatedly mention intelligence, confidence, and strong will alongside appearance, suggesting that her reputation rested on more than aesthetics. She was remembered because she refused passivity. Her defining moment came in 1590 during the campaigns of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, whose armies were steadily unifying Japan beneath his authority. Hideyoshi's power at this stage was enormous. Resistance often seemed futile. Many castles surrendered before full siege even began, because commanders understood the imbalance of numbers. Oshi Castle did not. The siege that followed became one of the most visually extraordinary in Japanese military history. Hideyoshi's commander, Ishida Mitsunari, faced a fortress positioned in marshland that made conventional assault difficult. Rather than relying entirely on direct attack, he attempted something far more ambitious. He decided to weaponize water itself. Massive embankments were constructed to redirect rivers and flood the surrounding area. Labourers built barriers designed to trap rising water and force it toward the castle. The intention was to overwhelm the defenders through environmental pressure rather than brute force alone. The land slowly transformed, water spread outward, roads disappeared, fields submerged. What had been solid ground became reflective floodplain. Oshi Castle did not vanish beneath it. Instead, the fortress appeared to rise from the water, isolated yet intact, surrounded by a temporary inland sea. This is why it became known later as the Floating Castle. Within that strange landscape, Kaihime became inseparable from the defence. Stories describe her moving along the walls in armour, encouraging soldiers and refusing surrender while floodwaters surrounded the fortress. Her role was not hidden. She became a visible source of morale, someone whose confidence mattered because defenders needed to believe resistance remained possible. Imagine the scene properly. Water stretching outward in every direction beneath grey skies. Enemy encampments positioned beyond embankments. Boats moving where roads once existed. Torches reflecting across dark flood water at night. A fortress still standing above it all, while soldiers watch from the walls, uncertain whether they are trapped or witnessing something miraculous. Kaihime's presence inside that environment transformed her into something larger than a historical figure. She became associated with defiance itself. Not conquest, not domination, defiance. That distinction matters because defiance often survives longer in memory than victory. Victory belongs to rulers. Defiance belongs to stories. And stories have a way of lasting longer than armies. There is something deeply unsettling about the women who appear in the final battles of Japan's warrior age, because by the time many of them entered combat, the samurai world was already beginning to die. The old codes still existed, the armour still gleamed beneath torchlight, swords still hung at the waist, and castles still rose above the landscape. But gunpowder had changed warfare. Politics had changed loyalty, and the country was moving toward a different future, whether anyone wanted it or not. Yet it is precisely during this fading period that some of the most unforgettable women emerged, as though they arrived when the old world needed witnesses before disappearing forever. One of the most extraordinary among them was Nakano Takeiko, and her story feels almost impossible to separate from atmosphere. She belonged to the Aizu domain during the Boshin War of 1868, a conflict that marks the violent collapse of the Tokugawa shogunate and the beginning of modern Japan. This was not ancient Japan. This was not mist-covered medieval legend. Firearms existed. Cannons existed. Western military influence had begun reshaping battlefields. Uniforms and rifles stood beside swords and armour. It was a transitional war, which made it more tragic, because people were fighting not only for survival, but for the right to keep an old identity alive. Aizu was known for loyalty. The domain supported the shogunate, when much of the country began shifting toward imperial authority, and that loyalty turned the region into a target. Imperial forces advanced with superior numbers and modern weaponry, surrounding the castle town with an inevitability that must have felt unbearable to those trapped inside. Defeat did not arrive suddenly. It approached over distance. Everyone inside Aizu knew what was coming long before the first shots reached the walls. Nakano Takeiko had been trained in martial arts from childhood, educated in literature and combat alike, and became known for intelligence as much as skill. Accounts describe her as highly disciplined, serious, and unusually accomplished with the naginata. She was not a ceremonial practitioner. She was trained to fight with precision. The naginata remained associated with women of samurai households long after battlefield fashion shifted toward firearms, and in her hands it became something ancient, refusing to surrender to modernity. When imperial forces closed around Aizu, Takeiko did not remain behind protective walls. She reportedly joined a group of women who fought independently during the defense. These women later became associated with what is sometimes called the Joshitai, or women's unit, though the exact formal structure remains uncertain. What matters is not bureaucracy. What matters is that women entered combat during one of the last great samurai conflicts in Japanese history. The battlefield outside Aizu was not orderly. Gunfire cracked across open ground, smoke drifted low. Defenders attempted to hold positions against advancing troops, whose numbers and weaponry made resistance increasingly hopeless. Yet hopelessness has a strange effect on human beings. Sometimes it weakens them, sometimes it strips away fear entirely. Takeiko advanced carrying her naginata into live combat. That image alone has survived because it feels almost impossible to believe. A young woman moving into rifle fire with a weapon rooted in an older age. The long curved blade flashing through smoke while bullets crossed the air around her. The naginata demanded closeness. Rifles rewarded distance. She entered a battlefield where her weapon should have belonged to another century. Witness accounts describe her fighting fiercely during the engagement, moving among defenders while striking at imperial soldiers. The details vary slightly depending on retelling, but one truth remains fixed. She was not standing behind the battle. She was inside it. At some point during the fighting, a bullet struck her in the chest. Unlike an arrow wound or a cut, gunfire changed everything immediately. A bullet enters without ritual. There is no duel, no warning, no visible opponent standing close enough to meet your eyes. One moment movement exists, and the next it begins to leave the body. Takeiko understood what would happen if she fell into enemy hands. This detail is essential to her story because it reveals the mentality of warrior culture at its most severe. In samurai tradition, the head of a respected opponent could become proof of victory, a trophy carried away after battle. To lose one's head after death was not merely physical humiliation. It meant surrendering identity itself. As she lay wounded, she called for her sister, Nakano Yuko. She did not ask for rescue. She did not ask to be carried away. She asked for something colder. She requested that her sister sever her head before enemy troops reached her body. The request was granted. Her sister removed the head and buried it beneath a pine tree near the temple of Hokkaiji. That tree became part of the memory. The location remained known. the act itself transformed into something far larger than simple battlefield death. It became an ending shaped by absolute control over fate. Even in defeat, she refused capture. Even in death, she dictated the terms of what remained of her. There is a reason her story still feels powerful today. It carries an intensity that modern narratives rarely approach. It is not symbolic bravery. It is not metaphor. It is a wounded woman on a battlefield, making a decision that required another human being to carry it out immediately while war continued around them. Every year in Aizu, women dressed in hakama and carrying naginata still participate in memorial processions connected to her story. The image remains alive because people continue to feel that something about Nakano Takeiko belongs not merely to history, but to unfinished memory. And then there are the women whose names survive only partially, whose stories feel like fragments rescued from fire. During the siege of Aizu, records describe women fighting inside the castle complex after defensive positions began collapsing. Some loaded rifles, some carried ammunition, some transported the wounded between interior chambers while bombardment continued outside. Others armed themselves directly when enemy forces approached too closely. Diaries and local accounts mention women using poles, knives, farming tools, and household weapons once formal defense broke apart. One story speaks of women moving through smoke-filled corridors carrying children on their backs while helping reinforce barricades. Another describes defenders preparing boiling water and stones to throw from elevated positions. These details matter because they destroy the illusion that warfare belonged cleanly to men while women waited passively nearby. Inside a besieged castle, everyone became part of survival. The domestic world and military world stopped being separate things. A kitchen became a supply room. A hallway became a defensive corridor. A family chamber became a triage space. Women who had spent years managing households suddenly managed siege conditions instead. The transition was not symbolic, it was immediate. There is something profoundly cinematic about the final days of Aizu, because they carried the atmosphere of extinction. The old warrior class was collapsing beneath modernization. The defenders knew the political tide had turned. The imperial government would win. The future belonged elsewhere. Yet resistance continued anyway. That matters. Because these women were not fighting under the illusion of victory. They were fighting because surrender felt spiritually impossible. The old world had not yet agreed to disappear. And among the strangest stories tied to this fading era is the figure of Yamamoto Yaeko, later known as Niijima Yae, whose life feels almost unreal in its range. Unlike many female warriors remembered primarily through a single battle, Yaeko's story stretched across decades and transformed alongside Japan itself. Born into a samurai family in Aizu, she was trained in firearms by her father, who worked as a gunnery instructor. This alone already separates her from earlier warrior women. She belonged to a generation standing between sword culture and modern warfare. She learned to shoot accurately, to understand firearms mechanically, and to move comfortably within a world where traditional combat was already changing shape. During the Boshin War, she defended Aizu using rifles rather than polearms. This image is extraordinary when placed beside Tomoe Gozen or Nakano Takeiko, a female warrior firing from defensive positions during one of the last samurai conflicts, armed not with ancient steel but with modern weaponry. Accounts describe her wearing men's clothing during portions of the conflict, so she could move more freely through military positions. She reportedly fought from within the castle, helping resist imperial forces, while artillery bombardment damaged structures around her. But what makes Yaeko fascinating is not simply that she fought, it is that she survived. After the war, she did not vanish into obscurity. She reinvented herself repeatedly. She became associated with education, Christianity, nursing, and social reform, living long enough to watch Japan transform into an entirely different nation from the one in which she was born. Yet beneath that later life remains the image of a woman inside a collapsing castle, holding a rifle while artillery thundered across the walls. She represents something haunting about the Onna Bugeisha tradition. Not merely women who fought, women who adapted, women who survived the destruction of their own era. The more these stories accumulate, the harder it becomes to dismiss them as isolated exceptions. They appear too frequently, across too many centuries, in too many different forms. Archer, horsewoman, defender, spearfighter, riflewoman, castle guardian, rebel commander. The names change. The wars change. The weapons change. Yet the pattern remains. What makes the Onna Bugeisha so difficult to forget is not simply that they existed, but that they appear in history with a kind of repetition that feels almost deliberate. Different centuries, different wars, different weapons, different regions of Japan. Yet the pattern continues returning like something half-buried, refusing to remain underground. A woman appears when a castle is surrounded. A woman appears when a lord is cornered. A woman appears when retreat is impossible. When surrender feels unbearable. When the world around her has already begun to collapse. These are not isolated stories scattered randomly across time. They form something closer to a hidden lineage. The official image of the samurai became increasingly masculine as history moved forward. Paintings, theatre, literature, and later film sharpened the figure of the male warrior until he became almost symbolic. Disciplined, armed, solitary, carrying a sword beneath a rigid code. Yet beneath that polished image sits another reality. The warrior household was never sustained by men alone. Castles did not survive because only men defended them. Families did not endure because women remained passive. The deeper one goes into records, war tales, temple memorials, battlefield accounts, and regional traditions, the clearer it becomes that women were woven into the military fabric of samurai life far more deeply than later memory allowed. There is something deeply human about the way these stories survive. They rarely survive through grand monuments. They survive through fragments. A grave marker, a battle chronicle, a preserved name inside a regional account, a temple connected to a death, a festival procession honouring someone who lived centuries earlier. The stories feel incomplete, not because they are weak, but because history rarely considered women important enough to record fully. Men who commanded armies received biographies. Women who fought beside collapsing walls often received a paragraph. And yet those paragraphs remain. Tomoe Gozen rides out of the Genpei War like a figure who belongs equally to history and dream. Hangaku Gozen stands above a fortress, while arrows rise toward her through smoke. Kaihime refuses surrender, while floodwater surrounds Oshi Castle, and an entire landscape turns into a shallow inland sea. Nakano Takeiko walks into rifle fire carrying a weapon from another age, choosing death over capture, while the samurai world burns itself out around her. Yamamoto Yeiko survives the destruction of her domain and lives long enough to witness Japan becoming something entirely different. These women are separated by hundreds of years, yet they share an atmosphere. They do not feel temporary. They feel inevitable. Perhaps that is because war strips people down to essentials. When fear becomes constant and survival becomes immediate, social expectations lose some of their authority. A siege does not care who was supposed to remain indoors. A battlefield does not pause to ask whether someone belongs there. In moments of catastrophe, people become whatever survival requires. And in Japan's long military history, survival repeatedly revealed women who were already prepared. The Onna Bugeisha were not decorative exceptions inserted into stories for drama. They were products of a culture that understood something quietly practical. If a household could be attacked, then everyone inside that household existed within the reality of violence. A daughter raised among weapons did not forget where they were stored. A wife who understood siege did not suddenly become helpless when gates failed. A woman who watched men leave for war understood that war might eventually arrive at her own door. The weapons they carried reflected this reality. The naginata was not merely beautiful, it was terrifyingly efficient in confined space. A long curved blade attached to reach and leverage could turn a doorway into a killing ground. The kaiken dagger was not symbolic. It represented control over one's own fate in the final moments when every other choice disappeared. Bows allowed women to fight from walls and towers. Spears controlled distance. Rifles entered later stories as warfare changed, yet the women adapted alongside the weapons. And perhaps that is one of the most fascinating truths hidden inside these stories. The women changed with history rather than disappearing from it. Medieval archers became castle defenders. Polearm fighters became rifle women. The names survived because the role never entirely vanished. There is also something unsettling about how often these stories end in disappearance. Tomoe vanishes after battle. Hangaku survives and slips quietly from the record. Kaihime fades into later life after becoming inseparable from siege legend. Even Nakano Takeiko, whose death is preserved with painful clarity, survives mostly through memory rather than official prominence. Their endings resist neat closure. That absence creates mystery, because mystery is not always about uncertainty over whether something happened. Sometimes mystery comes from knowing something happened and realizing how much has been lost around it. What conversations existed between these women before battle? What fears did they hide? What training routines shaped their movements? What private thoughts passed through them while fastening armor, or tightening the cords of a weapon before stepping toward danger? History rarely tells us these things. It leaves us with glimpses. A rider in armor, a defender on a wall, a wounded warrior making one final decision. And perhaps those fragments are exactly why the Onna Bugeisha remain so powerful. Complete stories feel finished. Fragments continue haunting people. The samurai world officially ended in the 19th century. Castles became museums. Armor entered glass cases. Swords became heirlooms. The old military class dissolved into modern Japan. Yet the women remained strangely alive inside the imagination, because they never settled into one clear category. They were not simply warriors, they were guardians, survivors, rebels, daughters, commanders, archers, defenders, and witnesses to worlds ending around them. Their stories still feel unfinished because history never fully decided what to do with them. And perhaps that is fitting. The Onna Bugeisha were never supposed to stand at the center of the samurai myth. Yet somehow, centuries later, they remain among its most unforgettable shadows.